Week 4 of the CrossFit Semifinals is presented by Rogue. We are in Montreal, Quebec, Canada for the Atlas Games here this weekend. The first time the Atlas Games have been held live in person since 2019. Welcome inside the Claude Robillard Sports Complex, one of the host sites from the 1976 Olympics that were hosted here in Montreal. Welcome high atop Claude Robillard alongside the former CrossFit Games champion Adrian Conway. My name is Joel Godet. We'll check in with Mike Arsenault here in just a moment. We've said this a lot many times through the course of last season and now this season here in CrossFit. But Adrian, when you are the Atlas Games, it is nice for them just to be live and in person.
It's amazing to be back. Listen, I hear barbell slamming in the background. We are in person. We're not online like last year. I can't wait. This
is a heavily Canadian field. It is an incredibly deep field, particularly on the men's side, where it features the second fittest man on earth from a year ago. Patrick Vellner is here, and he has his eyes set on domination.
That's my expectations for Pat this weekend, is sheer domination. We know who he is as a competitor, and what I hope to see is a series of first places throughout the course of this weekend for him.
Question is, who can push Pat Vellner? There's a deep field of 6 men's games athletes.
Absolutely, and we're going to focus specifically on Jeff Adler, who is a heavy hitter, commonly on the strength side of things, but he's been polishing up a shiny new engine in the form of his aerobic capacity, and he's going to get a chance to show that in a few events this weekend. I can't wait to see it.
One of the 5 men that competed live in the second stage of the 2020 Games. Youth is the key on the women's side, and Emma Lawson, chief amongst them.
She's only 17 years old, but she finished first last year at the CrossFit Games in the team division, and she's shown sheer dominance so far throughout this season.
9th last year in the online stage of the Atlas Games. Freya Moosberger, though, could she be someone new on the scene that pushes the scale?
Absolutely. Under Michelle Letendre and getting to train with experience through Pat Vellner, she's only been on the competition floor one time in the live heat. But I think she's going to lean on their experience to push her through this weekend and have some great success.
Let's take a look at our storylines for the weekend. Those are brought to us by Guaranteed Rate. We start on the teams side of things, where 5th worldwide in the Open was PSC, Polski Strength and Conditioning. Can that carry over now to live competition?
I think so, but that's what we're going to really see this weekend. Is it's very different than on camera at your own gym with your own judges. We're going to get to see how it goes for them when the rubber meets the road.
On the women's side, we talked about Emma and Freya, but there are 7 women under 21 here.
It's the youth, it's the youth, it's the youth, it's next gen. A lot like the CrossFit documentary that's about to drop for us. I think it's necessary to highlight how wide open this field really is.
We already saw Mal O'Brien win at the Granite Games last week. And then on the men's side, Pat Vellner being on a mission. It is a deep field, though. Is this the first test for whether or not he can be the fittest man on earth?
I think so, and the key aspect here is momentum for Pat. We want to see consistency through him. And, you know, the big part is the recipe for success for this weekend as a whole. I got know your limits, race the clock, not your competitors, and identify the trap, because almost every workout has one.
Let's go down onto the floor, introduce you to the 3rd member of our crew, and for the first time this weekend, say hey to Mike Arsenault.
Thank you very much, Joel. You mentioned the heavily Canadian field. Well, you have a heavily Canadian sideline reporter as well. Let's travel back to March 2020 when the Atlas Games were first supposed to send athletes to the CrossFit Games, and the competition floor was set up. The athletes were here, volunteers were here. Then the provincial government here in Quebec canceled all indoor, in-person events. So the Atlas Games were pretty much frozen in place. So much so that all the athletes and volunteers are wearing wristbands that say 2020 on them because they were never used 2 years ago. Last year in 2021, the competition was moved to virtual. Patrick Vellner, Jeffrey Adler finished 1-2 in that competition, booking their tickets to the CrossFit Games. Conversely, Emma Lawson finished 9th in the virtual edition. Should be looking to get one of the top 5 spots in person here in Montreal. It's been a long 2 years. We're ready for 3 great days of competition.
Mike, thanks to you. We are underway here for event 1 on the teams side. Adrian, this is 3 rounds for time of 15 synchro strict handstand push-ups and then 5 synchro front squats. That's then followed by the exact same thing by your other male and female pair. We have a 12-minute time cap.
Yeah, I love this workout. And one of the big aspects to me is if you got it, flaunt it. I believe that what we need to see from these teams is going big on handstand push-ups, as we saw several teams in this initial heat take off with 15 unbroken handstand push-ups.
Portero, the W pack, leading the way here, middle of your screen.
Absolutely, and now we're paired with heavy front squats. Look at the transitions, Joel, from lane to lane. As you notice this distance that the athletes are having to cover, this is a big aspect within this fast workout. They got to get to where they're going with urgency.
Take a look at that event description, again brought to us by Monster Energy here in Event 1. These are those 15 synchro strict handstand push-ups. Adrian, that's a separator, the fact that you can't kip here, especially on the team side.
There's no doubt that this is going to be a huge separator for this workout. Local muscle endurance is going to be a key aspect for these teams, not to mention that you've got to do it at the same time as your teammate, which you can't really see that clearly. Chemistry is a big part of this.
Taking a look at CrossFit Raid here. They are now in 3rd place. Fit to Prove out of Stad CrossFit right now, leading the way in lane 4. You can already see them advancing the barbell. This is the first male and female pair. 3 rounds for time. Then we'll switch to our second pair. They'll duplicate that work.
And what we saw there in lane 4 was very important. They dropped the bar, immediately pushed it to the ground, and advanced it forward into the next area. They did it with urgency, and now they're already accumulating handstand push-ups while the rest of the teams are still getting their bars situated.
CrossFit Raid has advanced their bar, same too. In lane 8 for Lucene CrossFit Sherbrooke U.
As we see teams start to really kick down, lanes 5 are working on their handstand push-ups, and they specifically are breaking up their sets now. And you'll notice it's almost in unison. 2, 1, they put their hands on the mat, they kick up beautifully to the wall, and they're right back to work. The hard part here is that you can't go too soon because these are synchro. The female athlete could be ready, waiting on the male, or vice versa. And if you get going too soon, the error there is a no rep, which is extremely costly in a workout that's this fast.
This is Fit to Prove doing work right here to start things. Maud Ali is in the foreground. Samuel Paquin is the male 1 here, and they advance. They are done. That releases Rafe Mayu and Leanne Bork. So the second grouping is going to work here for Fit to Prove as we take a look at our recipe for success that is delivered by Trifecta.
Yeah, and the recipe for success is super simple for this one. It's straight ahead. If you got it, you flaunt it. Meaning you really go for big sets on these handstand push-ups when you can, and chemistry is everything. And then transitions matter. The difference in a lot of these teams is going to be their ability to transition from the handstand push-up boxes to getting that bar into the front rack position as quickly as they can.
You can see Lucene CrossFit doing the work here on the synchronized front squats at the bottom of your screen. CrossFit Raid is higher, and then just above them in lane 3, you've got Flower City CrossFit. Excuse me. That remains Fit to Prove. So Fit to Prove well out in front. Second male and female pair already on to their second round. That's Bork and Mayu. Bork, a 24-year-old, has been doing opens since 2015. Mayu, a former professional hockey player. I feel like you got a lot of that up in these parts.
More common sport played, and hockey has tremendous conditioning that is a part of it. So lower body strength and the ability to perform in a sport like CrossFit would have great carryover. Now we're seeing some struggling going down in lane 6 where they're struggling to get the bar to the front rack position. That's something that's easily ignored for a lot of these athletes where they got to get the bar in a good spot in order to squat it.
Saw CrossFit Raid. They're doing work on their handstand push-ups. 4.5 minutes into this 12-minute time cap. First male and female pair is done in lane 7 for Quartero Tech. There are 2 teams from CrossFit Quartero here, Tech and the W Pack. Let's go down to Mike Arsenault and check in on one of our teams, CrossFit Explode.
CrossFit Explode has a youth movement. They last qualified for the CrossFit Games back in 2014 when 3 of their team members were just teenagers. 3 of their members are under 25. The lone elder statesman is 33-year-old Sean Fantuzzi. He just found out last Thursday that he was going to be competing with this team. He was an alternate. He had his travel booked to watch the team, but one of their other team members broke his hand during training 8 days ago. So Sean is now into the competition, just starting his handstand push-ups right now.
And that's Sean Fantuzzi in the background. Mike, thank you. He knows how to get himself in shape in time. He's a strength and conditioning coach collegiately at North Dakota. Before that, he was at Loyola Chicago, where I don't know this for a fact. I'm just going to give him credit. He trained the basketball team that went to the Final Four.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if that's true. He was there when it happened.
We assume great things of him, so we would say.
There's Sean Fantuzzi. Tracy Johnson is also a sub on that CrossFit Explode team. She took the place of Karis Demi, who went individual and competed earlier in a semifinal at the Syndicate Crown.
And that's a challenging thing when you get athletes that choose to go individual and they're your top or heavy hitters in regards to amounts of fitness, because now you've got to call audibles and do different things to practice this communication and, of course, the synchro that is often demanded in these team events.
Sean is working here with Rachel Fricker, elementary school teacher, also coaches at the gym in CrossFit Explode, Westchester, Pennsylvania. 6:25 into this 12-minute cap. Smattering of teams have finished. At least their first pairing. Fit to prove here. CrossFit Raid now. Hand in the air with one more rep on these synchronized front squats. And that bar is down. They will advance and move on to their final round of 15 synchro strict handstand push-ups, and then the synchronized front squats, 265 pounds and 155 pounds. Fit to prove still leading the way. Luzine CrossFit Sherbrooke U is second. And Cortero, the W pack, is in third. Ocean State Gold just coming across. That is their first pairing. So we are past the halfway point, and Ocean State Gold is now onto their second pair. What's the wear and tear, Adrian, on your shoulders when you're doing this many strict handstand push-ups?
Well, it's a lot of these teams are prepared for the volume, so I can't say it's the 45 strict handstand push-ups that are going to hurt them. It's literally the speed that they're asked of to execute in order to be competitive in a heat like this. They've got to be quick, and don't forget, when the bar's in that front rack position like we're watching here, this is also going to continue to fatigue your thoracic spine and everything that's taking place through your midline as you try to get stiff to execute these strict handstand push-ups.
That was the W pack that we just saw. This is the W pack tech.
Okay, and we just watched the female clean the bar. He shortened the pull just slightly.
And Larissa is going to put it down. Figure you'd wait there for a little while, but you don't want to be under tension all that long. So Gustavo Mendez here will take another crack at it.
Gustavo's got to get tall. He's got to pull that bar high into his throat.
Left side of your screen is Fit to Prove. They are your leaders right now in the heat, trying to set the time to beat. And they are done. So Fit to Prove finishes in 8 minutes and 44 seconds.
44. We're almost getting contact here in the middle lane. Athlete to athlete, their bars were so close.
And CrossFit Raid comes across 9 minutes. Barbell is still rolling. Ghost rolled to the end. Both pairs are done as well for Sherbrooke U. So teams starting to file through here as we close in on the final 3 minutes.
And when you hear that, it's encouragement. She's doing whatever she can to help him get that bar into the front rack position.
The W pack tech here on your screen. And look at Gustavo muscling. And the W pack finishes 9:48. So 4 teams have now crossed the finish line. And the other Cortero team comes through. 5 teams have crossed the finish line here in Event 1.
And it looks like from this Heat 1, when we think about the loading and the capacities of these teams, it's the men who are struggling with the load far greater than the ladies.
265 pounds. How heavy is that?
It's heavy.
This much.
Yeah, you can't just shake a stick at 265 when you're already thinking about what's taking place on the floor and how fast you're trying to move.
Put it in
gotta
perspective.
focus.
Sorry, Adrian. Put it in perspective for you. Last year there was the 3-rep max front squat in the open. The best was 455 for 3.
Yep.
This is 1.7 times that for 5, 3 times synchronized with a partner.
Yep. Yeah, the beauty in it is this is CrossFit at its finest, right? Moderately heavy loads here, and we're asking them to do it rep after rep.
Sag 1 just staring at the barbell, top of your screen.
Yeah,
Bottom of your screen working is still Ocean State Gold.
Yeah, and I'll say this. We get spectators who often want to say, well, pick up the bar. What are you waiting for? There's no magic on game day, though, folks, right? You can't just purchase a fitness or wish for a fitness that isn't there. These athletes have demoed these workouts, and they're doing the best they can.
And it's also, if you go too early, you're going to have to wait even more as we get a failed rep in lane 9. It's CrossFit Explode.
And have we seen it's a steep price to pay. You go just a touch too soon, and it costs you.
And 265 was in the front rack and on the ground. As we hit the time cap here at the end of Heat 1, Event 1. Stad CrossFit, fit to prove though, comes away with your Heat 1 victory. And their official time, by the way, is going to be 9:14. We had a little bit of a clock misalignment, but 9:14 as we start with CrossFit Rain.
They did a great job. Look at their execution on the handstand push-ups. They knew their personal limits, but they knew each other. We got the unorthodox front rack grip right there. Hey, that's thinking outside of the box. I'm a big fan of that.
And then you've got Fit to Prove here, coming through to the finish. Stad CrossFit here in Quebec, Canada. Hey, you're competing on your home turf. Everyone on the bottom half without a time was capped, so Flower City did finish as well in 11:01. Top 6 teams here finished in the opening heat. But we'll see what that means for the second heat. It was tough sledding.
It was. I think we're going to watch those times get a little bit knocked off here as we watch some of these heavy hitters take the floor.
Heat number 2 coming up here momentarily from the Atlas Games in Montreal. Team Event 1, Heat number 2 here at the Atlas Games in Montreal. As you see the lane assignments, couple of American teams, couple of games American teams. Omnia was there just a year ago. CrossFit Milford finished second at the CrossFit Games in 2015. The event, it's pretty simple. It's a couplet. Male 1, female 1, we'll do it 3 times. Then male 2, female 2, we'll do it 3 times. It's 15 synchronized strict handstand push-ups, 5 synchro front squats, brought to us by Monster Hydro. Our recipe for success is delivered by Trifecta. Adrian,
yeah,
what's on your mind?
The recipes for success to this event are pretty simple. We saw it in Heat 1, and we're going to watch it here in Heat 2, where if you got it, flaunt it. If these teams have the capacity to go 15 unbroken handstand push-ups in round 1, 2, and 3, they need to do it. And then also transitions matter. They've got to be quick from the mats to the barbell to those squats and from segment to segment.
Stad CrossFit Fit to Prove has the time to beat. CrossFit 1855, first off the wall here. And out to these 5 synchronized front squats at the top. So you've both got to be standing after each rep simultaneously. 265 on the bar to your left, 155 on the bar to your right for the women.
Lane 1 cruising, lane 2 cruising. Quick transitions is how they're making that money.
1855 at the top of your screen in lane 1. Comes in as the 9 seed in this semifinal. Went to the games last year, 21st at the CrossFit Games last season. They did add somebody, though, and I know you know him very well, Adrian. Peter Shaw, member of seminar staff in CrossFit, is on that team.
That's right. Pete Shaw's a legend and an OG. Been to the games as an individual. Knows a lot of things about the methodology, I'll say.
Knows a lot about a lot. He knows the 10 skills of CrossFit. By the way, the team in red, that's 10 skills CrossFit. And they come off the bar, or rather off the wall.
Notice their urgency here. Get to the bar, set up, make that eye contact, and we're rolling.
Head to nobleproject.com/CrossFit to shop the official training footwear and apparel of CrossFit. Advancing the bar, CrossFit Le Rapier, Progfall. They were in the yellow shirts. Time to beat 9:14. CrossFit Stad Fit to Prove in the first heat. We only saw 6 teams actually beat the time cap. Does that surprise you?
It doesn't surprise me with this element being strict, and we mentioned how different that actually is from kipping, particularly when we watched the teams that took the floor in Heat 1 and where they finished in the quarterfinals. I think this heat should have a lot more finishers.
These are the top 10 teams coming in. 10 skills in red, top of your screen, moving on. Let's check in with Mike Arsenault.
CrossFit Pro 1 Montreal finished 5th at the games last year. This is actually the first time they'll have a chance to qualify for the games while competing on their home soil. They're from Montreal, so I spoke to their coach, Rock Proteau, if this added pressure to the team competing in front of hometown fans. He actually said it's less pressure because they don't have the financial pressure or the travel pressure of going somewhere. They know where they're sleeping every night and they know what they're eating. They're keeping their same routine that they do in training. He thinks that will give them a leg up in this competition as they try to book another ticket to the games in Madison coming up later this summer.
And outside of Pete Shaw, Mike, probably the most individually decorated team competitor in this field on Pro 1 Montreal, and that's Chloe Govan-David, who leads the way in the black tank top.
Yeah, and even the things that Mike mentioned there, consistency matters. It's tremendously important. You look at these teams that sometimes get on the road, they have to travel, they're out of their normal routines, but if they can eat the same food, sleep the same way, it's going to help them optimize what they're doing on the floor.
First team to advance to their second pair was Le Rapier Progfall out of Vallée-Jonction in Quebec. Qualified 15th worldwide out of the quarterfinals.
10 skills there, dropped the bar, forgot the transition, had to go back a little.
And here comes Frederick Dubé for Pro 1. He'll be joined by Maud Riopel. They're on to their first round of 5 synchronized front squats. How do you attack these? eye contact with your partner?
Eye contact is essentially right as you go into the setup, and then literally it's working off the rhythm with the bar. You see your partner open their hips at the top, and then you're ready for the next rep.
And in this particular situation, Riopel has a lot less distance to move than Frederick Dubé, so she's kind of left hanging in a front rack for a little bit of time too.
No doubt, height can play a role in the timing of particular reps, and that's where the beauty of competing on a team comes into play.
Let her appear, Prokfal, in those yellow shirts. That's CrossFit PSC, #1 seed coming in. Nicholas Anapolsky has the dreadlocks standing in the back. He's the owner of the gym. That is Emma Lawson's gym. It's also Jack Farlow's gym, who's competing on the men's side individually. They could have a massive big weekend. Let's check in again with Mike down on the floor.
Adrian, I have a question for you. The handstand push-ups and front squats, they're very high muscular fatigue movements. You can't really try harder at either of these movements once you're tired. So what is your advice to these teams as a coach, as an athlete, to make sure you don't reach muscular fatigue and start failing reps?
Yeah, this is a very difficult part about the way this workout is elegantly, or this particular event is elegantly prescribed. I think that you have to know your own limits, and that's one of the key contributors to this whole weekend is you can't get caught up in racing the competitors. It's racing the clock. They've got to be able to be synchronized on the wall and know their particular partner's limitations so they can optimize for the best time possible.
And Sean Clark is hurting here. You know, it's funny, as much as you think the strict handstand push-ups would be a separator, it is the heavy barbell on these front squats, particularly for the men.
Yeah, and I think we've started to see this almost in different aspects within our sport where the loading, commonly what we do is go, whatever the prescribed men weight is, we move it to 70% for the females, and we're seeing that this might always be the best solution or a simple equation.
And those barbells are advanced, but that is PSC now, I think, in 10th place in this heat as we get another look at that recipe for success delivered by Trifecta.
Absolutely. The fast handstand push-ups are critical. You've got to know your limitations there. As most teams, it's going to be local muscle endurance. And then, of course, you have to make quick work of these transitions. Often the reference I make is like a NASCAR pit crew. You've got to be in and out from location to location.
Let it appear, Prokfal. Working through it. You can see Stefan Cosette really gritting it through. But in 6:58 unofficially.
Let's go.
Le Repair Prokfal will pull away with an Event 1 win.
That's exciting. And I'll tell you what, that second pair moved through that flawlessly. They weren't the fastest on their first round, but then where they really started to make up ground on 10's skills was literally through their second and third, and that's what matters. Not how you start, but how you finish.
Anne-Sophie Taschereau on the left here for 10 skills. Yannick Boyer is on the right. 10 skills CrossFit. Translated for you, Three Rivers here in Quebec.
And we just had a missed front squat there. You start to let those elbows drop, and then your mid-back starts to soften. It's bad news. Just another finisher right there across the line.
We have not even come close to times becoming a factor from Heat 1. That'll happen at 9:14. So there are points to be had here for these teams to finish in the next minute and a half. And that's going to happen in lane 10 as well. The CrossFit East Woodbridge, a former Games gym. As 10 skills is desperately trying to work through here, and Yannick Boyer trying to find it within him. Finisher in lane 7, that's Pro 1 Montreal.
And this is what's almost most challenging for competitors, Joel. You get out there on the floor, you see teams celebrating as they finish the line.
Omnia Black killing it.
And you're out there struggling. You got to reset your psyche. If you're the teammate now that has the resiliency and still can work, you've got to help pull this teammate's psyche back into focus.
And this is what we talked about in the first heat, right? If you go too early, you get a missed rep. You're just setting yourself back even further. Maybe rest more than you think you have to.
Right. Yeah, you need to. You got to be a little bit conservative in particular situations. And now what we're doing is we're watching this team here in lane 5 clawing back for an opportunity to get to pass these guys up.
This is PSC on the right side of your screen. Nick Anapolsky, Caitlin Anapolsky, they're husband and wife. They're the owners of the gym, and 10 skills will beat them. PSC is going to head back to the rig for 15 more handstand push-ups. Tyrannus Lifetree is on their final movement of the front squats. Finishing in lane 9, CrossFit Resurrection finished 8th at the games last year, although replaced both male athletes this season. Tyrannus Lifetree finishing,
Holding onto that bar.
an 18:55. Now finishes. Remember, they came out of the gate hot. First team to the barbell, ripping through the first 15 handstand push-ups, and then 18:55 hits a little bit of a brick wall. With 10:04 on the clock, about 2 minutes left to go in the heat. Still working on the handstand push-ups here for PSC.
And at this point, you got to stay in the fight. You've really got to be focused at fighting for every second, not being completely clear at where you will finish versus the teams that were out there in Heat 1. And of course, still understanding several didn't finish this workout.
And they've got plenty of time here if they can get through these front squats cleanly. 90 seconds left before the cap. For Polsky Strength and Conditioning out of Kitchener, Ontario. The Anna Polsky's there. Husband and wife pairing. Nicholas is on the right. Oh, they should have no trouble here.
No problem.
For as many issues as the front squats.
Stay back. He's got to stay back in his heels. Keep those elbows up. Great job. Good press on that.
5 up and down, and PSC finishes in 11:03. Now, also keep in mind, only 6 teams finished in the first heat. The field clears here in the second, so even a 10th place finish in the second heat, it's not great. It's not as devastating as it may seem.
Absolutely. It's very easy to be the last place team in a particular heat on the floor and feel completely discouraged. We are just getting warmed up through the course of this weekend, and there were several teams that didn't finish. They can be fine. There's opportunity to rebound.
Number 1 score, though, ultimately falls to Le Repaire Progfal. 6:52. They won by 40 seconds over Milford Team Conquer. Finished second to Mayhem back in 2015, Rich Froning's first year going team. This is how it all went down.
They started strong, and they stayed strong. Steady on the front squats. Great urgency in the transitions, but where I saw this team pull away was right here at the handstand push-ups in both pairs.
Again, this is that separator movement, or so we thought. Being able to fight and finish through these front squats, that wound up being the key. And then Pierre Progfal is with Mike Arsenault.
Thank you very much, Joel, here with CrossFit Le Repaire. First place on event number 1. Your team has never qualified for the games before. This is a great start toward that goal as we move through the weekend. What does this result mean to your team going into the final 5 events?
Well, it was the result that we were expecting for this workout. I know these guys can do handstand push-up and front squat for all day long, so me and Jess just have to keep up with their pace and try to finish in front.
High reps of handstand push-ups and very heavy front squats. What portion of that event was the most difficult for your team?
Can you repeat, please? Excuse me, I don't hear.
Handstand push-ups or the front squats? What was most difficult?
I think it was the front squat because we were all good in strict handstand, but the front squat for the male is more heavy, so that was what was a little bit stressful, but it went well, and we are happy about it.
The front squat's a little bit stressful. You couldn't tell that watching. First place for CrossFit Le Repaire here in event number 1. Rest up. We'll see you for event number 2 later today.
And I like the personality for Felix Lemay on the side. Those are the official results for event 1. 6:52, they crushed it.
Crushed it. It was a great way to kick off this weekend.
Team event 1 in the books. We're going individuals, and we're making the handstand push-ups harder. We'll tell you about it as we roll on from the Atlas Games in Montreal.
next looking to take this to match here in heat number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Pat.
The 2022 CrossFit Atlas Games semifinal is brought to you by Rogue. Don't weaken. Noble, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Thorne, the official supplement partner of CrossFit. U.S. Army, know your Army. And by Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit.
What does it take? How do I train? What do I eat? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? It all adds up. It's not about what I do. It's about what I don't do. No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows. No bull.
Hi everybody and welcome. We're going to first begin by talking about the definition of CrossFit.
All right guys, go ahead and sit back and down. Fight for that position. Push your knees apart from each other. Just like that. Excellent job.
This is a fitness that is considered broad, general, and inclusive.
What's the biggest impact I can have on this athlete right here in this second?
Castings. For simple shapes, a complete solid pattern may be used. A mold box is filled with special molding sand that is rammed home around the pattern. The molten metal, at precisely the right temperature, is poured into the mold. The assemblies are tumbled. Shaping is done with the aid of machinery, and the fine finish is evidence of the craftsmanship that has gone to their design and construction.
The reason I started using Thorne products was because Stephanie Kiedis, she was very influential in terms of what products we should use and what are the good products out there.
I always want to make sure that I'm sharing trusted companies and products with others, and Thorne definitely fits that.
NSF is a priority for me because I know it's a quality product.
NSF certification is a gold standard for supplements.
You know that what it says on the label is actually in the bottle.
Doctor said my season was totally over, but it was not only that. He told me, oh, maybe you will not be able to go back to the top of your sport. Lots of persons forgot me after injury. It was okay, we're done. Oh, next athlete. I'm really angry to show to some person that I'm not done and I can do some good stuff in CrossFit again.
Dear coach, thank you for always being running a class in the morning so before my kids,
For making sure on my strength and my weaknesses.
being a compass toward a better self, putting the need for your own, for helping me pounds last,
for help that has got me from riches,
For reaffirming and head down the age of 40.
for making me possible. Amazing coach, friend, thank you for being.
parallettes, I'll mention the depth that they have to hit. So if you want to come down to me after the event description, I'll kind of dig into these parallettes a little bit.
Welcome back to the CrossFit Atlas Games presented by Rogue Fitness. Week 4 of the semifinals season here in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Time for the individuals to go to work. It is Heat 1, Event 1 on the women's side. Mike Arsenault down on the floor alongside former CrossFit Games champ Adrian Conway. My name is Joel Godet. The rest of our crew, glad to have you along with us here on a Friday afternoon. Event number 1 on the women's side.
It's going to be 3 rounds for time, 21 calories on the ski for the men, 16 for the ladies here, 15 parallel handstand push-ups at 12 inches for the men and 8 inches for the ladies, and 90-foot front rack walking lunge at 175 for the men, 115 for the ladies.
15-minute time cap that is presented by Monster Energy. Our recipe for success to all that is delivered by Trifecta. What do you got?
2 points here. Pace the ski, don't race the ski. It's very easy to get caught up in the emotion of the event and go too fast here and then break up those handstand push-ups early and often.
We don't often see parallettes when it comes to semifinals, so Mike Arsenault has some more on those.
Thank you, Joel. In typical handstand push-ups, you would have ability to move your hands around a little bit. On these parallettes, it's pretty much 2 feet apart. So all athletes will have their hands around 2 feet apart. You mentioned the deficit, 8 inches for the women, 12 for the men. So pacing properly is going to be paramount for these athletes here on event number 1.
Mike, thank you. The other thing, Adrian, that comes into a mix here is the way that the strength of your wrist works because of the way that your hand is situated on those parallettes.
Absolutely. When we think about the parallettes, what's unique is literally your hand and wrist position. So we're commonly going to see, just like we did in the team event, where the palms are flat and open and our wrist is in a point of flexion that's much greater. But here we get more of a neutral position and our fists are closed around an apparatus. For now, it's the parallettes. It makes it much more difficult. And if athletes haven't trained this, it will show in this event.
Athletes all sequestered here, about to take the floor, and it's these final couple of minutes here, Adrian, where all you have to think about is what you're about to do or not do.
Hey, baby, it's go time right there. You're looking at either fear or they are going out there with confidence in exactly who they are and how they're going to execute. And you know what? Sometimes there's a little chatter back and forth. I can tell you that as a male competitor, when we're waiting in those pins there, it's a little jaw-jacking back and forth sometimes. The ladies tend to have more of a cold death stare, ready to take the floor because they're focused and sometimes a little catty.
And particularly in Heat 1, we saw Dani Horan in there. There's no more veteran woman in this field than her. But when you look at Heat 1, typically that's where you see some of your more inexperienced athletes who might be making an appearance at a semifinal for the first time. You've had all morning to wait around. You've had a lot of the afternoon to wait around and get warmed up. Now you are waiting in the stalls, about to be moved out onto the field, which they do now. And then the juices flow.
That's right. Listen, you really don't need a lot of chalk for this event, but you'd have to pass it to me because my hands are sweaty and I'm ready to take the floor. And I'm guaranteeing you that a lot of these young ladies, whether their experience levels are high or they're brand new to the competition floor, they're feeling every bit of this energy.
Yeah, chalk up those ski ergs, by the way. Last thing we want are the ski poles flying out of your hands. Be kind to your equipment, as your affiliate owners would appreciate.
That's always appreciated as an affiliate owner. You know it. You got to take care of the equipment, and they are going to be pulling on these ski ergs with a lot of force and power, but hopefully not too fast. We talked about that in our recipes for success. It can often be a trap to start the workout on an erg and think that you need to be first off of it.
The official event description issued by the Atlas Games, the actual verbiage is 12 or 16 cals on the ski ergs and then crush 15 parallel handstand push-ups. I appreciate the fact that they say go crush the event. And check out CrossFit affiliate programming as well. Use that QR code for a free 30-day trial of CAP, CrossFit affiliate programming. And there is Dani Horan, one of the most veteran women in this field, trying to make it back to the CrossFit Games as an individual for the 5th time. It would be her 8th overall appearance. 33 years of age. She is ranked 21st coming into this semifinal event.
And you look at the focus on Danny's face. She's been here. She knows what it takes in order to climb the leaderboard. In order for her to punch her ticket to the CrossFit Games, she noticed a deep exhale there. She's setting her mind on what she needs to do to execute. And in just a few moments, it's going to be completely tunnel vision.
Underway and onto the skier for 16 cows. You said pace the ski, don't race the ski, but 16 cows should take you how long?
You know, a lot of these athletes are going to get off this erg here in just over a minute if they pace it appropriately. If they come out the gate a little bit hot, you might even see some get off quicker than that. But what I'm looking for here from a technical proficiency standpoint is I want them to reach high and get tall in order to create the proper wattage or power output. And they're going to drop their hips down and back. Notice that they're not getting too squatty. We don't want to see the bum drop down like they're squatting, but it's almost like a hinging action as they pull with strong arms to just to about the knee or just past. And then we want to keep a high stroke frequency there on the C2 skier.
Closing in on a minute, we'll see who the first person is off of the ski erg and making their way to the parallel handstand push-ups. We do have hands in the air here, signifying the final 5 counts. And the first one to kick up is in lane 1. That's Sabrina Gordon out of CrossFit OBA, Open Box Athletics. Excuse me, Sabrina Gordon's now coming to it. It was lane 2, Stacy Laushin, that was the first one there, as we get another look at Danny Horan.
And notice her body position. Bum against the wall, knees tucked towards her elbows, and she elegantly strikes with force as her heels make contact back to the wall.
This is an interesting movement for Danny Horan to start her semifinal weekend because, Adrian, remember, she had elbow surgery back in November. Had some fragments cleared out of there and really hasn't done anything kipping pulling. It's been strict pulling for her since January. This is not a pull, but certainly it's going to put some tension on that elbow. Let's check in with Mike Arso there.
Joel, speaking of Danny Horan's elbow, she had surgery at the end of last year, and I asked her how it was feeling, and she kind of gave me a little bit of a look as I'm not sure. She tried parallettes for the first time last week, and I also asked her, you've had a tremendous CrossFit career. She's moving toward her mid-30s. What keeps her coming back? She just loves the competition and loves challenging herself. There's not a bigger challenge than trying to rebound from a serious injury. However, she did tell me, no matter what happens this weekend, this year, this is her final year of CrossFit competition, win or lose. So she's going to soak up every moment throughout the next 3 days.
So much on Danny Horan's mind between running her affiliate and competing. She does want to make it back to the games, though, mostly for her grandfather, Dan, who's been to every competition that she has ever been to in CrossFit. He's battling early-stage dementia and wants to qualify for him so that he can be there. Makes his day to watch her compete.
What a powerful motivator. We talk about athletes and their why all the time, but when you're externally driven that way, particularly for someone who loves you and cares about you, you're going to have a very, very strong, burning desire to compete at the very best level that you can.
Danny Horan right now is third in his opening heat of event 1 for the women.
Now, we've seen several athletes go to this crossover, almost what we would categorize as a genie front rack position to help them stay supported there. This takes a bit of the loading away from the shoulders that they will need to ski and to do handstand push-ups.
And you can hear some of the exertion screams from some of these athletes as they move this barbell down the floor. 90-foot front rack walking lunge at 115 pounds.
Yeah, it's not a challenging, or I'm sorry, it's not an easy weight. It's not something that you can just look at and say, oh, I'm going to go unbroken, no question. In fact, I believe that we've watched the vast majority, if not all of them, drop it at about the halfway point, and then they continue to finish.
Second of 3 rounds here. 16 cows on the skier.
And now we're back to the point where we're watching a lot of the women get back to that skier. That with the first one we saw many get off in under a minute, and it's not going to be the same way into rounds 2 and 3.
All right, let's talk about pacing a little bit. We just saw 41 strokes per minute. That's pulls of the skier on that screen. How would you pace this in terms of the numbers?
I think I want to see, for me, if I'm coaching this workout, I'd like to see something in a higher stroke rate. I want them to be pulling with less of their lats and their arms and hinging at the hips more, seeing as how that next movement that we're going to get into is a parallel handstand push-up. So I would encourage them to try to stay close to 48 to 50 plus RPMs or strokes per minute as they execute these calories.
And Stacy Laushin's in first place here, has already kicked down twice in the first 5 reps in her second round of handstand push-ups. So where does the fatigue set in?
Yeah, fatigue is your enemy here. And again, this is where you need to break them up early and often. As we start to watch athletes lock out the handstand push-ups, it's important for them to understand when they get slow, they get sticky. And as they get sticky, you're reaching for failure and fatigue.
Ellie Terrence Hiller is on the right side of your screen. She is in second place, chasing Stacy Laushin. 28-year-old out of CrossFit Progression in Rochester, Minnesota. Competed locally at the Granite Games last year on a team. Her affiliate finished 17th at the Granite Games. And back to Dani Horan. I think for her, it has to be little goals, right, Adrian? She starts in Heat 1. Can I be in Heat 2 on Saturday and then make some moves and try to get myself in the final 10 on Sunday?
Absolutely, yeah. You gotta start small. Allow yourself to build some momentum. Have clarity on the perspective throughout the weekend. And what I like here, even about the ladies as they advance to their second round of these lunges, is both of them ran to the barbell, understanding it's a great temptation to want to walk and take your time, and of course, by all means, recover. This ain't the time.
Ellie Terrence Hiller here, 24-year-old out of Vestavia, Alabama, CrossFit Laminin. Also competed on a team last year at semifinals. Finished 13th at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge. These two are still in first and second place. Jackie Violette pushing the envelope in third place right now as you get another look at Laushin. But here you have it. 2 athletes that competed team last year at semifinals, making the jump to the individual ranks. That's a progression for a lot of these athletes.
It is, and it's something that I used throughout my career as well, where I had the opportunity to compete on a team, make it to the CrossFit Games, understand that I felt as though I belonged there, and it gave me great confidence to come to a semifinal or regional level and compete head-to-head with others.
And there's no shame in going team. You've got some gold.
Absolutely not. Yeah, and we're seeing this as a point to many young developing athletes, and even those in the prime of their career. They're choosing team, not because it's a lesser pursuit, but it's a different pursuit.
Hannah Mrochek is on the bottom of Dani Horan, left of screen. Those 2 athletes are in 4th and 5th. Terrence Hiller here is like a half a foot in second, but actually drops the barbell first and will make it back to the handstand push-up wall. The pink shorts, back to the skier. Let's check in with Mike.
Adrian, as I'm watching these walking lunges, as a mere mortal, it's making my wrists hurt to stay in that front rack position for so long. At this level of performance, these high-level athletes, is that even a concern for them whatsoever, that wrist pain, having that potential flexibility issues, or is that a non-factor at this level?
Well, I'll tell you what, Mike, we see it all the time at the affiliate level, so mere mortals, of course it's a struggle. For a lot of these advanced athletes, however, this should be just another movement and another day with a barbell in the front rack position, as this position is extremely common when it comes to the demand of our sport. Now, I will say, though, we've seen a lot transition from that loose fingertip grip with their elbows high to more of a genie-type grip with their hands crossed in front of their body.
And how about the mix here for Dani Horan? She had the arms crossed, she went wide, and now comes back.
There we go. And really what we're trying to do for her, what she's attempting here, is to find some moment of relief. Right, she's trying to take some tension away from her wrists and her hands, as Mike mentioned, and also set herself up for success as she goes to have to really use them in both the ski and the handstand push-up.
She'll set that barbell for her final 90-foot front rack walking lunge and make it back to the ski erg. This is round 3 for Dani Horan and those athletes ahead of her. She's currently in 4th.
And there's part of me that's sick in the head enough to say, I'm not going to allow the genie grip. The prescription here for me is going to be, you got to keep the bar in your hands, loose fingertip grip, elbows high, show me what you got. But I appreciate the fact that they give them this autonomy to call the pivot as an athlete and still keep the bar up there and keep working on.
Stacy Laushin again out of Rochester, Michigan. This is her first individual competition. We talked about her making the jump from team. But making the jump to individual is one thing. Showing up at a semifinal for your first individual competition and leading a heat. Welcome to the game.
Hey, welcome to the big show. And what better way than, 45 handstand push-ups at an 8-inch deficit on parallettes.
And we see the fatigue and the break right there. Now, we talked about this on the team side. How much time do you wait before you go again?
Right.
Not much, clearly.
Yeah, and it's about knowing yourself. She got a no rep there, so she might just need to go to singles even. And it's a place where this is a hard decision to make as an athlete because it's humbling, but you've got to do what allows you to continue to move.
Now, I say this is only 15. 15 is a lot when you're this fatigued. But you also have to pace yourself because Ellie Terrence Hiller is down on the other end of the floor, also making her way through the handstand push-ups, and now she's done. So Hiller back to the barbell for her final 90 feet of that walking lunge.
And here we go. Hiller is in the position now to have control of this heat because of the lead and the way this movement plays out. She's going to get to look left and right. She's going to get an opportunity to drop the bar when she needs to, but also understand there are a couple of heats to come after.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is she is not necessarily being chased by people immediately behind her. She's being chased by 20 women that have not even thought about walking out onto the floor yet. So every second matters with just 4 minutes to go before the cap. And before you even worry about the next two heats, you also have to worry about Jackie Violette coming up on your right.
That's right. Jackie has gotten off her handstand push-ups each and every round slightly quicker than the athletes around her. She might lose some time on the lunge, might lose some time on the ski, but every time she gets back to that wall, she makes up time on the field that's advancing ahead of her.
Three and a half minutes left until the cap. I tell you what, though, I'm impressed by Ellie Terrence Hiller. Because if you look at her quarterfinal finishes, she was 135th, so she needed a backfill to get here. But her first three quarterfinal finishes, 30th, 11th, and 47th, took a huge hit on the strength event, 754th worldwide. But the capacity is there, and she's demonstrating it here in Event 1.
She's demonstrated it right here in Event 1. And she got it.
And she is done unofficially in inside of 12 minutes. Welcome to the semifinals, Ellie Terrence Hiller.
Good for her. And she got an opportunity to execute with a moderately heavy load. I mean, that's not easy to do for 270 feet in a workout.
And now you've got Jackie Violette, who has put the barbell down. And she does have pressure coming from behind. Stacy Laushin has come off of the wall and is about, I don't know, what would you say, 30 feet back?
Yep, about another 30 feet behind, but definitely hit a bit of a wall there as she chose to drop the bar. It looks like she's going for the finish here. One big step. There we go.
Violette will finish. Former Games athlete as a teenager back in 2017. She is welcomed into the elite semifinal level.
Hey, we talked about being a young field. There's another one.
2 minutes left until the cap here in Event 1. Stacy Laushin got out to that early lead. She led for about the first round and a half of this 3-round event. 16 cows on the skier, 15 parallel deficit handstand push-ups, and then this 90-foot front rack walking lunge at 115 pounds. Probably about 2 more reps here.
Yep. Got to stand it up. Get that foot past the line. Stand that rep up. Good.
Phenomenal fight in 13:35 for Stacy. And now Danny Horan is the closest to finishing back out on the field.
Yeah, right there in lane 5, took a brief break. Lane 6 creeping.
This is a wide open field on the women's side, Adrian. Danny Horan has half of the individual CrossFit Games appearances in this entire field. And they will call time. So Horan will not finish, but she does come the closest to it from everybody still out there. That is 4th place in the heat. It is wide open. She's been 4 of the 8 times that the women in this field have gone to the games.
Yeah, a lot of experience there. And you know, we mentioned this already. Times and seasons in life have led to us seeing a fitter, Danny Horan, take the stage. But she's out there still fighting for every point she can scrap.
And you got to fight off the youngsters with Ellie Terrence-Hiller really coming through with an early heat win.
Absolutely. And an opportunity to shock the world for her, right? People come in, we announce, we talk about who the favorites are. And Hiller's going to have an opportunity now to really have her name be identified throughout the course of the weekend.
Unofficial results on the left side of your screen. Let's take a look at how it broke down for Ellie Terrence-Hiller.
Efficiency and understanding on these kipping deficit handstand push-ups here on these parallettes. And then you just got to do a little grunt work on this lunge, right? The pain's going to be there, the discomfort's going to be there, but she showed great fortitude every time she picked up that barbell. The self-awareness round after round to be able to break up the handstand push-ups is huge, and what we're really going to even see in heats 2 and 3 to come. And there's nothing better than that final step when you're doing lunges to finish an event.
Replay brought to you by Rogue Fitness. And the time to beat established by Ellie Terrence-Hiller. Unofficially, 11:59 is the number we're looking at here as we get set for heat number 2. The Atlas Games, presented by Rogue Fitness, Women's Event 1, Heat 2, here in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. With Mike Arsenault down on the floor. Adrian Conway is the former CrossFit Games team champion. I'm just a guy that does CrossFit, Joel Gadek. Glad to have you along with us and the rest of our team. The event description is brought to us by Monster Energy.
And it's 3 rounds for time, 16-calorie ski for these ladies, 15 parallel handstand push-ups at 8 inches, and a 90-foot front rack walking lunge at 115 pounds. That's 3 rounds for time.
Recipe for success, as always, delivered by Trifecta.
And I'll tell you, the recipes for success are going to be pace the ski, don't race the ski. We saw it's pretty insignificant in Heat 1. And then to break up the handstand push-ups early and often.
Allison Scuds right in the middle of the field. I'd say maybe you're most likely to move up into the final heat on Sunday, or rather on Saturday, or certainly gunning for that to try to put herself in that top 10 mix.
Absolutely. We know a lot about her. She's been around for many years, and we see her coach right there queuing her up. Get that eye of the tiger going, and let's do it.
Justin Kotler in the background, head coach of Underdogs Athletics. I think maybe was more famous last week than Alex Kazan, who qualified for his team. The way that he gets hyped for his athletes, gotta love that in a coach.
You do love it. He's got the knowledge, but he's also got the presence and attitude.
Heat 2 underway, on to the skier, 16 cows.
Here we go. Same kind of thing that we're looking for here from a technical proficiency site. We want to see the athletes hinge at the hips. The knees will soften, but the bum goes down and back. It looks more like a kettlebell swing or more like a deadlift and less like a squat. They're going to pull with force. We've got some really good power being created right there on that cycle. Notice she's using even her abs as she flexes there at the hip and really pulls down on those ski erg handles.
That's Haley Hunter in the pink top. Just next to her, Nikki Matarazzo. Hand in the air for the final 5 cows. For the 31-year-old out of Newmarket, Ontario. And there is Allison Scudds pacing the ski.
Yeah. Now you look at her body language, and what she's showing us is, hey, guys, I'm here for the rest of this event. You guys can go ahead and beat me to the wall. I'm trying to beat you to the finish line.
That is an angry and determined look on Allison Scudds' face. And look at the way she paces the handstand push-ups as well. There is a calmness to this.
Absolutely, and that's efficiency at its finest. You know, allow your movement to cost your body as little energy as possible. And then even a veteran like Allie kicking off the wall early, even though she could have gone big there, but we know that just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Logan Philo-Los in lane 9, middle of screen. Lexi Little-Neely in the purple top on the right side of screen out of 3 Kings in Indianapolis. Really good gymnastics skill. Maybe a little bit of a sleeper here in Heat 2. Out to the barbell. First in lane 2, that was Tori Dyson, and comp train athlete.
And Tori Dyson is making slight work of these front rack walking lunges. Look at the cadence. She doesn't even gather her feet. She is literally lunging into the next step, smooth, calm, looking like this is going to be a strong part of this event for her.
Tori's the kind of athlete that makes you angry as a regular athlete at home. She qualified for the semifinals accidentally, retired from competition back in 2020, has done it casually. She said she tests all the workouts that they put on the CompTrain app up at CrossFit New England and working with Ben Bergeron. So she said, hey, must work, because she just does that every day, and, well, here she is.
Yeah, and it turns out, hey, I still got some fitness. If that doesn't break the heart of all of the athletes that really fought tooth and nail to try to get to an event like this, I don't know what will.
27-year-old who is now neck and neck to her right. Gabrielle Auker came up. And I tell you what, you're already seeing it here in this second heat. The way these athletes are attacking this 90 feet of walking front rack lunges, a little bit different than what we saw in Heat 1.
Absolutely very different, and we just noticed the body language, the distance that they cover before they decided to break up the lunge. And there's still some gamesmanship involved here, meaning that there are girls that make this first round look easy, and it might be a completely different story as they go back for that second and third round of lunges. So we still have a lot of this event left.
Tori Dyson still working the erg. Well, it makes Rich Froning famous, right? He's not necessarily going to beat you on round 1. But when you're tired on round 3, that's how you win 4 CrossFit Games championships.
Absolutely.
Head to nobleproject.com/CrossFit and shop the official training footwear and apparel of CrossFit. Let's check in with Mike Arsenault.
I asked Allison Scudds, I said, well, this is your 6th year trying to qualify as an individual for the CrossFit Games. Why is this year going to be your year? She had a 2-word answer for me: underdog athletics. This is the first full competition year she's been training with that group, and she says the group that she trains with pushes her each and every day. They beat her quite a few times during workouts, during events, but it's that competition that is really striving her forward and is really fueling her progress here as she looks to book her first spot to the CrossFit Games here in 2022.
Well, Mike, thank you. Week 1, Ricky Gerard qualifies out of the Torian Pro for the underdogs. And you get Alex Kazan last week. Matt DeLugos, probably with a higher pull-up bar, is qualifying out of the Granite Games.
I completely agree. That's a whole separate conversation we probably need to be diving into.
But it's been a really good semifinal season for the underdogs is the underlying story there. And Allison Scudds is trying to continue that dominance here in week 4.
Absolutely. And when we look at what
I forgot Danielle Brandon, by the way.
Hey,
yeah.
Hey, don't forget the one that was most dominant, right? But when we think about atmosphere, it's extremely important, as we showed Tori Dyson there, gathering her thoughts and gathering how she needs to attack this next set of handstand push-ups. Environment is everything for a competitive athlete. Every day, if they have to wake up and grind, quote-unquote, alone, that's a challenge, and it's very difficult. Even as we understand what Tori experiences at CompTrain and in Boston there, she's got a great community around her that pushes her daily, athletes that she can also push, and it really starts to show its fruits on the competition floor.
Not that Tori gets the opportunity to do that every day, but if she wants to, go drop in, work out with Amanda Barnhart, work out with Sydney Mikulishin, work out with Chandler Smith.
Absolutely. And you can't ever shortchange the atmosphere, right? We've got atmosphere here where, to me, the reason that it's great to be back at the Atlas Games is because we got a crowd. We got an audience. We got people that are actually here yelling and screaming at these athletes at the top of their lungs to encourage them to keep fighting on.
We got the VIP seats down field side. It's like the Queen's box. I like it.
Oh, absolutely. And as an athlete, it means absolutely everything. And here's why. You are doing an event where you're advancing the bar back and forth. If you got your people, if you got your coach at one end or the other, you got your family, boy, there's nothing that's a greater motivator to get those 2 more steps across that line or to keep that barbell up there for 10 more reps than to see those people that are so special to you out there in the audience.
Tori Dyson still in the lead here. This is the back end of round 2, the 90-foot front rack walking lunges at 115 pounds. Elena Buds has made a move in the middle of your screen. She's now past Allison Scudds, although Scudds just passed her right back. Scudds is in the green. Buds is just in front of her.
Rep for rep, and what I'm watching here as we watch these girls slug it out is really their body language.
Let's check in with Mike.
Adrian, I mentioned this in the first heat, but I'm seeing all of these women use this front rack position, and you mentioned at this caliber of athlete that it's rare that they're going to feel that fatigue that most of us at our normal gyms would feel walking lunge for this long. I am seeing some athletes, however, eschew the traditional front rack for crossing their arms over. Typically, when I'm in a front rack, that's what I do. Why wouldn't you just start with that position throughout the entirety of the event and save any wrist pain? What is the advantage to doing a traditional front rack?
You know, I'll tell you, Mike, it could be the foreign position to them, right? As a competitor, it's not often that you think, well, I'll be allowed to use this genie-type grip where I cross my arms. So it could be so foreign to them in training that they don't just get the bar up there and do it as a point of intended reservation. They're literally doing it to find immediate relief right now. So they are starting to feel the burn in their forearms and in their shoulders. That open, loose fingertip grip with the elbows high continues to fatigue the musculature that's needed for the ski and for the handstand push-ups.
How about Matarazzo? Just hit the gas for about 4 steps. Put some distance between her and Allie Scudds for the moment. Elena Buds was second back to the skier, so she has now firmly separated herself from the pack right behind Tori Dyson, and now Allison Scudds will come in 4th.
And we know this about Scudds. She struggles with strength movements, right? Particularly those moderate heavy loads for lots of repetitions. And what I'm interested to see is how she enters this 3rd round onto that ski erg and what her pace looks like for these 2 movements. Because she knows if she's too far behind on that barbell, she's not going to be able to make up time on these other girls when they get to that front rack lunge.
14-minute time cap. A recipe for success once again delivered by Trifecta, talking about pacing the ski. I think in round 3 it probably paces itself for you, doesn't it?
It really does. At this point in the workout, you know, your overall heart rate and the amount of duress that your body's seen, you're pacing the ski so you can get to the handstand push-up and still be productive, not standing there creating what we call dead time in a workout.
40% off your first order at Trifecta. Use the code CrossFit. Check out that QR code. It'll be there for you all week. Some chalk time, some gathering of your breath here for Tori Dyson. This is her final round of 15 parallel handstand push-ups.
Wow. And she's still making those look easy. Great body position. Notice how she allows her upper back and her butt to make contact with the wall in the bottom. Boy, that puts her in a powerful position to use her lower body to help her upper body to extend those arms.
And now Bud's here. part of what they call the Free Three, who are here. 3 athletes from CrossFit Free in New Hampshire, the most well-represented affiliate at this competition.
Wow, the Free Three, I like it.
.345 until the cap, and now Dyson's going to take a break.
Yeah, and there's a couple things going through her mind here, I'll be honest. It's not just what's left with handstand push-ups, but am I ready to finish this now? Because then I got to pick up that barbell, and there's some pain waiting for me on the other end of that thing.
Time to beat 11:59, which just seems grosser now than it did when it happened in the first heat.
Absolutely. They were out there executing in heat 1.
Ellie Terrence Hiller has that time to beat. Only 3 athletes finished in the first heat. Tori Dyson has a minute to execute this 90-foot walking lunge.
And we are just watching her pull away from the field right now as no one's yet ready to approach the barbell other than Tori. She's still making slight work of that lunge, but she's definitely breathing hard at this point.
And this is one of those situations, again, where she's so far ahead of her field, but you've got to worry about the heat still to come, and you got to worry about those times from heat 1 that might start to factor in.
You are, in fact, racing the ghosts of Event 1 past and Event 1 future, so you can't play around.
30 seconds left to go until that time to beat. And Tori Dyson, who came out so hot on those first 10 steps, you can see the fatigue now. There's a couple of ways to approach this, and it looks like Ellie Terrence Hiller is still going to have the time to beat going into heat 3. Adrian, do you rack this barbell and see how far I can get and bite off chunks, or do you say 4 steps, drop it, breathe? 4 more steps, drop it, breathe?
At this point in the workout, you're responding to your body more than you'd like to admit, right? We can all write it down on paper before we take the floor and say, hey, I've got a game plan, hey, I've got an idea, but at this point, you're really getting close to redlining. As we even watch Tori struggle a little bit, she stammers her steps. But you're going to do whatever you can to finish as fast as you can.
That heat 1 time from Ellie Terrence Hiller will stand going into heat 3, 11:59.
And folks, if you're watching this out here as we watch this lunge get executed, notice how the ladies are driving through their heel and pulling their body forward into that lead leg. The posterior, your glutes, your hamstrings, your lower back, completely lit up. To start the weekend with this kind of duress, as we watch Tori Dyson inch towards the finish line, this is going to create some serious delayed onset muscle soreness and fatigue for the rest of the weekend.
Tori Dyson, just inside 13 minutes, leads the way in heat 2. She does not, however, have the overall lead. She's actually in 3rd right now. Jackie Violette from the first heat also finished better than that. You can see just the absolute devastation of that.
And that's submission right there, right? I'm done. It's relief, but you're submitting to whatever you actually feel at this point.
And now it is a true race against the clock. 30 seconds until the cap. Nikki Matarazzo will be next here.
She made it.
1 more step. She is done. Elena Buds will be right behind her. But Allison Scuggs just dropped the bar at the middle of the field with only 15 seconds to go.
And every line's going to count. She's got to get past. If she can get another one, it'll help her.
Buds is done. 9 seconds before the cap. Scuggs will not finish. And Scuggs has to hurry because Lexi Neely is coming up on her heels in lane 10. And we hit the cap. Scuggs does edge her out by about 4 feet. But Tori Dyson accidentally got herself here and then accidentally won herself a heat.
Got a dub. And you'll notice the shoes off. Hey, man, when the shoes come off immediately, you know it's serious.
I got to get myself some of those Nobles, though. Good soles on there. 12:59, but a minute behind Ellie Terrence Hiller.
Hey, they caught us off guard. Heat 1. They went to work.
Matarazzo second, and then Elena Buds some 12 seconds behind.
Crush that.
She did crush that. No.
Thank you.
I've never seen a more tired fist bump in my life than the one Buds just gave. Take a look at how Tori Dyson laid this thing out.
strong lunges out the gate. Steady work at the parallel handstand push-ups. Very strong body positions there. And she finished the workout a lot like she started that thing. Steady and strong. Had to break up those lunges a good bit on the back half.
It really was almost on pace to take the overall event lead, but the lunges really caught up to her. She had about 90 seconds, remember, when she came off the handstand push-ups before the time to beat. Tori Dyson has the Heat 2 win, but 11:59 is still the time to beat. The top 2 times still from Heat 1 as we get set for Heat 3.
Thanks. Oh my gosh. Thanks. Nice job. Oh my God. Those lunges were so bad.
Welcome back to the Atlas Games presented by Rogue Fitness here in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, alongside the CrossFit Games team champion Adrian Conway. Mike Arsenault down on the floor. My name is Joel Godet. This is event 1 for the women. It is brought to us by Monster Energy.
Yeah, and this event is 3 rounds for time, 16 calorie ski, 15 parallel handstand push-ups at 8-inch deficit, and a 90-foot front rack walking lunge at 115 pounds. And they're working through this 3 rounds.
The old recipe for success delivered by Trifecta. It's all about pacing yourself early.
It's all about pacing. Pace the ski, don't race the ski. It's easy to get out with high emotion and fatigue yourself too soon. And then, of course, you've got to break early and often on those handstand push-ups to give yourself a chance at a fast finish.
Wide open field in the Atlas Games. Could it be the youngest amongst them that winds up making the most headlines? Emma Lawson is the reigning champion at the CrossFit Games for the 16 and 17-year-old division. She's not doing the age group online qualifier this year. All eggs in this basket.
I love it. All in, says Emma. I'm here to stay, and I'm going to be here for a while. I'm excited to watch her go out on the floor and execute this workout.
Freya Moosberger is in lane 5. Right next to her, Paige Powers is in lane 6. All 3 of them are young guns.
Young guns all around.
And Paige Powers is only 19.
Yep. Next gen, baby, coming in, and she's coming out of Tennessee with the Mayhem crew.
Never heard of it.
I'll introduce you sometime. This is that eye of the tiger focus here. We're moments away. These ladies getting an opportunity that they've been dreaming about.
16 calories on this Concept 2 ski erg. The time to beat is 11:59.
And again, some of the focuses here with body position and alignment are, we want to watch the chest drop. That's not a bad thing. We want to watch the butt go back as they're able to use their upper body to really create momentum into that ski erg. And optimally, we're watching high stroke rates so that they can save some energy in their lats and their arms and not pre-fatigue those for those handstand push-ups.
Is the approach different because this is a CALS workout as opposed to skiing for meters, which is another setting that you could use in your gym at home?
It could be. In different scenarios, Joel, what I would say is if these calories contributed more to the outcome of the workout, I'd say we got to pull hard, we got to be more aggressive. But I want my athlete to stay more aerobic, meaning I want these contractions to feel easier for them versus if this particular movement was more of a dictator.
Caroline Connors, no surprise, was first one to the handstand push-up wall. We feature all the young guns. Don't forget the people that have actually been to the games before. 2 times for Caroline Connors.
Can't forget it. And in a workout like this, that awareness and experience is going to pay off in droves.
Callista Lang is in lane 9. Was on Spicy Little Mamas last year that competed at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Championship in the team division.
And I'm sure that experience on Spicy Little Mamas is going to help her now be able to take this to the individual side and execute.
Honestly, I just want to say Spicy Little Mamas as many times as I can this weekend.
Well, that's why I threw it back at you.
Yeah. First on to the walking 90-foot front rack lunge is Caroline Connors. CrossFit MF in Portland, Maine.
We talked about grip a lot. She's already executing that loose fingertip grip, high elbows. Notice that she does gather her steps, which means she goes to that parallel stance position before executing the next rep. This is a way to pace it a bit more.
Tell you what, though, the kids are coming because as Caroline Connors is moving, Emma Lawson is not stopping, coming up on her left. It'll be right of your screen.
Right there in the middle of lane 5, we got Freya had to go back to a previous line because she got a no rep.
And Lawson just put the bar down. Let's check in on Emma with Mike Arsenault.
Emma Lawson, the #1 seed coming into the Atlas Games, and I don't know if it picked up on the broadcast, but she got the loudest cheers of any other athlete here in heat number 3. So a lot of pressure on the teenager. I asked her, all the chatter on social media is that you're the favorite, you're expected to win here. Does that add the pressure to you? She said, I try not to think about it. I just want to do what I can, execute my game plan. My question for you, Adrian, if you were her coach, there would be a tendency in event number 1, she wants to start with 100 points, maybe pressing the accelerator a little bit too much. So if you were in her ear, what would you tell her before starting this event?
You know, it's simple. To run your race, don't get caught up in racing the field. We are here for 6 events, not 1, and it's very easy to get caught up in this emotional atmosphere with all this excitedness going on around her, and I'd want her to focus simply on executing and running her race.
Mel O'Brien talked about that last week at the Granite Games too. It's hard for her to go on Instagram sometimes because she sees all the positive comments, which is great. Positivity's awesome, but you don't want it to get in your head that there are so many expectations. Break down the skiering form here for me for Emma Lawson because she's almost short arming at the top.
Yeah, so again, what we referenced is that you want to keep the stroke rate high. She pulls just to about her knee level, and then she's getting that ski erg right back up. Now, she might not be really maximizing her reach at the top, but because she continually cycles at a faster rate, it's going to help keep her heart rate composed, and it's going to cost her shoulders less fatigue as she gets to that calorie expenditure.
And she finishes up with her second round of 16 cals on the ski erg, right back to those handstand push-ups. And Caroline Connors is still your leader.
Now, notice her hand position on those parallettes. It's easy for me to say from here, but I would like to see them just a touch further back from the wall so that her head, as it comes forward, creates more of a stable base instead of her hands and head being in the same line. It's working for her right now. Most athletes would have difficulty in staying on the wall when they consecutively string together reps.
In case you're wondering at home, Caroline Connors, also Caroline Spencer, did get married a couple of weeks ago, but Caroline Connors still for this competition officially. Her husband, Austin Spencer, is competing on the men's side.
That's a pretty fit household. I wonder if that made for a stressful wedding planning experience.
Well, so they did beg CrossFit not to send them to the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge because that was the week of their wedding.
It's fair.
We are unavailable. Connors has fallen behind, though, because Paige Powers has now made a move. Young ones rise up, 19 years of age in the blue shorts, and it's Lawson who's now in second behind her.
Yeah, and it's really great to watch Paige Powers take the lead in this workout. I'll be honest, she is not a short-statured individual. If you notice the distance from the barbell with even her elbow position, that's a long way for her to travel to lock out those parallettes at the top. And of course, this lunge weight for her looks like she's handling it with no problem. If she has a lead going into this final round here, coming back to the barbell, it's going to be in trouble for the rest of the field.
115 pounds on that bar as Powers takes a break. We made the allusion earlier to Rich Froning.
Yes.
Pace it early and then lay the hammer down in round 3. Who does she train under? Rich Froning.
That's right. A very methodical approach. It's all about how you finish, not necessarily how you start. And she's executing that right now. One thing to be mindful of for these athletes as they reach a point of fatigue is to make sure that they continue to have a relatively wide base in their lunge. They get pretty narrow with their stance, and it makes it difficult.
And that was an important thing that Paige Powers just did there as well. You talk about the high-level athletes in this sport. She looked at the judge and said, "Am I clear?" Yes, and she dropped the ball. And those are the little things you get from training with people like Rich and the Mayhem team as well, because how many times have you seen somebody drop the bar? That's a no rep. You've got to go back and walk across the line forward.
And it costs you everything, really, right? Because not only are you losing time, but you're losing momentum mentally there as well. So there's a physical draw, but you got to stay focused.
11:59 is the score by Terrence Taylor. I think that's going to go down now that we're here in Heat 3, because that is 5 minutes away, and these athletes are on their third round.
Absolutely. And now we're watching this here. So Paige has a different style than Emma, and we'll see if this pays off for her. She's reaching and pulling with more force and power, and it looks even a little different than when she started the workout. She could be feeling good. It's a good sign for her.
It almost looks more stressful for Emma Lawson. And Paige Powers is way ahead of her. Monster Hydro, hard charging hydration.
Paige kicking up for her final set of parallel handstand push-ups. Good body position. You'll notice here from her hands are further from the wall. Now she's got a longer stature, so it's going to be more important for that leverage for her. But this is an advantageous position. We're in the final round, folks, and she's racking out sets of 9 now for her rep count.
Is she resting for a beat at the top of each of these?
It looks like it, and I think there's a good and a bad trade-off there. Your time under tension, triceps may fatigue, but it allows you to stay on the wall when you can use your whole entire body for each and every rep, the way that she's maximizing hers.
Lawson's doing the same thing.
Yep. And at this point, they're really trying to purchase any moment of freedom for the opportunity to breathe. Paige glances over at Emma and notices this is an opportunity for me. She's taking it.
And Paige Powers is off of the wall.
And this is bad news for the field here.
Paige Powers came into this event as the 3 seed, her first year training in Cookeville, down at CrossFit Mayhem.
Adrian, a question for you about the strategy. We've seen so far through 2 heats, only 6 women finish this event. Everyone else has been time capped. Would these women in Heat 3 pay attention to that in the warm-up area? And if so, would that change their strategy at all, knowing how difficult this event is turning out to be?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big point and a big advantage for these women to be in the final heat. They get to hear the call taking place. They get to know. They get to see the body language as athletes leave the floor. It's not that they actually get to watch it go down per se, but it creates a whole different perspective for them on how they'll attack it and the way that they should in order to maximize and, of course, potentially beat those times that are already set in the heats before them.
Adrian, you talked about the atmosphere. Paige Powers just asked for it. And she was able to utilize that break because she's not really racing the ghost field. She knows the time to beat is 11:59. There are no more athletes coming. If there's no one behind me, I'm going to take my break. I'm going to get fresh. And Paige Powers at the Atlas Games 2022 has a semifinal event win.
With a huge smile, thumbs up, cheers to her people and the crowd. Look at that body language compared to what we saw in other heats. And it's going to be tremendously different even as we watch these other athletes like Emma prepare herself to finish. When you are the leader, when you finish first, the fatigue feels different. The energy feels different, and you create momentum for the next event. It's almost like a super surge of power that you get, even though you just experienced everything that all the other competitors did.
No pun intended.
That's right.
We've still got a minute until the time to beat.
One extra step for Emma. Yep.
So Emma Lawson drops the barbell. She is in second.
And we've got Freya here lining up right in the middle, attempting to finish this workout, but there's two ladies right at her heels here. She's getting past.
Carolyn Prevot, who, oh, by the way, has just kind of been an under-the-radar wild card in this event. Moosbrugger will beat her.
Wow.
So Freya comes
Great
in
awareness
third.
by Freya.
And
Great
now
awareness.
Carolyn Prevot, the second most veteran games athlete at this competition. We talked about 0 times in that event.
She's going to get a lot of time to shine.
She just did a Cole Sager. Ride fourth all the way to Madison. You know, you rack up a whole lot of really good finishes while everybody else steals the spotlight.
That's it.
And then you get where you need to be.
Consistency kills. Consistency kills. One more big step here.
Oh, excuse me. I said that was
across.
I had that back. That was Primo.
Yeah. Primo in 8. Connor's just finished.
This is Hattie Canyo falling across
Rolls
in
across.
lane 2. Now Erin O'Donnell.
She's going to have to take one more. That deadly extra step is a killer.
We still have 3 athletes, though, working through the handstand push-ups. And the time cap is going to become a factor in Heat 3.
Chalk it up. Hey, you don't have enough chalk, put it on your body, put it anywhere you can, a little behind your ears before this final lunge, and let's go to work.
Amy Morton has made her way to the barbell. So too has Mira Kim Couvret. That's who you see right of screen. Still working is Callista Lang on the handstand push-ups. And this is one of those spots, Adrian, where if you hit failure, you just kind of hit failure.
And you got to welcome it at this point. You're setting yourself up for an opportunity to earn and scratch and claw every point that you can to start the weekend off. And the plan is out the window. The time cap is quickly approaching in about 50 seconds. And these ladies are going to fight for every line they can cross.
Now is one of those situations where you don't put it down. Now is one of those situations where you are going.
And if the weight folds you, it folds you. But you don't choose to put it down. The weight chooses for you to put it down.
Couvret marching at the bottom of screen. 2-time Games athlete. Pro 1 Montreal on the team side. And now Callista Lang, by the way. Oh my, we talked about hitting failure on the handstand push-ups. Hit the gas once she came off the wall. Couvret, with 10 seconds left to go in the heat, will be able to finish.
What a great finish.
The question is whether or not Amy Morton can do the same. And she will not. And we hit the time cap at 14 minutes. 8 finish in the final heat of what turned into, through all 3 heats, a devastating opening test.
It was well programmed. What a way to start this off in Event 1.
But Paige Powers, hello.
Hello, what a statement. I mean, methodically working through 10:09, not even close for second place. Emma Lawson coming in at 10:56, and then Freya at 11:16.
Well, she wasn't in the lead from the beginning, just kind of bided her time.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got to pace it out the gate, right? We talked about this. Pace, don't race on the ski. Know yourself on the handstand push-ups. Break them early and often. And grind here through the lunge, and Paige showed us how to do that.
Paige Powers was 21st in the semifinals last year. Looking to make that jump into the top 5 here at the Atlas Games and make a CrossFit Games debut. 100 points in the bank, and she gets to talk to Mike Arsenault.
Paige, not only did you collect 100 points here in event number 1, you smashed the competition, beating your closest competitor by almost 2 minutes. Why was this such a successful event for you?
I think just overall working out,
with the crew at Rich's Barn. We do a ton of parallel handstand push-ups, a ton of lunges, obviously a ton of ski erg as well. So I think just the overall volume and intensity that I've been training has...
I mean, you made event number 1 look relatively easy, especially compared to the field. You mentioned the parallel handstand push-ups and the walking lunges. What gave you the most difficulty of those 2 movements?
Definitely the walking lunges. Those just smoked my shoulders and breathing, and then I was kind of almost able to recover on the ski and the parallettes.
You're in the 3rd heat, so there was a lot of difficulty. Only 6 women in the first 2 heats actually even finished that event. Are you paying attention to that at all in the warm-up area, or are you just focused on performing your own race?
A little bit of both. I definitely kept like an eye in and ear out for what previous heats were doing, and I kind of knew I practiced faster than the actual time out there. So just sticking with my game plan, and that was a little bit of reassurance to do that.
The game plan worked. 100 points here on event number 1.
Yeah, you know, she rested on the deficit handstand push-ups.
No big deal, and it looked like she was banging them all out in about 2 sets, so that's extremely important.
Men's event 1 coming up next in Montreal. Time for men's event number 1 here at the Atlas Games. Week 4 of the CrossFit Semifinals, presented by Rogue here in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, alongside the CrossFit Games team champion Adrian Conway. Mark Arsenault is down on the floor. My name is Joel Gaudette. Let's take a look at event number 1 that's brought to us by Monster Energy.
We've got 3 rounds for time, 21 calories on the ski erg, 15 parallel handstand push-ups for the men at 12 inches of depth, 90-foot front rack walking lunge at 175 pounds.
This is a 14-minute time cap for this event. The recipe for success, that is, as always, delivered by Trifecta. How do you go about this thing?
I go about it a couple ways. The first one is that we want to pace the ski, don't race the ski, getting caught up in this environment that is very easy to go from 0 to 100 quick. And then, of course, break up these handstand push-ups early and often, because it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish.
First of 3 on the men's heat side. Seeds 21 through 30. We saw some mayhem magic with Paige Powers in Heat 3 for the women. Logan Ewing at the top of that start list in Lane 1 is the second CrossFit Mayhem athlete competing in this competition this weekend.
They've been well represented at all semifinals so far this season, I'll say that.
Well, we know one thing. If Paige Powers says I do a lot of parallettes and skis and lunges working out at Mayhem, we know exactly what Logan Ewing is doing.
Absolutely. Similar stimulus all the way around. They love complex movements in high volume.
He's the 28th seed. He was a backfill. He said it was the most stressful 4 weeks of his young life until he got that invitation to make it to a semifinal event. Relocated to Cookeville, Tennessee from Loveland, Colorado, where I have been to his family's gym. We are underway here in heat number 1, men's event number 1. Now we saw the women take about a minute on the ski erg. On the men's side, what are we looking for?
It's going to play out pretty similar here. You're looking at about a minute, a little bit over for some. And of course, there's going to be some speedsters that get out and try to get off this thing as quickly as they can. We'll probably watch them, likely be passed within the first 2 rounds of this workout. In my mind, when I pace something like this, I'm literally like, hey, as long as I'm not first off the ski erg, right? Because
really?
There's so much time left in this workout. I don't want to win that race. I want to win the big race, not the small one. So pacing here is important. I think you're still going to kind of focus on the same things here for the men. Save as much upper body stamina as you can. Send those hips back and away from the erg and allow the weight of your upper body to pull down the handles.
First hand in the air belongs to Stephen Neer in lane 4. We now have 4 hands up.
We're working in lane 8 already on handstand push-ups.
Already to it for Parker Foster in lane 9. Went to the West Coast Classic last year on a team, and he is working these handstand parallel push-ups. You see the deficit is much bigger.
It's going to certainly play a role here in this workout for a lot of these men. It's an awkward position at the very deep point of that handstand push-up. Those hands are coming to your shoulders very similar to how it would feel for a dumbbell shoulder press. Of course, we know the handstand push-up is a completely different movement than a traditional press, but that depth is there.
Take a look at Anthony Voracek breaking in the green shirt. Lane 4, top of screen, is Stephen Neer. Hand is in the air as he is on his final now 4 reps for Neer. 90 feet of a walking front rack lunge awaits at 175 pounds. Parker Foster is your leader in lane 7. That barbell, just for perspective, weighs 20 pounds more than if you were carrying a bighorn sheep on your shoulders right now.
Joel, that's one of the best comparisons I've ever had, and it helps me connect to the load because there's so many sheep that I've carried in my life and everything. So I love the comparison. Now we're watching the guys break up this walking lunge early and often here on the screen, but we've got some that have decided to continue on past this red line up there in lane 2. I mean, it's no holds bar. We're not even gathering steps at this point, and he is working through this lunge.
That's Gunnar Reagan in lane 2, top of screen, who leads the way. He's a proven athlete. He works out at CrossFit East Nashville. It's the affiliate with Tia Toomey.
Yeah, absolutely. We're thinking and considering atmosphere, right? Every day, Gunnar gets to show up and be surrounded by some of the fittest people in the entire world, and my man is making slight work of this workout. In fact, he's running back as if he hadn't done anything yet.
Gunnar Reagan works out with the Proven Crew, with Tia Toomey, with Sydney Wells, with Brooke Wells, Will Morad. I said to him, have you ever beaten Tia Toomey in a workout? He said, yes, twice. When she got back from her bobsled training and wasn't fully back into CrossFit fitness level, and I think she still holds it against me.
Oh, I believe it. Wholeheartedly, she holds it against him, and she remembers it as much as he does, because that woman hasn't been beaten in more than a handful of workouts probably in her entire career by anyone, even on or off the competition floor.
14-minute time cap here, trying to set the pace in Heat 1. This is the second round for these athletes. By the way, you're from Salt Lake, Utah.
Yep.
You've never had to move a bighorn sheep out of the road at night?
You know, not particularly where we're located. I haven't.
Okay, just checking.
We're in. You know, we've got a couple red lights where we live, so we've made it out of the sheep area. Now, if I had my choosing, I'd prefer that way of life, Joel. So if I ever get to move away from everybody.
I've made the ride to Moab a few times. They told me not to do it at night for that very reason. Anyway, round 2 here on the ski erg. And onto the handstand push-ups for Gunnar Reagan. Now, Talk about looking to make a statement. He's doing it.
Yeah, Gunnar's pace on that ski erg was literally about the same type of split that he had in round 1, which is what we prefer and want to see. And you know what he's rocking. It's that Top Gun mustache.
It's 1986 all over again, man.
If he could wear sunglasses for this event, I'm assuming that he would have.
Got to check your space. You don't want to back into the handstand wall behind him. How do you break these handstand reps down when you're under fatigue? We've seen Gunnar Reagan go for about 2 or 3 reps a spot here.
Yeah, and we just watched him do a single. And this is where, again, you've got to wonder, okay, where have I put myself? Is it in the most advantageous position or not? And when we think about the way he's breaking them up, we talked about that in our recipe for success. Pace the ski, don't race the ski, but also break up the handstand push-ups early so that you have a better attempt at success here in rounds 2 and 3.
Hand is in the air, so 5 more reps for Gunnar Reagan. He is 10 reps in. 15 deficit handstand push-ups. What is the difference of this large of a deficit from what would be a traditional handstand push-up where these athletes could have their hands on the floor next to their ears?
Yeah, the big difference is hand position, right? We look at how their hand position is now from a wrist. It's more neutral, and the grip is closed. It makes it much more difficult in regards to having a smaller surface area to press into than an open palm on the floor.
A little bit similar, analogous to what Joel was just talking about. Generally, when we're doing regular handstand push-ups, athletes have a little bit of autonomy of how wide their hands can be. With the parallettes, of course, their hands are in a fixed position, approximately 2 feet apart. Of course, there's a big size difference between a lot of the athletes. Do you think that will impact these athletes as they get a little bit tired moving into round 2 and round 3, that they don't have that autonomy of where can they place their hands?
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. And I did get to speak with some of the athletes. They said that they have the freedom to slightly shift the parallel position, but of course the parameters are set there with the box, so they're very limited. And so you guys have an understanding, even as you're tuning in and watching this, it's when we have the freedom to move our hands among that box, it changes the way that fatigue can build in your arms. And so when you can shift them slightly out or slightly in or slightly back, you can change the position that allows you to continue to keep moving throughout a workout like this. But they are fixed in event 1 here through this workout.
Stephen Neers making his way to the barbell. He is in 4th place now. Hey, improve as an athlete or coach and sign up for a level 1 certificate course. Training.crossfit.com to find a course near you. You might wind up with Adrian Conway.
Hey, you never know. Listen, it's been quite a while since I worked a seminar, but I encourage every single athlete that wants to pursue greatness in the sport, so it's not just for coaches, to get their level 1.
Yeah, 100%.
We're the only sport that offers the opportunity to completely understand the methodology and where it comes from at that kind of depth. Hey, I'm looking for any advantage I can. I'd be signing up for that level 1.
And then you can be the Smart Mark member who, when you're in class, looks at your coach and goes, actually.
You get in trouble for that, Joel. You're getting kicked out of my class. I'm giving you a death look. Death stare is what they call it.
Well, Gunnar Reagan, despite those struggles on round 2 of the handstand push-ups, not only does he make it back to the rig, but he does so with a pretty nice lead.
Yeah, all the more time that he's there, and you can feel this from, the event. You can feel the presence of other athletes. He knows that he's there alone, and in his mind, this is where his cue has to be not fast enough, not fast enough. And it's because it's so easy to be tempted to settle back into something that doesn't hurt so bad when you're like, hey, I've got a lead, I'm in a great spot. But there's no preset times yet, right? So he's got to really continue to hold that urgency if Gunnar wants his time to hold up against the next 2 heats.
You can see Gunnar's barbell is the only one at the finish line with the exception of lane 6. That's Jordy Gramelian, who is a scratch right now in this heat. So this is the end of round 2 of the 3 rounds of these 3 movements for all of these athletes. 14-minute time cap, so we are paced about at a spot where we would expect a lot of these athletes to finish if they can keep up their splits.
Yep, if they can keep this up, we're having a good show here from Gunnar. He's got to finish up these ski calories and get off that thing. You guys noticed a few very subtle strokes he still had to finish with. It's hard to be tempted to finish strong when you know you're almost at the end or to that next calorie. You're like, what's it going to take to click over? You got to get it done. It is a really tight race, though, for the vast majority of the field here in this first heat.
And you have 7 people right now all on the skier in round 3. And now Gunnar Reagan is back to the handstand push-ups.
And you'll notice
done.
Yeah, and it's a big no rep that he just cost himself there. So what he did is his feet came away from the wall, and this is where your position matters. You've really got to focus. Are my hands far enough away from the wall that in lockout, it doesn't take me a tremendous amount of focus to finish in the position they need to see to give me a good rep. Because at this point, you can't afford these no reps here, because every time you kick up the lockout, it costs you. There we go. And that was a good set of 3 there for Gunnar. That was solid.
Still has 12 remaining. And he's the only athlete, though, on the handstand push-ups.
And it seems like he's been there for over a minute. And I'm not exactly sure where he is reps-wise here.
He's at 5.
There we go.
That was a true count of 3 on the first.
So, and again, this is where things start to unravel for some particular individuals. He's only 5 reps ahead, yet he's been there for over a minute alone.
And he's getting past.
And now we're going to watch some of these shorter athletes start to come that don't struggle as much here on the parallettes, potentially be able to overtake him.
Anthony Voracek, Drake Lewis.
Drake Lewis out of Wasatch CrossFit there in Layton, Utah. Drake's a unique case. He's burning in at both ends, working hard, being a dad, full-time job, side hustle, still being able to compete.
Going to school at a phenomenal university.
That's right.
Giving you a Weber State platform.
Yeah, man. Hey, Weber State. Great. We don't just put out NBA players, you know what I'm saying?
Football ones too.
Football ones too.
2 minutes and 15 seconds left to go here before the cap in Heat 1. And this is where you see the wear and tear of this event, right? When these athletes made it to the skier, like I said, if everyone can maintain their splits, we're looking at 7 or 8 people finishing. We're looking at maybe one person finishing because that is how devastating the back end of all of this work can be.
Absolutely. Yeah, and it's fatigue. It's fatigue. It's the buildup of fatigue. It's also, you know, having a poor vision for how this workout's going to finish. And we'll see differently in Heats 2 and 3, of course, as we start to watch the workout play out. But right now, some of these guys thought they were going to finish these last 15 parallel handstand push-ups in a very different place.
And Gunnar Reagan has hit that failure moment. And there's not even a hand in the air. So he's shy of 10.
We got one hand in the air, and he got a no rep right there. We're lane 5.
And now the hand is in the air for Gunnar Reagan.
There we go.
So that's 10 good reps for Reagan. But remember, it was 2 minutes ago that he was on 5. A minute to the cap with nobody on the walking 90-foot lunge yet.
Yeah, no one's going to get that finish line here in this heat.
Now it comes to how far can you get on the walking lunge? Can you get to the walking lunge?
Can you get there? Can you get there? And if you do, hey, we're blasting this thing, right? No holding back. Get that bar up and get walking.
Put some space between you and the field.
Oh, yeah. Hey, tighten that belt up and let's go to work. You don't got time to kick it around. 30 seconds. Pick up the bar.
That's Skylar Osetnik out of Golden Goose CrossFit in Connecticut. He and Kyle Ballman, who competed last week at the Granite Games, are training partners. And I would just hang on to this as long as I can for 10 seconds.
You have to. Every line that you pass is a rep on your competitors.
And I'll put it down. Well, he knew he probably wasn't going to make it to the red line, so better safe than sorry. Don't burn yourself out completely on event 1. But that is a heat win for Skylar Osetnik, who comes from behind.
And good for Skylar, you know, because really, had we mentioned him much all workout, we hadn't. So he was one of those athletes that did pace it right for himself. Knowing yourself is extremely important for success in this one. Ooh.
Heat 2 of men's event 1 here at the Atlas Games in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Alongside Adrian Conway, Mike Arsenault is our reporter down on the floor. My name is Joel Godet. No one finished in Heat 1 for the men. That is the challenge laid down in Heat number 2, brought to us by Monster Hydro.
Yeah, and we've got a great event here. I mean, this is how it stacks out. It's 3 rounds for time of 21 calories on the ski, 15 parallel handstand push-ups at a 12-inch deficit, and then a 90-foot front rack walking lunge at 175 pounds.
How do you be successful? We'll find out. That's delivered by Trifecta.
Yeah, well, we know that they need to pace the ski and not race it, because this has seemed to be pretty insignificant in the heats that we've seen so far today. But these parallel handstand push-ups are another story. They've got to break them up early and often.
That is our recipe for success, delivered by Trifecta. Jack Rosema there from the U.S. Army Warrior Fitness Team, just trying to figure out, hey, where can I stand on the ski erg? Where am I allowed to maneuver? Get yourself used to the equipment on the floor.
And all of that matters. Those moments before a workout when you get a chance to talk to your judge, that's extremely important.
Talk to your judge.
Talk to them. Open line of communication. Let them know, if you have a formal plan when it comes to like loading plates or anything like that for particular events. Hey, can I move these parallettes? Every detail matters, and you want them on your side.
Canadian Tyler Lee.
All right, and these guys literally just watch Heat 1 take the floor, and everybody get relatively devastated from this workout. You got to wonder, did it change their game plan personally? We're about to find out.
Attack that ski erg here for 21 counts.
Everybody looking pretty composed here on the ski erg. Again, the key focuses are hips down and back, using your abs to contract almost like a sit-up to help create that downward momentum to pull on those handles. We want to really save as much of your arms as we can for the other movements here in this workout.
Damian Consitori on your screen in lane 1. '19th seed coming in. He's competing in front of a home crowd. A lot of Canadians in this field. He is from here in Montreal, Quebec. And the hand in the air.
Jack Rosema already on the wall, kicking up for handstand push-ups there in lane 7. He made quick work of those skis. Hopefully that wasn't an error.
And there's Connor Duddy. CrossFit Games veteran, trying to move his way up into the final heat on moving day tomorrow. He comes in as the 13 seed. Made an appearance in the 2019 games, qualifying out of the Dubai CrossFit Championships.
Yep, and a name that's been familiar to us out of Solidarity CrossFit there. He's looking to get into the top 5 and get out of this second heat here and into the first heat. Or the last heat, I'm sorry.
Jean-Simon Roy Lemaire. He is another native of Quebec out of Tonic CrossFit.
You're going to notice a lot of athletes do that, where they're shaking their arms out, right? They're trying to create blood flow, allow it to move freely through their upper body, through their shoulders. Because what happens as we build fatigue in these contractions is blood can feel like it's trapped locally in those muscles, and it makes it feel heavy.
Duddy leads the way, lane 4. Tyler Lee is just behind him in lane 2 and now edging close ahead. Let's check in with Mike Arsenault.
We've been talking so far today about whether athletes are paying attention to the heats that are occurring before them. A funny moment happened during Heat 1 of the men's competition. The floor announcers announced 1 minute remaining. Now, typically at the end of an event, you hear the crowd build to a crescendo as the athletes make it toward the finish line. Unfortunately, all the athletes in heat number 1 got capped. So after that 1 minute remaining message was sent, I saw Pat Vellner emerge from around the curtain to take a look at the competition floor, see that no one was close to the finish line and that everyone was going to be capped, and he could almost read his mind saying, well, this might be a little bit tougher than I thought. Then he had another conversation with his coach, Michel Letton. So we might be seeing a few athletes make some changes based on how difficult this event has been thus far.
What do you think Michelle and Pat are discussing in that moment? Because they're veterans at the highest level, but when you see no one finishing, is there a moment of re-strategizing?
There can be. Pat Vellner walked over to Michel Letendre, and my money's that he said, told you. We saw Pat even take to social media after he saw some of these Atlas Games announcements get released. And he literally was criticizing some of these time caps, saying, guys, come on. Is no one going to finish these workouts? Like, what's the plan? They then came back and made some actual changes that were apparently a typo. But I think that when we look at this as a whole and we look at what's taking place, there's got to be some re-strategy taking place for athletes that already had an intended way to attack this workout. And again, that is a huge advantage as a competitor, which is to have the freedom to observe the heats in front of you and dictate your pacing accordingly.
Duddy still leads. Jack Rosema is now in second place.
Quick, effortless stroke right there.
And Duddy will hit the chalk. There's Rosema. Former wrestler, national championship team wrestler at The Ohio State University. The guy wrestled Kyle Snyder in the wrestling room every day for 2 years. Of course, Kyle Snyder, the Olympic champion for the United States of America. You wrestle the best in the world, you're going to get really good. His level of fitness is high, and excited to put it on display here.
Level of fitness is high, and any time I'm dealing with a former wrestler, particularly at the Division I level, it tells me something unique about their psyche. Like they're bent a little bit differently than most humans, and that is a moldable mindset when you enter a CrossFit gym, because one of the natural things that competitors have to have is a desire and an ability to suffer. And we know wrestlers commonly have that in droves.
The other thing about a desire to suffer and work for it, Rosema went to Ohio State as a walk-on. Earned himself some money by the time he was done on scholarship. Also had an ROTC scholarship, so he's got the walk-on grinder to him, he's got the wrestling grinder to him, he's got the ROTC grinder to him, and now as a JAG officer in the Army, he is tough.
Hey, if you could have it your way, you might want to go out and start recruiting wrestlers to put together an all-time.
NobleProject.com/CrossFit has all the official training, footwear, apparel of CrossFit and the CrossFit Games. Benoit Bolanger. Duddy leads the pack. Tyler Lee is in second now, and comfortably. And Rosema, actually Bolanger just came down. So those are your top three. Rosema has fallen behind them.
Duddy taking a slight break there, just about the halfway mark.
Let's check back in with Mike Arsenault.
I spoke to Connor Duddy before this event. He qualified for the CrossFit Games back in 2019. He missed out in 20 and 21. I asked him what was the reason for that. He said he wasn't in the right place mentally. I asked him what that meant. Duddy is a gym owner, and we can imagine and we know how difficult the last 2 years have been for gym owners with the pandemic and everything associated with COVID-19. So although he was training, he just didn't feel like he was in the right place mentally to compete at the games in 20 and 21. He said he feels much better right now. He's going to do his best. He's been battling a few injuries this year, but mentally he feels as best as he has since 2019. And thus far here in event number 1, his newfound mental freedom looks like it's paying dividends.
Mike, thank you. He runs a darn good affiliate too at CrossFit Solidarity. 2 athletes in this field. Gabrielle Auker on the women's side, also from Solidarity, and loves that affiliate so much she moved to Charlottesville, Virginia for college, never left because she liked training in Solidarity. It's what kept her there.
Yeah, and when we talk about mindset, it's so easy for us to be like, well, hey, this is a sport of tough people, toughen it out. Well, you got to understand that it's so much more than physical, and so much of our physical toughness comes from what we have in our mind and the freedom to make those hard choices in the gym. And when you're being pushed on all levels and all angles in real life, it's very difficult to be able to allow your training to show its fruits in the heat of competition and battle.
Tyler Lee is in third place in this heat. We're chasing that 14-minute cap. Skylar Osetnik was the only athlete to make it back to the barbell. So this is the third round here on the ski erg for these athletes, then 15 more handstand push-ups, and then only one guy got past that in the last heat.
And let me tell you, the next 90 seconds are going to be very telling for these three that are already on the erg, right? Like, not just them finishing the ski in that amount of time, but it's what does it look like when they exit the ski and go to the parallettes? Are they chalking and getting to work on their first small set of handstand push-ups? Or are we going to see what we saw in that last heat where Gunnar had a strong lead and it just got decimated in the 1 minute and 15 seconds that he was alone? Now, Duddy getting off of there looks like he's in a pretty good place from when we look at just his overall duress. But there we go. Okay, that's what I needed to see. Short rest, get to work. Even if these are small sets, he's going to be in a fine place. And yet, he racks off a set of 4. That's a solid chunk.
Now, how much rest did that necessitate?
Yep. Now you got to start standing up, though. Yep, shake your arms out and let's go. And this is a rhythm. This is where my psyche as an athlete is. Am I ready? Or am I waiting too long? And everything that I do needs to create urgency here. Too slow, too long, gotta go. Too slow, too long, gotta go. Most coaches would shun me for that negative mindset. But it's that insecurity that drove me throughout my years through athleticism. Still do today. I don't know if they just gave Duddy that rep there or not, but it should have been a no rep. I didn't get to see if the judge's arms went to the side, and the reason is not because he didn't reach lockout, but folks, it's because he didn't reach lockout with his feet still on the wall.
Benoit Bohlanger on the right, 8 reps.
There we go. Count. Oh, he got another no rep. Those are devastating. That last rep, it's where you've got to really ask yourself, am I getting too greedy here with my sets? Connor, kick up and get one. Kick down. Connor, kick up and get another one. Then kick down. Right? Like in my mind, I'm trying to create as little dead space in the remaining time as possible. I want to watch this guy finish his workout.
He's been passed by Bohlanger now. There is a 2-rep difference between the two. Hand is in the air. You can see the judge communicating to Duddy how many more he had left, even verbally.
All right. Bohlager's on the move, baby. Oh, yeah. We're going to have a battle here on the lunge. This is what we pay for.
So Benoit, should use the French, Bohlanger leads the way in the white shirt.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I apologize to Benoit there. 23 years of age.
And it's not necessarily, when we look at this race here, as Bohlanger leads the way, it is how long do they break? So now we look at them being able to see each other in their peripheral vision. Because right now you're just thinking, hey, how long are they going to break, and are they going to go the rest of the way after this? You pick it up too quick and you might not be able to finish.
Well, Duddy picks it up first. 2 steps behind Bohlanger.
And Bohlanger is playing the game.
He
like,
saw him coming and then picks it up.
Yep.
And just like that, he's 1 step back and he is now tied.
Oh, yeah, and this is where you get it. You see your people out there. Duddy drops the bar right there in the middle. He's going to have to move it back. Bohlanger's looking strong.
And look how long Boulanger's stride is. Now he does have to back up.
We
back
both
behind
dropped the
blue
bar.
line.
But Duddy's got it up sooner, and this is the advantage here because he dropped it just a moment sooner, a line sooner. He started his rest a little bit earlier.
Now Boulanger is betting that Duddy's going to have to drop the bar again, but Connor Duddy is going for it all. Connor Duddy is stammering, and Connor Duddy is across. Connor Duddy is the first male to finish event 1.
Approximately 13:01 looking like. Boulanger 13:08.
First 2 men to finish. We have 40 seconds left to go.
We've got another 3 here, just over the halfway.
Jeremy Vigneault will finish.
Jeremy Vigneault.
Tyler Lee as well.
Rocking the Mayhem Made shirt. Another athlete following Mayhem programming.
His brother, of course, Alex, we'll see in the next heat. Longtime games athlete.
Longtime games athlete.
12 seconds left to go in the heat. And a bar drop that was necessitated for Josh Workman, but you could sense, I think, in the back of his
3
mind
seconds.
that he wanted to make it across. He will not.
It's going to be where we finish.
But we do wind up with 4 finishers. Connor Duddy, number 1.
Connor Duddy, the gym owner himself, representing for a whole entire community out there. That feels good.
Does that count as an autograph?
They never do. Let me tell you, they let us get away with so much. I've made just a straight line on those papers before.
I know you can't breathe, but please sign this legibly.
It's one of the most difficult aspects of competing. Judge coming to you immediately in your face. Please sign this, sir.
Take a look at how it all broke down en route to Connor Duddy's W.
Slow and easy work on the ski, just like we talk about, right? Pace it, don't race it, and then let yourself shine by knowing yourself on the handstand push-ups and pushing the lunge.
Despite the fact that Benoit Boulanger really forced the issue on the handstand push-ups, Duddy was able to make it up on the lunge, and he has the time to beat in 13:02. Week 4 of CrossFit semifinal season is presented by Rogue Fitness. This is the Atlas Games, Montreal, Quebec, Canada. It's men's event 1, heat 3. Alongside Adrian Conway, CrossFit Games team champion Mike Arsenault is our reporter down on the floor. My name is Joel Godet.
We've got quite the event on deck. 3 rounds for time, 21 calories on the ski, 15 parallel handstand push-ups at a 12-inch deficit, and 90-foot front rack walking lunges at 175 pounds for these men.
14 minutes to complete that, brought to us by Monster Hydro. Our recipe for success is delivered by Trifecta.
And those are simple. Pace it, don't race it on the ski. Don't get caught up in the emotion of this event. This is a big weekend for these men. They got to stay focused. And then for the handstand push-ups, which we've seen can be a problem, break them up early and often.
We have heard some of the loudest ovations for the field so far tonight, and I believe the biggest one belongs to that man. Patrick Vellner, the second fittest man on Earth a year ago. 4 podiums. Can he finally break through, though, and establish himself this year as maybe the fittest man on Earth?
Hey, I sure hope so. I'm in his camp, man. I'm rooting for him. He's getting to the point where in his career these opportunities are going to present themselves fewer and more far between. I'm excited to watch him execute. I really want to see Pat put the world on notice with consistency over everything else this weekend.
31 years old, bidding for his 8th visit to the CrossFit Games. So he's podiumed in more than half of them. Jeff Adler is chasing Pat Vellner. Was one of the 5 that competed at the Ranch in Aromas back in 2020. Really established his name.
He did. He really already put the world on notice there with that opportunity, and he wants to not just get back to the games this year, but be there as a top 5 athlete in the entire world. He's going to show us the stuff here. We kick this workout off with 21 calories on the ski erg, and we talked about body position being important. They want to be as efficient as they can because of the upper body and total body demand of this workout with the other movements to follow. We're looking for their hips to go down and back away from the ski erg, and we want them with strong arms to pull down on the handles, but to minimize the actual work that their arms are actually doing.
21 cals here on the ski erg, about a minute's worth of time.
We talked about this in a couple of the earlier heats, but often for me in a situation like this, I look around me and I'm like, hey, I don't want to be the first person off the rig. That's not the race. Now, you don't want to end up dead last, but really, get off this thing, have composure, and really be able to execute these handstand push-ups in the best way that you can, keeping your eye and mind on round 3, not here on round 1.
Vellner takes a break, I believe it's 6 reps there. Cedric Lapointe, just behind him, by the way, was the first man to the handstand push-ups.
And as we're watching Vellner, notice the length of his body, how his knees come down almost to his elbows for him to load for each rep, and the distance that he has to travel for his elbows to get locked out. He's got long arms, which is why he likes to deadlift and pull things from the ground. Parallel handstand push-ups probably wouldn't be on the top of his list if he got to pick all the movements.
Well, the first person to make his way to the barbell comes off the side. Nicholas Joel. And he's got some company. Alex Vigneault right next to him. Peter Mason. Talked about the free 3. He is one of the 3 athletes from CrossFit Free in New Hampshire.
We're already watching some cross-arm genie grip happen right there by Cedric Lapointe.
We didn't see a lot of that in the last couple of weeks.
We didn't. No, we didn't. We didn't even see them transition into that. So he's kicking this workout off this way, maybe learning a thing or two from watching not just the other men's heats, but also the women's heats.
This event brought to us by Monster Hydro, hard-charging hydration. As Cedric takes a break just at the midfield logo. Pat Vellner able to pass him in that hot second. But it's not about who wins this first round, as we've already seen through the first couple of heats.
It's never about who wins that first round. Everybody's feeling good 3 minutes into every workout. Transitions do matter when you're doing the length of the floor, though. So what's important for people to understand is that you can't walk back and forth. It's time to have urgency. Get back, get those calories starting to accumulate on that ski erg and solidify your position there so that you don't lose it on the ski.
Vellner back to the ski erg. Pistol Pete Mason was the first one back to the erg. Dylan Pettit on the opposite side of the floor, lanes 8 and lanes 2, was second.
Now you're watching Lapointe there. Lapointe, I believe. Is that who we got there?
Yep, Cedric Lapointe right there in the black.
Dark shirt. He, I mean, he's using a lot of his lats to pull down. Not so much of his upper body. Now this might help him stay more control and completely be able to minimize the amount of work that his total body's doing. I wouldn't categorize it as the most efficient way to ski.
Disappointed we get a black t-shirt from Cedric Lapointe this year. He's not living down at Training Think Tank anymore. He was living in Georgia last year, so when he went to the West Coast Classic, he had all these tie-dye shirts that his coach Kyle Ruth's daughters had created for him. But now he's back home in Canada. He doesn't have any Ruth tie-dyed shirts, but he does have some good flair in his shorts.
I do remember that. I think I remember Cedric also making a shirt saying "sponsor me" or something along those lines.
He did.
It's good.
He also wore a "Let's Go Habs" shirt while they were playing the Golden Knights in the Stanley Cup playoffs while competing in Las Vegas.
You gotta love it. When athletes have an opportunity to show a little personality, I'm all for it. Take advantage. Always be branding.
Always be branding. Let's talk about Pat with Mike Arsenault.
I talked to Pat Vellner before the start of heat number 3 here, and of course Pat finished first in the virtual edition of the Atlas Games in 2021. I asked if his confidence level was any different last year compared to this year now that we're in person again. He said no, feels pretty good about his training leading into the Atlas Games here. He did say he has a little more performance anxiety, a little more competition stress in this live competitive environment as opposed to the virtual edition last year. However, he did say performing in front of a live crowd will quickly alleviate any of those pre-competition jitters once the bell rings, and he said he'll feel much better once he gets event number 1 under his belt.
Mike, thank you. It also depends which live event crowd you're in front of, though, because Pat is originally from Alberta. He now lives in British Columbia, and he said, I'm going to Quebec, and I'm competing against a lot of guys from Quebec. That crowd is going to be rooting for the Quebec people, although he did say that this province still does claim him because he went to school here. So he said, as long as I win, they'll still cheer for me.
Yeah, I feel like as long as we're in Canada at all, then Pat Vellner is going to be a favorite. They're going to be supporting their boy.
He's the people's champ.
He is.
Nicholas Joyelle in lane 10, by the way, is still your leader all the way on the outside.
Yes, he gets the barbell moving first.
Putting some pressure here on Vellner, who, as we talked about, it's not about the first round.
Nope.
Has made some moves here. He's now in second place.
Already gaining on the field, which is what you expect from a vet. Having an opportunity to dictate the pace in round 1, let the field sort itself out, and then be able to take charge. Pat's the last one to let performance anxiety drop his performance, however, though. I really believe that a veteran to his level is going to feed off of this crowd so strongly that even he may be surprised.
And Vellner just made an interesting move and a good move because of where he dropped the barbell. Now, he did have to bring it back behind the blue line, but Pete Mason took an extra step, dropped the bar, and then they made him roll it back. It's all about floor awareness. Don't take an additional step that will not count as a no-rep.
Yeah, it's unnecessary, right? And we've seen that in other heats, and now we watch Vellner actually take control of the lead here as he rallies to finish this second round. Back to the skier for what we're going to decide is the most important part of this workout here.
And we just say that as people march their way down this 90-foot walking lunge, you can break, but you have to break after each blue line. If you break in the middle, you've got to back up to that blue line, and sometimes that can even just be one additional step.
Absolutely. And through the course of an event where you got to go 270 feet, it really adds up, folks, when you're adding feet to the work that you got to do. Don't do that. Make sure that you plan when you're going to break.
In case we didn't know, Pat Vellner reminding us what's on the line on his weight belt there.
I missed it. What did it say?
It was just an outline of Wisconsin.
Oh, I like it.
Time to beat Connor Duddy, 13:02, so 5 minutes away. Again, these athletes just completed 2 rounds in under 8 minutes, so if they maintain their splits, you would think that's in reach. We said that in Heat 1, no one finished.
Yeah, this is exactly how it has played out for us. I mean, athletes are getting to this skier here at a very similar time, almost in every heat. However, it's what happens right when you exit the skier for this final calorie once you get that chalk, because that's been a very routine theme as well, do you wait? Do your hands go on your knees? Do you go to a kneeling position, or do you get to work? We're about to find out right now from Pat Vellner. Okay, there's the chalk. All right, Pat, let's show us. What are you going to do? You going for this event dub or what? He is, because hands go on immediately, and that he forced himself to do. He didn't want to do that. He wasn't ready, but he knew it was necessary.
So he breaks on 3 there, and you can sense him slowing down. This is a round of 15 parallel handstand push-ups. See how consistent he can remain. And hey, if you knock out 5 sets of 3, if you have to drop to doubles at the very end, and there are 6 he breaks.
There's 6 he breaks, and this next set that we see him do might be a set of 2 because of how sticky or slow that last rep was. And if you guys notice, you watch the difference between he and Adler. Adler's bringing his knees into a more tightly tucked position inside of his elbows. He stays a little bit more firm and compact throughout the whole movement. Pat arches tremendously, but this helps him lock it out at the top. And when I say arch, I mean he sends his head close to the wall, and notice the arch in his back. It's not advantageous to finish that way. It's not what we coach from an optimal position, but it gets the job done, and that's all Pat needs to do.
You said maybe he was going to go for a set of 2 on that last round, and he was fighting for that 3rd rep. Hand in the air for Vellner, and he's going to try again for a triplet.
That one looked better than the last set, which is good. This is a breath of fresh air for Pat, because now he's going to be able to kick up with a bit more confidence. If you notice, he's adjusting the knee sleeves already. He's about to go to work on this lunge. His intention is to finish this set and to get to the barbell.
5 sets of 3 for Pat Vellner to break up these final 15 deficit.
Gotta need it.
Handstand push-ups.
Great execution, Pat.
And the ovation for Pat Vellner.
Bring it for the crowd, baby. Let's go.
Although, how about Pat Vellner being pushed by Nicolas Joyel?
Joyel picked the barbell up about 3 seconds before Vellner, and we didn't even see him the entire workout.
Well, he is behind a black curtain.
Yeah, he's showing us a little grace. Yeah, we couldn't really literally see him from our perspective. And they both break at the same time. And Vellner's already picking up the bar, though. And here comes Adler, and we know what he can do on the barbell.
175 is nothing to Jeff Adler.
And this is going to play out. This is going to be, how bad does Pat want this dub? And how willing is he to risk it?
I would think he breaks around the go-wad, right?
Yeah, right now.
Yep.
Yeah, you drop the bar, pull that thing back, 2 to 3 breaths, and then you pick that thing up right as they're approaching. Because Adler's going to try to hold on to this thing the rest of the way, in my opinion. And Joel, I don't know, can make it. Oh, I was surprised at that break there for Adler.
Joyel has a 1-segment lead on Patrick
He's
Vellner.
going to do it.
This
He's
would be
going
a
for
statement for Joyel. The 28-year-old
on to the bar. Keep those elbows up, Joyel.
14th at the Atlas Games last year, and Joyel just beat Patrick Vellner. That's an event win.
Pat finishes, gets over the line. 12-11.
He holds off
Adler
Jeff
right
Adler
there on his heels.
Those are your top 3 in the event. 13:02 was the time to beat from the previous heat. 2-time regional athlete right there on your screen. He was 13th in the East back in 2018, but he is certainly not a name that the layman knew coming into this. They will know now.
We've got Karan coming up on a finishing this lunge, and he is strong. Keep that barbell up in that front rack position. He's stumbling. Oh, he lost it.
He's got to back up now. He backed up and he opened the door. Jack Farlow.
And Jack Farlow seizing the moment.
So much hype for the teenager. And that, by the way, was a second ahead of the time to beat from the previous heat. So valuable points that Jack Farlow just earned, not only on the veteran Caron, but on everyone else.
That was a huge decision he made to just slide his legs across the finish line. Right, no matter where you're at in these heats, you've got to finish with urgency.
Alex Vigneault bidding to return to the games for a 5th time. He will finish. 30 seconds ahead of the cap.
Good job by Alex.
13:35.
Peter Mason, who remember led early on, he'll finish lane 8 toward the bottom of your screen. We'll also get a finish from Dylan Pettit out of Massachusetts. And we hit the cap, and Cedric Lapointe, nowhere to be seen.
Nope.
He was all the way back still in the handstand push-ups. The one thing that cost him at the West Coast Classic last year was a tough first event. Let's go down with Mike Larson.
Nicholas, 100 points here on event number 1. A lot of the focus was in the middle lanes with Patrick Vellner, Jeffrey Adler. You were in a race with them on the last lunge. What was going through your mind on that last walking lunge?
It was in 2018 at the regionals in the chipper with the overhead lunges. I had a race with Vellner, and he won that time. So I had this playing in my mind. I didn't want to repeat it. I wanted to win this time.
Well, you're 1-1. We'll have to set up a trilogy at some point over the weekend. I noticed at the end of your lane, you were in lane 10. Your parents were right in front of you. What was going through your mind when you saw them as you were moving toward the finish line?
I'm going to be honest, I didn't look much at them. I was just really saying to myself in my head, like, not to drop, don't drop. Just keep one lunge at a time. And that's it.
One lunge at a time. Strategy paid off, Nicholas. Congratulations. 100 points here in event number 1.
Mike, thank you. Just as long as he gives his parents a different answer when he talks to them in a minute.
Always. You got to let the parents know you see him out there at the corner of your eye. I was notoriously terrible at that.
Big lead early for Pat Vellner. And then he attacked this about as well as you could.
He did, no doubt. That's what I'd love to see. Even as we go back, it's like, hey, Pat executed the way he needed to execute it to optimize this finish. But Joyelle just had a different intention and a different strategy, which paid off for him. What a way to start the weekend for him.
That is 100 points and enough of a gap that he could stare at Vellner as he crossed. And the monster results. Joyelle, 12:01. He beats Vellner by 11 seconds. Duddy from a prior heat winds up coming in 5th. And then Benoit Boulanger from heat 2. That holds up as well.
And the youngster Jack Farlow sitting there in 4th.
Man, how big was that slide and that not putting the barbell down? That last leg, rest later.
Yep. You got to finish. You got to do whatever you can to hold on to that bar on the final stretch.
Event number 1 in the books. Gonna roll it all back. We've got teams coming up for event number 2 as we continue from the Atlas Games. Presented by Noble. It is week 4 of the semifinals with 5 tickets to the games, men, women's, and teams. Event number 2 is coming your way. The 2022 CrossFit Atlas Games semifinal is brought to you by Erosti, the official rapid recovery provider of CrossFit. Rogue, don't weaken. Monster Hydro, the official energy drink of the Noble CrossFit Games. Guaranteed Rate, the official mortgage company of the Noble CrossFit Games. And by GoWa, the official mobility partner of the Noble CrossFit Games.
What does it take? How do I train? What do I eat? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? It all adds up. It's not about what I do. It's about what I don't do. No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows. No bull.
Hi, everybody, and welcome. We're going to first begin by talking about the definition of CrossFit.
All right, guys, go ahead and sit back and down. Fight for that position. Push your knees apart from each other, just like that. Excellent job.
This is a fitness that is considered broad, general, and inclusive.
What's the biggest impact I can have on this athlete right here in this second?
Castings. For simple shapes, a complete solid pattern may be used. A mold box is filled with special molding sand that is rammed home around the pattern. The molten metal, at precisely the right temperature, is poured into the mold. The assemblies are tumbled. Shaping is done with the aid of machinery, and the fine finish is evidence of the craftsmanship that has gone to their design and construction.
The reason I started using Thorne products was because Stephanie Kiedis, she was very influential in terms of what products we should use and what are the good products out there.
I always want to make sure that I'm sharing trusted companies and products with others, and Thorne definitely fits that.
NSF is a priority for me because I know it's a quality product.
NSF certification is a gold standard for supplements.
You know that what it says on the label is actually in the bottle.
Doctor said my season was totally over, but it was not only that. He told me, oh, maybe you will not be able to go back to the top of your sports. Lots of persons forgot me after injury. It was okay, we're done. Oh, next athlete. I'm really angry to show to some person that I'm not done and I can do some good stuff in CrossFit again.
Dear Coach, thank you. Thank you for always being there.
For running a class at 5:30 in the morning so I can get home before my kids wake up.
For making sure I build on my strengths and work on my weaknesses.
For being a compass that guides me toward a better version of myself. For constantly putting the needs of others before your own.
For helping me lose 100 pounds last year.
For helping me realize that asthma can't stop me from achieving my goals.
For reaffirming that life doesn't head downhill after the age of 40.
For making the impossible possible.
For being an amazing coach, friend, and mentor. Thank you. Thank you for always being there.
I go to the gym every single day. I treat my craft as a profession. I dedicate my life to this.
The test at the CrossFit Games is everything. If you're going to make a claim of the fittest on earth, which is a massive claim, you have to make sure that that test is well thought out, well planned.
It's not about who's the toughest athlete, it's about who's the fittest. How can we throw this many events at people and still allow them to recover enough to really put the best foot forward?
Yes, I believe it's my responsibility to keep raising the bar. If I'm not raising it, then who will?
You cannot part-time this. You have to dedicate your life to it. And even that may not be enough.
I don't think there's any reason why I can't win the CrossFit Games. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't think I could win.
A lot of things were going through my head. After birth, I still remember I could not walk downhill with the stroller. Now all of a sudden podium was realistic.
You've also got this development where you're starting to get these younger athletes.
Kids who have been doing CrossFit since they've been in elementary school.
Mal O'Brien, we saw her stare right in the face of the reigning women's champion and not blink.
The young, upcoming, new blood of the sport.
It's like if you want a shot at winning the games, this is where we take them.
Horvath now pulling even with Toomey.
This year, I came here to win.
A huge opportunity for me to get some points on him.
At that point, I wasn't concerned about my elbow. Like, I just wanted to finish the games.
And Annie Thorisdottir has it.
I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to win this.
Fittest on Earth Next Gen coming your way soon as we welcome you back here for Event 2 at the Atlas Games. Welcome back high atop here in Montreal. Alongside Adrian Conaway, the Games champion on the team side in 2017. My name is Joel Godet, and you talk about the way that trailer is put together. You see the dichotomy of the experienced Brent Fikowski, Pat Vellner, and the youth. Mal O'Brien wins the Granite Games last year. We already see what Paige Powers and Emma Lawson have done here at the Atlas Games. It's such a cool dichotomy of the way this sport is going.
It gets me so excited and gets me fired up. They time it just right every year and release that thing just to get the community fired up for the CrossFit Games.
Take a look at the standings for where we are on the team's side. CrossFit Le Repère broke fall. One event, number 1. Milford Team Conquer, no surprise, they finished second at the games before. It was a little bit of a rat race in event number 1. Event 2 will be a little bit slower for these teams to ease in.
Yeah, you're right. And we saw a lot of things take place on the floor, but that was a fast and action-packed workout, and now we're going to watch them settle into something a little bit longer.
Well, let's talk about the event description. Here for event number 2, that is brought to us by Erasti. This is more of a chipper.
Definitely. I mean, we look at this and we're watching 50 synchro wall balls, 50 synchro GHDs. Then the pairs are going to switch as one male and female pair are doing the work. The other pair are doing 50 synchro pistols and 50 synchro toes to bar. As they do that in male-female pairs, they advance then to 50 hang cleans, but this time they're with male-male pairs and female-female pairs, each advancing the bar, and they finish on the assault bike.
There is only a 20-minute cap for this, so it is a longer chipper-style event, but you don't have too long. The 2 CrossFit Quartero teams from Mexico in lanes 6 and 7, longest distance to travel here. Fit to Prove in lane 4 had the heat win and the time to beat in event number 1 for this opening heat. So here's where things start. 50 synchronized wall balls, 50 synchronized GHDs. When these 2 athletes are done at each of these 2 respective stations, and there's a costly no-rep, they will then switch.
And as we're watching this take place, I mean, we think about where their focuses need to be. On these movement standards, both athletes are going to have to be in the bottom of that squat together at the same time. This isn't just hard for the athletes to execute, it's hard for the judge to keep track of. So it's one of those things where you've got to make it obvious if you're the athletes, so you ensure that you're going to get minimal no reps in the execution.
Recipe for success, as always, is delivered by Trifecta. See CrossFit Raid on the left side of your screen.
Yeah, and these recipes for success are straightforward. Create a rhythm together. Those movements matter, and they need to have a natural cadence between you and your partner. This is also a test of accuracy, the depth on the wall balls and also hitting the target, and even on the pistols. We're asking them to balance and stabilize as they're moving fast. And lastly, slang and bang on the barbells, because it's not a lightweight. You got to get after a heavy load there.
Be curious to see who takes the longest here. Is it the wall balls or is it the GHDs? And then obviously you get a little bit of a respite while waiting for your teammates before you switch.
Yeah, it is always one of those things to think about. We think about general cycle rate, and you're going to assume that you're going to be able to fly through 50 GHDs a little faster than you will 50 wall balls. But of course, what's that dependent upon is your general fitness and also your partners. GHDs are going to be easier for the athletes to avoid no reps versus the wall ball. Almost every team, even at a very high level, are going to be hit with some no reps just due to the fact that the rhythm gets off, and if they don't anticipate it before it happens, the result will be a no rep or two.
And here we go with Ocean State gold. Chris Cooney done on the GHD, and you have a second here just to gather yourself. Tyler White and Jessica Deary are finishing on the wall balls. Chris Cooney and Leah Smith done on the GHDs.
So we see it, the GHDs are waiting for the wall balls, and we get a transition here.
There's our first switch. So it comes from CrossFit Explode. Mitch Griffith and Rachel Fricker. Excuse me, CrossFit Explode's in lane 9. Lane 8 is where the switch was. That was Luzine CrossFit Sherbrooke. There's a lot of people down there in one spot.
It's a lot. It's a lot of bodies down there in one spot. It's relatively crowded. And you guys might be watching this wondering, well, you know, those wall balls look tremendously heavy. Well, one, the women are throwing to 10 feet, and two, the men and the women are using 30 pounds for the men and 20 pounds for the ladies. That's a heavy wall ball shot.
I did some math yesterday. As our friend Sean Woodland would say, stand by for math. The wall ball is not hitting the ground because obviously you're catching it. But if you have a 30-pound wall ball, it is falling by the time it would hit the ground from a 10-foot target 17 miles an hour in about 0.7 seconds. So think about that speed of force coming back down at you.
Yeah, and you're absorbing it all with your legs, right? Because if you time it just right, you're receiving the load with your hips and your thighs because you're trying to slow it down so you can have that rapid turnaround in the bottom of your squat. And let's not forget, Joel, these athletes just had to execute strict handstand push-ups and fast, heavy front squats.
I don't want to dip into the physics conversation here, guys. No one told me that was going to be on the menu for this weekend. But Adrian, I do have a question for you. You mentioned that even the best teams are going to have some no reps dealing with issues with synchronicity. So my question for you, when they have some no reps, would you advise that they stop immediately and try and reset, or try to catch up their cadence, catch up with each other as they're going through their set of reps that they predetermined?
Once we get a no rep, I'm advising everybody to stop immediately and reset. And it's movement to movement dependent, Mike. When I look at the wall ball, you're running a great risk of having several no reps run together if you just keep going. If you stop it and synchro up and only take a moment or two, then you're going to have the opportunity to get right back on track.
I think the wall ball just ate up. I believe that's Cynthia Lemieux on the right side. Working with Olivier Carrier on the left here for SAG 1. And you can see those judge conversations in terms of what's the synchronicity, am I hitting the height that's appropriate? You've got to get it to the white line here on the wall ball target.
Yeah, and you can't just throw the ball straight up, right? So another thing that can happen is, we don't always see this very obvious on the camera, but sometimes those athletes throw the ball up and it never makes contact with the target. Yeah. That's a no rep.
How often is an athlete training with a heavier wall ball as well? RX for men typically is 20 pounds. Here we're seeing 30, 14 for the women. Now they're using 20. Yes, you mix it in, but it's certainly different than the norm.
It's certainly different than the norm. At this stage in the game, if you're a competitor and you're training to compete and be at this floor and potentially go to the CrossFit Games, we're training with a heavy wall ball 50% of the time, if not more often than that. One, because I like the disadvantage that it can create in training and the stimulus that can spur from that, but also then we know that we're truly prepared for whatever test is conjured up for us that involves a medicine ball.
All right, Fit to Prove was the heat winner here in event number 1 for the opening heat, and Fit to Prove is at the front of the pack here in event 2.
And I'll tell you what, I like it right out of the gate, this smooth cadence that they've got for their pistols. This is going to be tremendously challenging for these athletes to stay together for. As we watch Raphael and Lieni attack these pistols.
Toes to bar happening behind. Again, there will be a switch when these athletes are done. It's 50 pistols, 50 toes to bar, all of it synchronized. All right, now let's talk about the way that Rafe Mayu is doing his pistols here, because reaching forward and grabbing his foot, you see what Leanne Bork is doing on the right. Difference in the approach there.
Yeah, so the difference is that Raphael might be struggling just to keep his off leg up. And so you're using your hip flexors and your lower abdominals to hold that leg up. And if that's a struggle for him, he can brace himself with that hand on his leg. And that's totally allowed. Another thing that it can do often is stabilize an athlete. If they struggle with balance, this gives you another point of contact. It allows your body to stay together in one unit, and you can stand up from the bottom without tipping over. She clearly is showing us that she's got the body control, that it's not necessary for her.
Fit to Prove out of Stad CrossFit with 2 Ds in Quebec, Canada. That's CrossFit 819. Laura Stevenson is on the right. I believe that's Jan St. Jacques on the left.
And this movement requires tremendous amount of focus. Notice the athletes are commonly staring at a point on the ground. This is going to help them stabilize and stay rooted through the mid part of their foot. If you get up and you're looking around or you're looking into the crowd as you try to execute this movement, it's going to throw off your balance.
Yeah, that's definitely St. Jacques, because they told us he has huge quads.
Check.
Yeah.
Huge quads, check.
Yeah. Mark Savard is back on the bar with Emily Moreau.
And you can't miss the beard in the tie-dye shirt.
That's a good beard. All right, now keys to the toes to bar in terms of the synchronicity here, because toes to bar are all about rhythm.
They're about rhythm, and they're really about staying tight when you think about having to do a large chunk of them in a particular workout. When I say staying tight, audience can be looking for things like the feet staying closer together, the knees not breaking so drastically as the athletes load their legs behind the bar. These athletes are the ones that are going to have more energy as the workout comes to a close. But when it comes to staying synchro, it's really, this movement, as well as chest bars, you've got to practice a significant amount together with your team to know each other's rhythm.
CrossFit Quartero, the WPAC Tech is who you're looking at there. Delfina Ortuno is on the right, Gibran Rodriguez on the left. There are 2 teams from CrossFit Quartero. They are both named the WPAC. They just added the letters TEC to this team. Delfina Ortuno on the right is a very experienced athlete out of Latin America.
And notice the communication. 3, 2, 1, we're up, and we're rolling. And they know the rhythm. They feel the rhythm. They see each other out of their peripheral vision, and they're able to have a game plan and a strategy on how many is appropriate.
And if you're Gibran here, you dictate the tempo and the pace, right? Because if you're talking about Delfina Ortuno, used to be on the Argentinian national gymnastics team. Toes to bar for her, nothing. So she's going to let her teammate, right, dictate the tempo, and then I'm along for the ride?
Absolutely. That's commonly the best way to approach it. You want, quote unquote, the weaker or the lesser athlete at a particular movement to be able to dictate so they can stay under their threshold. The last thing you want is the strong leader to push through and then have that lesser athlete on that movement be reaching too far in any given set, because the workout really slows down at that point.
We just hit the halfway mark here, 20-minute time cap, 10 minutes in. We are right in the middle, that second couplet. Synchro pistols and synchro toes to bar happening simultaneously. The teams that are at the front of the pack right now are onto the switch of that. It's a lot of reps. By the time these athletes finish with this round, they will have done 200 reps of combined movements. Back to 819. This is Mark Savard and Emily Moreau. Moreau does have a gymnastics background as well.
again, you'll notice even, and you can see this through the execution of the movement, with Team Tie-Dye here, they've slowed their pace down, and it's account for the male. He has a slower turnaround at the bottom of his pistol, and so that female athlete has to account for his ability to cycle at the bottom and be able to stand tall at the top.
I was actually really excited when I was doing the research for CrossFit 819 because Marc-Andre Savard, we talked about gymnastics and hand now in the air. Emily Moreau has a gymnastics background. Marc-Andre Savard used to work for Cirque. And I went, oh, he's got a great gymnastics background. But he worked for Cirque. He wasn't in Cirque du Soleil.
Isn't that the great misconception there? You're like, yeah, you throw that out on your resume, hey, I worked for Cirque, and they're like, fantastic, we could use you on our CrossFit team. And he's like, what? No. I actually did the marketing or, something else.
Endurance, muscle, and strength is what Savard brings to the table for this team. And he's going to have a chance to show it off moving forward now to 50 hang cleans at 225 pounds.
And this is where point 3 comes in and we get the slang and bang, right? This is where the skills are a bit out the window and we really get to test the true grunt work capacity here of the individuals on each team. They're going to get an opportunity on the hang cleans to break up the work as they see fit. And once the men get through 10 reps, then the ladies start to get to chip away at their reps, as long as at no point can the females ever pass the males.
Fit to prove, though, still setting the pace here in the opening heat as they did in Event 1. I think that's a really important point just to this section of it, though. If the men run into failure, doesn't matter how good the women are behind you, they are limited as to how quickly your men can move through here. And now you'll see in the background that barbell rolls forward and the women start.
Yep. And I think it's a key aspect, of course. And we can't forget about what's already taken place on the floor today for these teams. As we watch the athletes, even some of them struggle to keep it in a power receiving position. They're starting to get pushed into a squat already.
So Jock's still powering. They are allowed to switch off as needed. There is no, you have to do 5, you've got to do 5. You just have to advance the barbell every 10. So you do want to be smart there. Don't break with one rep left.
You want to be smart, and what I would be essentially echoing to my team is that I want you to move on the bar as long as you're still moving fast. And then at the moment that you feel like you need to hesitate or there's a slow in rhythm, let's transition to the next teammate and keep them fresh through this finish.
Barbell advances every 10 reps, all the way down the floor until both the men and the women have each completed 50 reps. Not each, but between the pairing. Again, looking at Fit to Prove. Samuel Paquin rolling the bar forward.
There's a unique aspect that we've got to consider when we look at what's happening with the barbell guys. These athletes aren't just picking the barbell up with their hands wrapped around the bar as you would commonly grip something. They're going to utilize what's categorized as a hook grip. That means their thumb goes around the bar first. Then their pointer finger and their middle finger go around their thumb. And you'll see this even as we watch the athletes cycle here. Some of them will lose the hook grip at the top, and they have to develop a skill set so they can re-grip it as the bar travels down for the next rep. If they don't do this, what we're going to see is less power in their jump because the bar shifts and moves, or you're going to literally watch the bar go flying out of their hands. In fact, we saw a little bit of that in Event 1 as they started to go through those cleans into the front squats. Yep.
Adrian, question for you on clean technique. You were digging into it a little bit there, but I'm curious at what your thoughts on the hang aspect of this clean. It really is a devious bit of programming because of how fatigued the forearms might be from the toes to bar and then having so many hang power cleans. Do you think that's why we're seeing some of the legs starting to flail out because the power and the strength in the forearms isn't there where it should be if you took away the toes to bar?
I think that's a great question, Mike, and I actually don't think it's because of the forearm fatigue. It is literally because of the residual fatigue we're starting to see in the lower body. So the pop that they have, if they're using the hook grip, and which we just touched on a moment ago, the power is completely dictated through that posterior, their hips, their hamstrings, and their lower back as they jump that bar up to the point of support. And the fatigue from the wall balls, the pistols, the GHDs have all started to accumulate, and even, yes, those toes to bar.
And now watch the re-grip. Oh, no, that's a pretty good movement through it here.
That is making smooth work of those hang power cleans.
Now, Rafe Mayu just laughed at that. You can see with 819, when St. Jacques was cleaning. Watch what Savard does. Well, just one. But you can see sometimes the athletes will rest the bar on their upper thighs. Absolutely. Re-grip with their hands. We talked about that hook grip. Get that thumb in that right position.
Yeah, and if you notice them having to do that, it's usually because they're so fatigued now that freshness isn't there for them to pop the bar off of their front rack position. And when I say pop, it's a slight dip and release. So as the bar comes down, it buys them a moment to get those fingers back around their thumb so they can secure the next rep.
When these cleans are done, it's on to a Cal bike ride. 25 Cals for the male pair, 20 Cals for the female pair. Sam Paquin here. 23rd at the Atlas Games last year as an individual, so he goes team this season.
And you just watch Sam drop into that squat clean to receive that final rep. Skill set and awareness, and I really love that. That allowed him to hold on to one more rep so he could pass it on to his teammate and let him go to work.
The youth cycling is really nice here. Moving forward on to the final 10 cleans for the men. The women are just behind them.
Oh, and the men have finished. So that is the transition area, it looks. So they've finished all 50 cleans, and they're waiting on their ladies. And once these ladies finish their cleans, they're going to get an opportunity to now attack the bike.
That'll be 25 Cals for the men, 20 Cals for the ladies.
And folks, this is where you shut off all of your personal feelings and you die on the bike. This is where every second counts, and teams that find the ability to still have high power output on that Echo bike at the end of a long chipper like this are going to be able to show their stuff. But you've got to lean in and really settle into a very uncomfortable pace and try to get off that bike as fast as you can.
And how beat is Fit to prove there, because Ryan Bork had to take a break and Maud Ellie couldn't step in for her. Bork's right back on the barbell. Doing yeoman's work here on the final 10.
Oh, and she got it in a squat clean. Impressive.
Full clean for Bork, and now onto the bike, and they will ride in male-female pairs.
And you got to smash it. This is where you got to go. You got to go. You got to lean in. We're approaching a time cap.
There are two teams on the bike. Sherbrooke U's on the bike as well. 90 seconds until the cap, and there are two teams on the bike.
And this is what you've got to do. The ladies are notoriously going to be slightly behind most of these guys in regards to pacing. They've got to lay the hammer down and be willing to suffer. This is why you just grinded for several minutes in this chipper, was for this opportunity here.
Maybe a strategy shift as well if you're keeping track of the clock. I don't know how teams may have divvied up who bikes when, but if you have a faster pair that maybe you were saving to go second originally, no, you got a minute left. You go ride.
Absolutely, and you'd like to think they had that strategized, but then as this workout came to the end with those hang cleans, it literally looked like whoever was surviving the best just got on the bike first, like, hey, I'll take it.
If you're standing, sit down on the bike.
That's it. Now, what we're watching is her rising from the seat there on the screen, and we want to keep the butt down. Keep the butt down and just drive with your legs as hard as you can. Made's doing a great job, but she's got to continue to push and pull with her arms and lean forward on the seat. This is going to generate the most power. We've got one team already across the line here.
20 seconds left. Sherbrooke is done. So Sherbrooke is on to their second pair here as Marie-Pierre Bonneau is working it with Samuel Prue. 10 seconds to the cap. Look
Every
at them
calorie is going to count.
Bike.
They got to go. Got to go. Until they kick me off that bike, I'm getting every calorie. And I'd still be cycling.
And Fit to Prove did wind up coming across with their male and female pair. So two teams advanced to their second male-female pair, and that is it here in heat number one.
And boy, if we got a shot of the whole floor right now, what a crime scene it looks like. Just bodies everywhere.
Gonna have some phenomenal Sweat Angel NFTs we could sell.
Very true. Atlas Games approved. What a slugfest there in that first heat.
Take a look at our guaranteed rate storylines. Revisit those coming back into this. Shout out Upstate New York, by the way.
Hey, man, gotta get the team selfie together there.
All right, PSC struggled a little bit in Event 1. They came in as the #1 overall seed. You can come back from a 16th, though, but you've got to be perfect.
Absolutely. We've seen it in several semifinals so far. Teams or individuals get off to a slower start. They can rebound. We got 5 scores left. It's a 6-score weekend.
If you've been to college, the women's division is not for you. You're 19 and below so far.
And again, we continue to hit the theme of next generation here at the Outlet Games, particularly on the women's side. They were impressive to start, and we knew they would be.
And then Nicholas Joyel, hey, you lay down the gauntlet, right? There are 6 male athletes in this field that have been to the CrossFit Games before. I think a lot of people looked at the field and said, oh, there's 4 spots locked up. I don't know.
Absolutely. Nicholas Joyel, the man behind the black curtain if you're up in our position.
Week 4 of the CrossFit Games semifinals is presented by Rogue. This is Team Event 2, Slippage, here at the Atlas Games. Adrian Conway has won a team's CrossFit Championship. Mike Arsenault's down on the floor. My name is Joel Gaddad. Here's where we stand after one event on the team side. Le Repere, Prone Fall, 100 points. Milford, Conqueror, just behind them in second. You are looking at virtually the field we will have here in this second heat. Sherbrooke just went, Fit to Prove just went. Here in event number 2, no one finished in the opening heat.
It's a grind. We're watching a chipper that takes place that is very, very difficult, and communication and accuracy goes a long way here.
Lane assignments here for heat number 2. Well, PSC, we said, did struggle a 16th place finish in event number 1. They are still the top dogs by seeding, though. So in lane 5, right there in the middle of the field, Le Repere, Broke Fall is right next to them. Omnia Black, a Games team from a year ago. There are a ton of Games affiliates in this field, 29 previous Games appearances. Take a look at our event description. That is, as always, presented by Eroski.
And this is a chipper. We're going down through 50 synchro wall balls in male-female pairs, 50 synchro GHD sit-ups for the other pair. Then they're going to flop those, make their way down as they transition to 50 synchro pistols, 50 synchro toes to bar, and in third, they're going to go through male-male and female-female pairs through 50 hang cleans, and then finish in a windstorm on the Echo Bike.
It's a lot to keep track of.
It's a lot of movements. And with a little bit of complexity there. You know, I like that you got to even tag off and work in different pairs than you started the workout in.
The veterans will keep it straight. Pete Shaw right in front for CrossFit 1855. He's been to the games as an individual. He heads to the GHD here to open. 1855 is one of those games teams in this field. And you can already see a couple of no reps there with a dropped wall ball for Leah Dean. 30 pounds for the guys, 20 pounds for the women, another no rep.
Yep. And everybody's thrown to 10 feet, which adds another obstacle for these ladies.
It's a great shirt, by the way. Let me ask my mom. Love it. All right, so this is the right way to do it, right? Hey, deep breath, Get on the same page. Let's go.
Yeah, and it's hard because you don't have time to communicate and talk, but you got to get on the same page, right? Hey, what's the problem? Let's go. Butt down deeper.
Let's add that into our overall recipe for success here. That, as always, is delivered by Trifecta.
Absolutely, and we look at some essentials. Create a rhythm. All these movements have a natural cadence. It's important for you and your partner, whomever it is, to be on the same page. And then this is a test of accuracy more than anything else. Early in this workout, it's depth on the squats and the pistols and accuracies with the wall ball shots. And then finally, before you get to the echo bike, on these barbells, it's heavy. You've got to be able to slang and bang, make fast work of every small set and quick transitions.
Looking at East Woodbridge, that is another games team in this field. Last appeared in 2016, finished 32nd. I almost said in Madison, finished 32nd in Carson.
It's a throwback reference, you know. It's hard to keep them in order.
They were 10th rather at the 2021 Atlas Games in an effort to get back. Out of Woodbridge, Ontario. Hand is in the air. Although they're still wall balling, so this will be a respite period for the duo on the GHDs.
Totally, and this is something, again, an advantage if you're in Heat 2 and you were at all aware of what happened in Heat 1. It's like, hey guys, on those GHDs, pace those a bit. Keep your heart rate low and be prepared for the wall balls coming up, because you know it's going to take us longer on the wall balls than it will you on the sit-ups. Keep your composure and save some juice.
Well, Brandon Crump and Julie Simon have a chance to save some juice just standing and waiting now. Stephen Christini, who owns the gym, is working with Sandra Annette on the wall balls.
It's so awesome when we can get coaches and gym owners out there on the floor and have a whole community behind them, just representing their whole squad. We've got some transitions happening now. People clearing off of the wall balls, people with their second group of athletes on to the GHD sit-ups.
Again, this is Crump and Simon here. Simon was on their Atlas Games team last year. Crump, 6 times a regionals athlete. He was on the 2016 team that went to the games. Talk about longevity in this sport. What CrossFit can do for you. Stay at that high of a level this long.
Absolutely, and it's a unique skill set. There's a durability and an endurance there, not just physically, but also mentally, to stay in the game that long.
This is CrossFit PSC, your number 1 seed coming in. That's the Anapolskis. They are the affiliate owners.
25.
Slight rest here as they get to 25. Smiling and wink at each other. You good? Yep, I'm good. Let's get it.
27.
It's Nicholas on the left.
Notice these GHD sit-ups going down. Hips free of the pad, folks. Hands going down to touch the ground. They slightly contract the knee, which pulls their torso vertical. They're doing a lot of the work with their hip flexors and their quads and not the abdominals. The abdominals simply brace the spine.
A common misconception, if you ever try this in your affiliate, it really isn't an ab workout. Your abs will get a workout, but it is not an ab workout.
It's very different than a sit-up, which is actually what allows it to be so fruitful. Our abdominals are meant to stabilize our spine. That's a bracing movement. Pretend I was going to come at you hard, Joel, and punch you right in the stomach, right? That type of contraction is more of their responsibility than one just to flip and flop our spine that we often do in crunches or sit-ups.
That happens a lot, actually. So.
People just coming at you.
Every day. First to advance onto the second movement, the toes to bar and the pistols. This is CrossFit Tyrannus Lifetree, another games team. This field, we talked about it, littered with at least affiliates that have prior games experience.
Adrian, question for you on strategy for these pistols. You mentioned that synchronicity obviously is important between teammates, but it also helps the judges, because I'm watching a lot of the judging, and it's a very difficult movement to judge synchro pistols. So what advice would you have for athletes to make their judge's job as easy as possible, to take any semblance of, oh, was that a no rep? Are they at the top and bottom at the same time, out of their mind, and they just get consistent good reps over and over again?
Mike, You ask questions as if you've been here before, man. That is a great question, truly. And what we talk about often with athletes, whether it's the team setting or the individual setting, listen, you focus particularly on the first 5 to 8, potentially 10 repetitions. Show the judge everything they hope to see so that allows them to relax. It allows them to become almost a rep counter instead of a rep judger. And that's a strategy that's extremely important with a top level movement in complexity as the synchro pistol that we're watching right now. Slow down, guys. Take a breath, and let's allow these first 5 to 10 reps to really count, not just for us, but also for our judge.
CrossFit Resurrection there in the blue and white. Stop me if you've heard this before. That's a games team. Finished 8th last year, although did have to replace half of their team. 2 males are new this year for Resurrection. One is getting married this weekend. All right, cool. The other one is in the wedding. All right, I guess if you have to.
Listen, hey, you reschedule that. You reschedule that wedding.
It was CrossFit Games weekend. That was what it was.
Okay, there we go. A little bit more bigger of a commitment there. Yeah, life happens, folks. And I think that's a very sure reminder of us that we're not watching. Every one of these athletes is not committed to CrossFit as a full-time job and making money off of sponsorships and other opportunities that are very rare and unique.
Yeah.
Right. These are athletes that are balancing a full-time job. They're moms, they're dads, they're business owners. And what a great example to the rest of the community of their commitment to their fitness and, of course, being able to excel at a high level and still compete.
This is Milford Conquer. That black curtain got me again. I thought that was lane 9. It's lane 8. We can't see lane 10 for a vantage point, folks, so sorry for my miscounting. But that is Milford. The point about Resurrection still stands. But this is Milford Conquer here. There is Resurrection.
There they are.
Hunter Gibbons is on the left, Deanna Posey is on the right.
And they're making steady work of these pistols. This is we had this discussion, Joel, and I feel strong conviction about this. A movement like this should often be left for the CrossFit Games. And I say that not as a knock on the programmers, but honestly, these aren't all professional judges. This is a very hard movement to judge. And I'm going to tell you now, a squat is a squat is a squat. That means the hip crease needs to be below the top of the knee. And if I put a marble in the middle of your thigh, it should roll to your hip and not towards the front of your knee. And what we're seeing here, those are questionable reps, particularly on the male side. When I watch his depth, show me a good rep, and I see the hip crease above the top of the knee. But it takes a lot of gall for the judge to stop him and say, hey, no rep, when you know they're working hard. Some of these movements have to be broken down and assessed before they're just spilled out onto the competition floor.
East Woodbridge in the front, Resurrection behind them, Milford behind them. This is the second pairing of movements, the synchro pistols. There are also synchronized toes to bar happening over on the right. Is there anything more satisfying than seeing like a row of 16 people doing synchronized toes to bar?
It's a beautiful thing. If you can get a workout to even start with it, it's so awesome to watch it when it first goes down. I love it.
When the pairs are done with this, they'll move out onto the competition floor further, move those barbells with hang cleans, and then they'll reach the finish line. Well, they will ride the bike. Nobody got through this entire thing in 20 minutes. It looks like we're on a little bit of a better pace here in here in Heat 2, but the question still remains if anybody will finish.
Right, and we take a look at the way it starts with the wall balls and the sit-ups, and then we've got the pistols and the toes to bar. But it's how much fatigue gets built up before we get to the real challenge of this raw test of capacity with these 50 hang cleans split between 2 men and 50 hang cleans split between 2 women. That's where we saw so much of this workout take place in the first heat, and it really, really slowed a lot of the momentum down for many of the teams.
And now we'll switch. So we just watched all those pistols and all those toes to bar. You don't get to advance yet. You've got to switch, flip-flop, and do what you just did not.
That's what I like most about this workout is everybody's getting a taste of everything, right? You don't get to pick and choose. You don't get to say, hey, you're really great at toes to bar, but Johnny's really great at pistols. Got to do it all.
But we do have our first team that has advanced onto the barbell. Pro 1 Montreal on the home turf. Out in front. They're joined by Omnia, 2 teams that finished in the games last year. There's Milford.
There they are, still grinding through the chipper, through the pistols.
Let's check in with Mike Arsenault.
Adrian, you and Joel were talking about how difficult this event can be in terms of switching pairs, so you're not doing synchro movements with the same person every time. Lane 8 right here in black shirt, white sports bra, when they had the opposite pairs doing the pistols, it was seamless. Right now they just have probably, I counted, anywhere between 6 to 8 no reps in 10 total reps, so it really shows you that no matter how comfortable you may be with one of your teammates, once that synchronicity is flipped, it can cause another whole host of problems.
There's no doubt about that, Mike, and again, there's no place to hide in this particular workout. It might not be that difficult in other workouts and other layouts, but they did a really beautiful job at really challenging every member of the team uniquely and then in different combinations. I think it was something clearly they had to be able to see coming, and which is why they made this particular event such a thorough test.
We're watching Milford here in about 5th place.
No problem for CrossFit CFC.
Pro 1 Montreal continues to fight at the lead. You can see at the top of the screen they're getting pushed from Tyrannus Lifetree as well, the 3rd lane down from the top. Omnia is in the gray tops and red bottoms in lane 4 from the top of the screen.
And this is where we really started to see a lot of the teams slow down on these hang cleans the last heat in this event. They started fast. The first 10 went down quick. The ladies started to go. The next 10 went down okay. And the ladies moved forward. And then all of a sudden it looked like some of those athletes got hit by a truck. And here we're starting to watch these teams power through at just a faster clip than we did in the last heat.
Caleb Woywood for Tyrannus Lifetree in the navy green top.
Making those cleans look beautiful. Up and under the bar. Using his leg drive. The leg drive that he has left in order to allow that bar to suspend itself in air so he can move his body underneath it in the receiving position. We talked about this in Heat 1. And let's take a look at those standings.
Le Repère Progfall, 1 event 1. Now Pro 1 Montreal has a lot to gain here, so too does Omnia, being in 4th and 5th, both in qualifying positions. Omnia has switched to Cooper Wise, just left of your screen.
Adrian, as a coach, I'm sure you're going to like this. The athlete who just finished up his cleans for Pro 1, instead of kind of kicking his feet out to the side using that improper form we were talking about, he's doing full hang squat cleans. Yes, it takes a lot more time, a lot more energy, but it's a little more foolproof, less chance of failing. Do you like that strategy to go for the hang squat clean rather than having your legs flailing out to the side?
Absolutely, I love it. The ability to call an audible and receive the bar in a low squat or with wide feet. The bottom line is you've got to meet the bar where it stops. And if you have the capacity with your leg drive to stand up hang squat cleans at this point, and that continues to get us reps, we've got to keep getting them by all means possible.
Tristan Leclerc, who we're talking about here for Pro 1. And I'll watch him drop in to the bottom of the squat.
And that's a lot of drive coming out of the bottom after a long chipper like this. All those pistols.
Frederick Doobie just grabs it. Okay, get out. Yeah. And that's be a controlling captain, right? Hey, we're switching. I'm in now. Catch your breath.
You've got to be. If you have the opportunity to carry weight for someone, you've got to be able to step up and do it. You know there are going to be events where they're going to have to do the same for you.
I believe Doobie just got no reps as the men move the bar forward. So the men for Pro 1 are done. The women are now lifting behind them. Omnia is also done. Tyrannus Lifetree is also done. The men are done.
And as the men wait for the women, they are doing nothing except wrapping their mind around what this sprint is about to be like on this Echo bike. Here we go.
And they will have time. Remember, in the first heat, no one got to the bike until there were 90 seconds left in the heat. We have 5 minutes yet to conquer here on the bike. This is a male and female pairing. The men have to go 25 cows, the women 20 cows, and then we'll switch. Move the bike, Cooper Wise.
There we go. Lean into that thing. Hey, final event for the day. Let's go a little dumb on this bike.
Rest tomorrow.
And what people have to understand about the Echo bike is it's very different than the traditional assault bike that have been around the community for many years and used on this type of platform. It doesn't quite reward the heavier and more cyclical athlete in bursts the same way that the assault bike does. So it's more about really staying steady at a steady moving clip all the way from start to finish.
And Omnia is getting ready to switch. Pro 1 will switch.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Leclerc on the left, Chloe Govan-David is on the right.
Build into that sprint. Get on the Echo bike and let it gently build speed for about the first 7 seconds, and then it's hammer time.
Chloe, a 2018 individual games athlete, was on the 9th place team in 2019 for Pro 1, 5th place team last year at the games. Pro 1 is basically kind of dubbed them the Canadian Mayhem.
Hey, look at the pedigree, right? Look at the history of that gym. You walk into it, what do you see? You were in there working out earlier today, my friend. What did you see all over the wall?
It is name placards from every regional on every piece of the wall.
It's history, and it matters. It's a great motivator for young competitors. They want to carry the torch like the history had.
The hand is up for Omnia, though, and Omnia Black is off the bike and done. And then we've got finishers from Pro 1 as well coming through. A waterfall of teams collapsing across the finish line.
So close. You got to get off the bike, get off the bike, get off the bike. That's all you can think right now. Whatever it takes, get off the bike.
All the teams in the middle lanes are done. That's Le Repair Pro Fall, PSC, Pro 1. Still churning it here for East Woodbridge.
And you're trying to focus as best you can. Hey, use my legs, use my arms, use my legs, use my arms, because at this point your whole body is quite wrecked.
Just kicking Chloe there.
Crime scene, man. Yeah, they don't care. They don't even feel it. There'll be apologies in the back. I'm sorry I kicked you in the face. I didn't feel it. That's what they'll say.
Milford. This is the second pairing for Milford finishing up. And Emma Ferreira across that finish line. Bike and across the finish line. It was like a zombie apocalypse. This is a devastating test.
Devastating. You start the day with a short, fast workout. Completely depletes glycogen. You're anaerobic almost the entire time there. And then all of a sudden, now you got to grind through this very aerobic and then very heavy chipper at some point at the 3/4 mark. And then, oh, by the way, sprint your face off to finish this workout. They're going to feel this one tomorrow.
18:55 left of screen. On to their second pairing. Pete Shaw is trying to destroy the bike.
And he's got the capacity. Notice the sway of the bike on the left. That's Pete there, grinding with his feet, pressing down with force, and pushing and pulling as best he can with his upper body.
I don't think people understand, if you've never seen a Rogue Echo bike, how heavy those bikes are. What Pete Shaw is doing to that piece of equipment is not normal.
Absolutely not. It's like the Batmobile, right? Those things are legitimately built to be pushed and pulled on and to remain indestructible, even for the high usage of a community or a gym atmosphere.
3 more cows here. And Leo Connor stumbles through. They'll finish with a minute left to go. And with all of this carnage at the finish line, there are still teams out on the cleans. East Woodbridge will have a chance to finish.
She got her last calorie. Nice job.
Sandra Annette allows the Canadian Ontario team across with 30 seconds left to go. I said every team in the middle had finished earlier. I stand corrected. I just looked at the empty bikes. Le Repair Pro Fall, who won the opening event, has not gotten to the bike yet. They are still back on the cleans. Yeah, get going. And we hit the time cap of 20 minutes.
And this is why our test is more than one score.
Complete test of fitness over the course of 6 events. You might hit some home runs, you might not. Where can you meet in the middle and earn yourself a ticket to the CrossFit Games?
Yeah, and a lot of this is going to be dependent upon how you can bounce back. If you have a poor finish to end day one, what's your psyche, what's your mindset? Get in the back, get recovered, get off the floor. Someone pick up their friend.
Well, if that shirt ain't right.
What is this?
It says dues paid. Dues paid.
Dues paid is for sure.
Omnia Black, 16:38. That was easy.
So easy. One man, one woman to talk. Let's do it again.
Sure. I would hope he talks. Mike Arsenault just said one man, one woman. He said, yeah, sure. He just said it was easy.
Said, let's do it again. I'd say let's let him take the floor and run it back.
What do you think a score would be?
What do you think the what?
Well, if they ran it back, how would you do again?
Oh, man. I'd like to see him do it in reverse order. So we're going to start at the bike first, and then we're going to back through the chipper the opposite way.
That is a much different event. Let's go down as Mike Arsenault continues to get set here with Omnia. He's got all four.
Omnia Black, 5th place, 80 points on event number 1, 100 points here on event number 2. Lots of movements to choose from on that event. What was the most difficult and why?
Oh, man. I feel like the wall balls for us, just because the targets, the depth perspective is a little different than a target or a wall at the gym. So, yeah, I'd say wall balls.
Because you were switching partners depending on what movement it was it difficult to maintain synchronicity when you had those partner switches?
No, I mean, we practiced together all year, and we're very confident in each of our abilities, so we knew we'd be timing up pretty much between 10 to 15 seconds of each movement, so we knew everything would work out great.
Day 1 is in the books, day 2 tomorrow. What's the recuperation strategy look like tonight?
Oh, lots of movement, stretching, sitting some boots, good food, having fun with each other. So, yeah, we're looking forward to day 2.
All right, we'll let you get to it. Omnia Black, 100 points here in event number 2.
Jacob Schmidt, Cooper Wise, Alyssa Schauer, Mary Kay Dry-Silker for the team from Denver, Colorado. They win event 2. Women are coming up for event 2. We'll have that for you as we return to the Atlas Games in Montreal. Week 4 of the semifinals rolls on next. The 2022 CrossFit Atlas Games semifinal is brought to you by Rogue. Don't weaken. Noble, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. O2, the official recovery drink of the Noble CrossFit Games. And by the U.S. Army. Know your Army.
What does it take? How do I train? What do I eat? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? It all adds up. It's not about what I do. It's about what I don't do. No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows. No bull.
It's super important to have a baseline level of where you're at. Being able to have data at your fingertips is just a great way to improve your overall life and health. The at-home Thorne tests are just an amazing tool. You can have some tangible evidence as to here's what's going on in your system. It's looking at the body as a whole and trying to fix different systems that will then contribute to overall health.
Do you know, it's our belief that CrossFit is the world's leading platform for health, happiness, and performance. I've talked to you a lot this weekend about health. I've talked to you a lot about performance. This concept of happiness, I reckon there's a lot of folks in the world right now that are pretty short on happiness for obvious reasons. But if you asked a CrossFitter what is it that makes them happy, I guarantee near the top of the list they're going to mention something to do with CrossFit. Guys, we get the privilege of wearing the red shirts for a weekend, and it's a pretty cool job. We love doing it. Like, we get to come in here and speak to, for the most part, CrossFitters about doing CrossFit. But the real work is done at an affiliate level and at a trainer level. The real work is what you guys are going to go out and do.
We are here after 7 months of lockdown at our first level 1 in Melbourne at CrossFit Richmond for the weekend. Really, I think it's about empowering people that love CrossFit, arming them with the resources they need and the information that they need to put to use when they want to go and train people with this thing that they love. I think what's cool about the structure of the course is that people are like, oh, that was a fun seminar. It never felt boring. You know what? It was so nice to sit down and learn something, like learn a big concept. And what distinguishes it from other courses is the fact that people are watching how to make people better.
Doctor said my season was totally over, but it was not only that. He told me, oh, maybe you will not be able to go back to the top of your sport. Lots of persons forgot me after injury. It was okay, we're done. Oh, next athlete. I'm really angry to show to some person that I'm not done and I can do some good stuff in CrossFit again.
What is this course about? Well, this weekend is your level 1. It's the introductory component. The flow and content is going to look like this. We are going to have what's called conceptual framework lectures. We're very big on defining things. So we'll define CrossFit, talk about fitness, give you our stance on nutrition, talk technique, as well as programming. In addition to that, we're going to have what's called 9 foundational movements, and we're going to give them to you in 3 series. We'll have a squat series, a press series, and also a deadlift series. While those lectures are going on, you'll have a demo person up front here on a box showing you all the things we want to see in movement and also some areas that can get yourself into trouble. From there, we're going to break out into small groups onto the main floor here, where you're going to get a chance to be led by one of my ninja/rockstar trainers. It's very hands-on, very practical application. So if you're that person that came here this weekend looking to have your own personal movement corrected, that's going to be an opportunity for you. But in addition to that, if you're looking to become a trainer or you're currently a trainer looking for some additional cues and corrections for fixing movement, it's going to be appropriate for that as well. One of the coolest things about this program is its infinite scalability. And so whether you are a games athlete or whether you're somebody that is never done a CrossFit workout before, we have no way of knowing that. And so when it comes time for the workouts, if you'll just let us know where you are in the process, hey, I got a nagging shoulder, elbow, or whatever the story is, we will take care of you. And our goal is to make sure that we give you the appropriate stimulus for the workout that we're doing, but also keep you safe in the process. You're gonna have a good time this weekend, gonna learn a lot, gonna laugh a lot.
go to the gym every single day. I treat my craft as a profession. I would argue the fact that I am just as professional, if not more, than another athlete that is going to a sport that has been around for hundreds of years. I dedicate my life to this.
The test at the CrossFit Games is everything. If you're going to make a claim of the fittest on earth, which is a massive claim, you have to make sure that that test is well thought out, well planned.
It's not about who's the toughest athlete, it's about who's the fittest. How can we throw this many events at people and still allow them to recover enough to really put the best foot forward?
To be a top-level athlete, it takes everything. You got to put that first over everything you're doing in your life.
You cannot part-time this. You have to dedicate your life to it. And even that may not be enough.
I don't think there's any reason why I can't win the CrossFit Games. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't think I could win.
A lot of things were going through my head. After birth, I still remember I could not walk downhill with the stroller. Now all of a sudden, podium was realistic.
You've also got this development where you're starting to get these younger athletes.
Kids who have been doing CrossFit since they've been in elementary school.
Mal O'Brien, we saw her stare right in the face of the reigning women's champion and not blink.
The young, upcoming, new blood of the sport.
It's like if you want a shot at winning the games, this is where we take them. Like this has to be a W.
This year, I came here to win.
Horvath now pulling even with Toomey.
Goddamn!
Elder has it. Medeiros will stand it up.
So that was like a huge opportunity for me to come and try to get some points on him.
Drop yourself 20 spots, lose 60 points, you're out.
At that point, I wasn't concerned about my elbow. Like, I just wanted to finish the games.
It was the most exciting that I felt in a CrossFit event.
I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to win this.
4 seconds to go. Oh, no.
That's another one.
Serena Savage. In lane 8 from Brantford CrossFit, Jackie Violet. In lane 9 from CrossFit Laminin, Ellie Terrence Hiller. And in lane 10 from CrossFit Train Station, Allie Duckworth.
1 minute, athletes. 1 minute.
"30 seconds, athletes. 30 seconds. "10 seconds. Stand by. Just closing out the first day of action here in Montreal for the 2022 CrossFit Atlas Games. Individual event number 2, heat number 1, Mike. What are we looking at?
All right, a quick little 4-rounder, 10-minute time cap for your final event of the day. 24 toes to bar, our ladies well underway. And 12, count them, 1-2 sandbags. Ground to over the shoulder, that 100-pound heavy rogue sandbag. Gonna be watching for those judges' hands to go up, Greg. Signaling 5 or less reps remaining.
Look who's leading the charge here in heat number 1 already. 1 sandbag over the shoulder. It's Danny Horan in lane number 5.
Allie Duckworth out in lane number 10 right there. With her, Ellie Terrence Hiller as well. Hiller having a great performance in event number 1. And Hiller, just like that, moving forward, right behind Horan. You're 1 and 2 early on the sandbags.
Just a bunch of hands in the air on the sandbag cleans, Mike. Who is going to make their way back to the rig first? It seems like it's going to be in lane number 3, Addison DeRosier, followed closely by Ellie Terrence Hiller and Games veteran Danny Horan. Already back on the toaster bar.
No, you said it, man. A lot of competition. Your ladies 1 through 5 all hitting that second round of toes to bar. As Violet heads back to readjust that sandbag and now back onto the toes to bar. 24 reps is what we're looking for. A 4-rounder, 24 toes to bar and 12 sandbag over the shoulder. 2.5 minutes in, 10-minute time cap. Should be a quick one, Greg.
After this long, grueling 20-minute workout, a short, quote unquote, 10-minute sprint.
Ellie Terrence Hiller making very fast work of round number 2 toes to bar, coming out in front, leading the way down in lane number 9, followed by Horan.
And Stacy Lucian also making a comeback in the top 3. Only 2 reps to go for both Danny Horan and Hannah Marichuk.
Two more reps to go, make it 3 more reps to go for Hiller. Just about at that halfway marker for your ladies.
leading the way here in event number 2. But running back to the rig, Greg, who do you got, my friend? The story of this heat remains the same. Addison DeRosier, CrossFit 3's very own, is back to the rig at first, starting to work on these toaster bars. About a 5-rep lead over Ellie Terrence Hiller on your side of the competition floor, Mike. Aran and Rochuk right behind Hiller. Hiller making up tons of time on that previous round of toaster bar. Here in round number 3, she'll take a break. These competitors already on their 3rd round of 4. Midway through the time cap, almost 5 minutes on the clock, 10 minutes on the time cap, and let's see who will establish the time to beat. It looks like we have a new leader, Mike. Ellie Hiller back in the lead off of the toaster bar. That's where she's making up all of her time. And now down in lane number 3, right behind her, DeRosier. You're 1 and 2, same as it was for round number 2. But DeRosier coming off of the sandbag, leading the way. We'll see if Hiller can hang on here through round number 3 with 1 final round to go. And 3 full heats of your elite ladies. But they've got company now. Danny Horan joining on the sandbag clean fun. 10 reps to complete. DeRosier making quick work. Now taking the lead back from Terrence Hiller. Both have 4 reps to go. Slight advantage going to DeRosier. About a half a rep. Looking to head back to that rig. She knows Terrence Hiller is going to make up a lot of ground on those toaster bar. DeRosier down in lane number 3 at the 6:15 marker, heading back for her 4th and final round with 1 rep to go. Ari Tellers Hill. She's going to have to grind on these toaster bar to gain advantage over Ellie Terrence Hiller, who is always gaining her ground on the gymnastics parts of the workout. Just 1 final round to go for these 2 competitors in lanes 3 and 9. Just over 3 minutes to go before that 10-minute time cap, crossing the finish line and securing a heat win. They got to empty the tank right here with 2 other heats to come. No time for resting. Got to get through this final round. DeRosier and Hiller battling back and forth, opposite sides of the floor. Lanes 3 and then lanes number 9. All your top 3 competitors. Sorry about that. Your top 5 competitors are on pace to get through the finish line and finish the 4 rounds before the time cap. DeRosier still leading over Terrence Hiller. Just a few reps to go for both of them. But just like that, on the toaster bar, Hiller making up a little bit of ground, and now she has got to get to work on this sandbag. Final round of 12 sandbag over the shoulders. Advantage going to Hiller down in lane number 9. 1 rep, make it 2. 1 rep for DeRosier. Addison DeRosier is absolutely crushing these sandbag cleans, Mike. Going for quick singles, and already the bag in front going touch and go. Only 5 reps to go. She has a 2-rep lead. And 1 final rep to go, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Addison DeRosier. Ellie Terrence Hiller looking to lock in that number 2 position down in lane number 9. She will run across the line, 8:56 unofficially as we cross over the 9-minute mark. Ladies, 1 final minute to go. And the top time in this heat, and thus the time to beat, 8:43. 8:43. A handful of ladies within closing distance, Greg. Elena Savage and Danny Horan and Hannah Marachuk with 30 seconds to go and just a handful of reps. 30 seconds, ladies. $15 seconds. 1 final rep to go for Horan. 10 seconds. Right at the same time. That's going to be too close to me. 3, 2, 1, time. What a race to the finish it was for 4 competitors. Stacy Lucian, Hannah Marachuk, Danny Horan, and Elena Savage all crossing the finish line within the last 10 seconds.
Women's event number 2 here in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. It is the Atlas Games, day 1, with 5 tickets on the line to the CrossFit Games. Alongside Adrian Conway, CrossFit Games team champion Mike Arsenault is our reporter down on the floor. My name is Joel Godet. Event number 2 for the individuals. It's an elegant little couplet.
It is a couplet, and it is 4 rounds for time of 24 toes to bar and 12 sandbag cleans over the shoulder. For these ladies, it's 100 pounds that we're watching them sling for the duration of this workout.
10-minute cap. That is brought to us by Erasti here for event 2. Standings after event 1. How about Ellie Terrence Hiller out of heat 1, putting herself in contention in 6th place, and she may still be in contention because she is in 2nd place right now in event 2 with an 8:57 time. We'll see how that holds up for her going into day 2.
Absolutely, and I'm excited the way that she started today. It's a lot of momentum, giving us excitement in that first heat.
Tori Dyson is in 10th place after she won heat 2 of event 1 this morning, that of CrossFit New England. Before we dive into the field here for heat number 2, let's dive into the recipe for success that is delivered, as always, by Trifecta.
Oh, yeah, and we've got 2 to focus on for this particular workout. On these toes to bar, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Break up the toes to bar to ensure not just a fast start, but a fast finish. And then the second is get dirty on the sandbag. The latter 2 rounds and your ability to grind that sandbag from the ground over your shoulder for the final 24 reps are going to dictate your success and outcome.
This is a classic event where you can't win it. on the first round of toes to bar, but my oh my, you can certainly lose it.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just great temptation, right? As we watch some of the athletes even demo the reps there. It's, you know, everyone here on the floor has the capacity to rack off 24 in a row. And again, the trap in this particular workout is get caught up in the emotion, go too fast too soon, and not have enough juice to really finish with a strong kick at the end.
Talked about Tori Dyson this morning after she did so well in event number 1. And CrossFit New England qualified accidentally after she officially stepped away from competition back in 2020. She is in 10th place overall coming in. She is in lane 2. You got to look at Lexi Neely in lane 10 at the front of your screen. There's Tori Dyson, the queen of CompTrain.
Yeah, Tori, and she just did a super vet move, man. She ran out there further than anyone else in her own lane, put chalk out there to prepare for those sandbag cleans and when she's needing to make the transition back to toes to bar. It's a vet move. She's been here before.
She placed her chalk at the 7th line, I believe. We'll advance the sandbag every 6 reps down the floor. And we're underway. First round of 24 toes to bar. This event, start to finish, Adrian has 96 toes to bar and 48 sandbag cleans. On the women's side, 48 sandbag cleans. Quick math, you are lifting 4,800 pounds in total by the time this event is done.
That is a lot of work, my friend. I like math, and that's good math.
You can look at the different styles here on the toes to bar, the different varieties of leg swing or tightness of the core, and Allison Scuds, no surprise, is the first one off of the bar and to the sandbag cleans.
And she came ripping, man, right off the rig, aggressively to the sandbag, getting it to her lap first, then over her shoulder. Some of these ladies are going to have the ability to almost what we call one-time that sandbag, which means once they pick it up into their arms, they can just go one momentum hip drive, and it's going to be up and over. Most of them will segment the movement, get it to their lap with slightly bent knees, and then drive their hips open as they sling the sandbag over their shoulder.
Molly McGrandy in the white top right of screen, Elena Buds on the left from CrossFit Free. Molly McGrandy out of CrossFit Whip in Saginaw, Michigan.
We even watched some of these ladies get to that second position, and they execute a touch and go.
There's Tori Dyson. How hard is a touch and go with an amorphous bag that moves in your hands like that?
It's very tough. It's challenging, and a lot of times, the juice is not worth the squeeze there on that particular effort. It can be at times when we're in a sprint-style workout, but when we're not, it's better to reduce your time under tension with the bag, let it drop, reset, and get the next rep going. The advantage of touch and go is, of course, it's faster, but the cost is that you're taking the sandbag with your own effort to the floor instead of just letting gravity do its work and get it back down there for you.
2 minutes into a 10-minute time cap. That's Lexi Neely right of screen. Logan Philo-Los just inside her in the gray. Pink top is Michelle Palmer. I don't want to say the most veteran athlete in this field, 37 years young.
Hey, she won't take offense to saying she's the oldest one out there. In fact, she wears it very well and very proud that she's had the opportunity to compete at this level.
Here is Scuds leading the way as we check in with Mike Arsenault.
In the warm-up area before this event, I was goofing around with the sandbag, and Allison Scuds came up to me and asked if I could do a rep, and I was able to complete one successfully. Truthfully, I thought we were going to lead with that coverage, that clip of me doing the sandbag clean to kick off the event. Alas, a little bit different than the sandbags you might find at your gym. The homemade ones that are kind of amorphous, sand is moving all over the place. These are very tight, and Allison said she prefers this format. The sand stays where it is, the shape stays the same, makes it a little bit easier to navigate the bag throughout all of these reps.
Video work didn't happen.
They shorted you, Mike. Listen, your moment to shine. We'll keep the sandbags out there. I say we keep them in the warm-up area. Let them get another shot at it tomorrow. We'll roll that sucker.
All I know is that last week, Jamie Hagia did a legless rope climb at the Granite Games. So, Mike, the challenge has been thrown down.
Hey, we got ring muscle-ups and stuff coming up. He's going to have plenty of opportunity. We'll keep that on deck.
Scuds leading the way here.
And that point to what she made in the warm-up to Mike particularly about the sandbag is a huge, huge consideration. Often in affiliates, if they have these bags, they're old, they're highly used. Some of them aren't filled with sand to the capacity they once were. And the deformation there makes these reps tremendously more difficult. So fresh sandbags that stay tight and keep their form make this movement much more easy and much more efficient for the athletes.
Allison Scudds is a member of the Underdogs athletic crew that trains in Las Vegas, Nevada. Justin Kotler is her coach. They have a saying with the Underdogs: engines win championships. Is it any surprise that Allison Scudds is leading the pack in an event like this?
In this particular workout, it's not. It's again, and I think about the 6 events that lay out this weekend, and I like them for Allie. She is gymnastics biased, as we would categorize her, and Justin Collar is not telling a lie when he says engines win championships. I mean, look at the history of our sport. As we watch Scudds take off on another run to the sandbag, you know, we look at the Rich Fronings and the Matt Frazier's and the Tia Claire Toomeys. Those that have a spot at the top have tremendous capacity, specifically in the form of their engine.
Scudds is so far ahead of the field right now that everybody else is still doing toes to bar in their 3rd round. Allison is the only one downfield moving that sandbag.
Well, this is where you're going to look back at the rest of the field and wonder, hey, did they go too fast out the gate and try to keep up with Allie, right? They weren't running their own race, perhaps, maybe getting caught up in the pressure of, well, she's doing it, maybe I should too. And again, one of the recipes to success is just because you can doesn't mean you should.
6 reps ahead of Elena Buds, you can see just behind her. If there was ever a chance for Allison Scudds to qualify for the CrossFit Games, this is her best opportunity. The dedication she's put in training with the Underdogs the past year, the way that she's worked and smartened up over the years in the mental game, she has put so much aspect into daily journaling and thinking about her approach to every event and every workout.
Yeah, you're looking at an athlete there in Scudds that is tremendously all in. You know, having the fortitude to relocate across the country, to change the scene, to take a chance on a new coach with a new crew. She's been so close several times. So to watch her be able to execute a workout like this at a high level and right now lead a heat, you know, you can't help but want to root for her.
We just showed you the time to beat. 8:44 by Addison DeRosers. Elena Buds is her teammate at CrossFit Free. So we get back to Scudds.
Yeah, as we read through the recipe for success provided by a trifecta there, we've got breaking the toes to bar. That's the early and often cue that we gave even with the handstand push-ups earlier. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. And then these sandbag cleans, you've got to be willing to get dirty and really push the ladder 2 rounds.
How about Scudds just going to the dark place? Closed her eyes on those toes to bar.
Yeah, this is where you're really what you're trying to do. If you have the ability to keep kicking that bar, you're really trying to tell your brain to shut up at this point because there's not a lot of positivity coming out, and it's time to settle in and grind. Because again, although she's leading the heat, what Allie's got to think about is that next group of girls just watching her in the back.
And look at the difference here. Scudds is smooth, calm, confident working through these. Look at the wear that this workout has had on Elena Buds.
And body language is everything. You can learn a tremendous amount from that point exactly, Joel. It's like we got to watch the faces they make, the way they drop down from the rig. When you watch someone just crumble to gravity, even though they're only dropping like 18 inches, you know they are fatigued.
Buds is fighting for these reps here. 24 toes to bar in the back end of 96 total in this event. Final 12 sandbag cleans here for Allison Scudds. If she can do this in about a minute and 14 seconds, she will have herself an event lead heading into the 3rd and final heat. Trying to put herself in position to be in the final heat on Saturday, moving day, and she needs it because Adrian, she took a 16th in event 1 today.
Yeah, and this is going to set her up for her potential here. She got to grind. Set back up on that ball, get it going. This is where you just, again, you kind of go dumb.
Buds is now on to that final round.
There it is.
And Allison Scudds does have the new time to beat, falling her way to an 8:13 finish.
She had to push our cameraman out of the way in order to finish, so just another obstacle there. But what a shot.
It was not listed in the event description. Now, DeRoser's time is 8:44. Buds is not going to beat that.
Nope.
But she'll come very close to her teammate.
Yeah, and with this 10-minute cap, it's like, hey, if you're at that sandbag, you got to start fighting. Fight, fight, fight. Get across that thing. Don't listen to your body. Set up, grip it tight, get that thing over your shoulder.
And there are 4 other athletes who are on their final round of 12. If I'm one of those 4, I'm not getting capped here. Bud's done an inside of 9 minutes, and that is actually the third best time, because Terrence Hiller was at 8:57, second place out of the first heat.
Hiller just continuing to be a thorn in these ladies' side in the later heats. It's a wonderful thing to see.
45 seconds left to go here. Tori Dyson in the orange shorts at the top of the screen advancing to her final 6, but 3 other athletes trying to move their way through these final 6.
2 more across the finish line. Palmer's got 2 reps left.
40 seconds left. Final rep for Michelle Palmer. At 37 years young, she is a Masters athlete at the Games. And she's out here playing with the Young Bucks. Dyson also
Dyson across the line as well.
And with 3 seconds left, we will hit the cap.
4 ladies still out there chipping away, fighting for every rep.
Dyson, Matarazzo, Scudds, Buds, McGandy, and Palmer all finish 6 of the 10 in the heat. But Allison Scudds has the new time to beat, 8:12.6. See how that holds up. DeRosiers is in second, and then you see Buds getting just ahead of Hiller. Take a look at how Allison Scudds attacked this one that we knew was going to be a good event for her.
We did. Coming out the gate, she did break the toes to bar up just slightly, and she has high capacity in this movement, so it's part of being tied into what those recipes for success are. And on the sandbag, you've got to dig a little bit deep there. Having those uncomfortable conversations with your own mind, saying I can and I will, and she did.
Trying to become the 4th underdog to qualify for the Games. Technically 5th. Are we counting Tola?
Why not?
Yeah. Trying to become the 5th underdog to qualify for the CrossFit Games. Puts herself in a good position through 2 events. Coming back for Heat 3 next. Week 4, the final week of the semifinal season across CrossFit, presented by Rogue. We are at the Atlas Games here in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Event 2 for the women, the 3rd and final heat. Alongside Adrian Conway, CrossFit Games champion Mike Arsenault is down on the field. My name is Joel Godet. I think I just made Mike Arsenault a CrossFit Games champion with the way I phrased that.
Hey, he'll take it.
Here are the standings. Paige Powers, an event win earlier this afternoon. Emma Lawson, Freya Moosbrugger, the Young Guns, all of them under 21 years of age, are the top 3. And then Carolyn Prevost, we'll talk about her more in a second, is in a qualifying position, one event down, 5 to go. The event is brought to us by Rosti.
Yeah, and this is a great event. We've got 4 rounds for time, 24 toes to bar, and 12 sandbag cleans. It's 100 pounds for these ladies with a 10-minute time cap.
Recipe for success, that is delivered by Trifecta.
This event, it's pretty straightforward. The toes to bar can be a trap. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Break them up early and often to ensure a fast finish. And then the second point is you have to be willing to get dirty on the sandbag. You may not want to pick it up, but it's time for the next rep.
Paige Powers, winner in event number 1. She was 21st out of the Granite Games last year, where Emma Carey and Mal O'Brien qualified. They took the hype last season as the Young Guns. Powers a year behind them, but oh my, she is one to watch after what she did in event 1 today.
Yeah, and we're just seeing her stand there with the eye of the tiger look, focused on what she needs to do to attack the next event here that's about to take place. And we know that she's surrounded by a strong crew down there in Cookeville that is able to lead her from the front. She's got plenty of great examples there to learn from.
There are 7 women in this field under 21 years of age. Emma Lawson, the youngest, she is in this heat at just 17. We are underway for 4 rounds of what will amount to 96 toes to bar and 48 sandbag cleans down the floor.
Poetry in motion as we watch all the toes to bar get going down. A very diverse look at how athletes execute this movement. Some with a very rigid shape in their body, going from the hollow to the arch position. Some with a more bent leg position as they get their knees almost close to their elbows, and then they finish the rep with a little kick. This will help save their hip flexors and their lower abs. To each his own in the style. What you have to be mindful of is the best way for it to play out in rounds 3 and 4.
Well, that stage out played really well for Mira Kim Corvette. She is the first one to the sandbag. Can she maintain that pace?
And I think we watched every one of those ladies go unbroken in round 1.
Well, we saw Allison Scudds break it up early on. She did go unbroken, though, in round 1 back in heat 2. So it's almost one of those, hey, let's get this first one out of the way,
yep.
Right? Mm-hmm. And then maybe I can create some separation, and I'll take some breaks as the event wears through.
Absolutely. Yeah, and the risk is there. You don't want to put yourself in too much of a deficit that not be able to recover from. It takes a very savvy and aware athlete to be able to say, I don't care what they're doing, I know what's going to play out best for me.
Athletes advancing the sandbag down the field every 6 reps. So they'll cover 2 squares here and then go back to the rig for another 24 toes to bar.
Transitions are key too here as we watch them kind of jog back to the rig to get set up for that next rep. Get your next set going as best as you can.
Carolyn Connors in a qualifying position after the first event. She was the first one back to the rig. Paige Powers, though, is your overall leader coming into the event. Mike Arsenault has more on her.
Well, throughout many CrossFit competitions, we always extol the virtues of having a strategy, having a game plan before you step on the competition floor. So I asked Paige Powers what her strategy was, and truthfully, she doesn't really have one. I'm like, well, how are you going to break up the toes to bar? I'm not sure. I'm just going to feel it out. It's a very refreshing take, and Adrian, I'd love to get your thoughts on it. I kind of like it because depending how she's feeling, she did the first round unbroken, decided to break up the second set here. Why overplan when you can make the decision once you're on the competition floor?
I'll be honest, that's how I do Murph.
That's how you do Murph?
Yeah, you just got to feel it out.
Yeah, and that's great. It's good for a workout that's a long time. I think particularly on a chipper. I think there's tremendous advantage both sides, and it really depends on the psychology of the athlete. Because if I'm coaching one of my athletes who is more of by the fly or by the seam of their pants, I'm going to give them the freedom if they've proven to me that it shows its fruits for them in training. But on the other hand, there are athletes, and we look at even the field on the men's side. We think about the Pep Vellners or the professor from this beautiful country himself, Brent Fikowski, that would go down to the nth degree at planning everything from sets that will be executed and even how they will transition from movement to movement. So this is really up to each and every athlete and the team they have behind them. Down in Cookeville, they train in high volume with high skills on a regular. Paige has, I'm sure, developed the ability and self-awareness there to be able to make this type of game time decision.
If you're dealing with pain or injury, don't let that sideline you. Erosti can help. Remote recovery is 50% off for the CrossFit community and available nationwide. We'll have that QR code as we go throughout the weekend. Get started with a free 15-minute chat at Erosti. Emma Lawson right back to the rig. She's joined by Freya Moosbrugger. Carolyn Connors, veteran games athlete, the 3 athletes that are leading the way on toes to bar.
Austin, one of our younger competitors here in the elite division.
Still looking strong for all these ladies, too. Their position looks very much similar to the round 1 that we saw there. Emma still stringing together big sets. Look at her. This is going to be another unbroken round for Emma. And that's 3 rounds of 24 toes to bar down. No big deal.
8-12 is where we're chasing here. Allison Scuds out to the 3rd sandbag for Emma Lawson. That's Freya on the right.
Look at this strategy that she's got. We see Freya, who's staying really, really tight, actually. She's doing a great job. Feet are pretty close together. She does get some breaking at the top where she's bending at the knee to kick forward.
Carolyn Connors, though, will beat her out to the sandbag where Emma Lawson already is. Just a couple of reps ahead as we hit the 5-minute mark. That is the midpoint on the 3rd round of the sandbags. And Emma Lawson just nursing that sandbag forward.
And notice that she barely made it across the line, right? You don't want to make it do more work than it needs to. You scoot that thing over to the other line, and you do your set. And notice that through her set, she is literally inching back to the next line. This is all strategic. It's a ridiculous amount of self-awareness we're watching there. She gets it back. She doesn't turn around until she's at the line. Then she's going to finish up with her other clean, because then she knows all she's got to do is do one more clean, shift the bag across the line gently, and then it's time to advance.
Just watch this little boot scoot there.
And here we go.
You see all these athletes typically pick the bag up and carry it.
Yep.
But that's a great pickup by you, Adrian. That whole 6 reps was entirely calculated.
And she did that every round. I saw it just the round before, and I was like, okay, I'm going to need to get the cameraman's attention, but they panned right to it just in time.
Emma was 1 point out of the Last Chance Online qualifier last year, finishing 9th online at these Atlas Games. Did that coming 24th out of the quarterfinal round. This year, 10th worldwide out of the quarterfinal round. That is as a 17-year-old. And it's 2 different strategies, right? We saw Olivia Kerstetter say, you know what? I'm not going to go to a semifinal. I'm going to go compete at the CrossFit Games in the teenage division, which she will do. Emma Lawson at 17 years of age, defending champion in the 16 to 17-year-old bracket, semifinals.
Yeah, and again, to each his own. Wow, as Emma's already off the rig, she may have broken that 1 time in all 4 rounds.
Yeah, clearly a good decision for Emma Lawson at this point.
Absolutely, clearly a good decision.
And again, now watch her scoot back 1 rep at a time.
She gets it over her shoulder and then just steps back until the ball is there.
And this one has to go in reverse order. She doesn't have enough room.
And then 1 more the opposite way. It's like a dance. But this strategy ultimately is saving her almost 5 to 6 seconds every single round. Every time there's a transition, now she just gets it. Oh, she had 1 more there. She had 1 more than I anticipated. And maybe more than she anticipated. Because this was the slowest transition that she's had the whole workout over the line.
But she also knows what her time is.
True.
And she can see the rest of the field.
Absolutely.
Close to her. Now what she does have to watch is 8:12.6. That's the time for Allison Scuds.
You know what? It's going to be really close.
It's going to be very close.
She's got to go.
That time is getting very close with the hands in the air. Final rep for Emma Lawson. But you got to move. Emma Lawson, event win.
17 years young. As we watch Freya transition now. Great finish for her. But now it's Freya, Moosbrugger, and Connors going head-to-head, rep to rep, and there's 2 other ladies that just joined them.
Final round of 6, Freya Moosbrugger.
This is it. This is where you got to really turn off your desire to wait before you pick up that ball and go.
Scud's time has already passed. So Allison Scudds will be in second. How about in lane 8, Carolyn Prevost.
Moosbrugger, Connors, Powers.
Everyone comes in a flurry inside of 9 minutes.
As we watch some of the shoes come off at the finish line, you know it got real.
Callista Lang has finished. That is 8th place in the event, 6th in the heat. So only 2 scores right now from prior heats are playing a factor. Erin O'Donnell will finish and come across 7th in the heat, 11th in the event in 9:17. Trying to make her second trip to the games, and now we're seeing again that little backwards walk.
Yep.
Amy Morton, veteran athlete. This will be her final time competing in the open division. She'll go Masters next year. 20 seconds, and Amy Morton finishes. Now, Miriam Couvrette is also in the ballpark of finishing. Hand is in the air with 10 seconds to go. And remember, Miriam was hot off the rig from the start.
Very hot.
1 rep. Couvrette does finish the rep, does not get across the line.
That's always a frustrating moment. You get it, but you don't get across.
And the women are done for the day. Emma Lawson making a statement. She and Paige Powers controlling the first day of competition.
There we go. Smooth is fast on these toes to bar, and she took us to school. Stayed almost unbroken throughout the entire workout, which was a huge advantage, but this was the secret to her success. It was that sandbag and the small choices that she made to save herself time, not just on the cleans themselves, but on the transition over the line every single time that she made it.
1 rep to go for Emma Lawson.
Mike Arsenault and Emma Lawson about to converse after we take a look at our event results. Lawson beats Scudds by 5 seconds, and Prevost comes in 24 seconds later. Moosbrugger 4 seconds after that. Now Mike Arsenault and Emma Lawson.
Emma, we talked before the competition started about the social media chatter that you were the favorite coming into the Atlas Games on day 1. A second place and a first place. That's just going to increase that chatter. How are you going to handle the pressure of being the favorite throughout the rest of the weekend?
Well, I mean, like I said kind of before, I know I've done what I can to prepare to get to this point. So I'm just going to kind of, before every workout, the score is back to 0-0. So I'm just going to try to execute as well as I can for each workout and have a game plan beforehand and just try to stick to it.
How are you so successful in your competitive CrossFit career at such a young age?
I don't know. I guess I love this sport so much. So, it takes a lot of dedication and commitment, and I'm willing to put that into this. So, I just have so much fun with it.
And what does the recovery strategy look like for a 17-year-old? Pretty much have some food and go to bed, or is there a little bit more involved like some of the older athletes will go through?
Well, I try to, do everything as much as I can. A lot of mobility, treatment when I can. I have a lot of help from other people too.
We'll let you get to it. Congratulations, Emma. First place after day 1 of the Atlas Games.
Yeah, they eat some food and go to bed is how we recover nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's not that simple. I mean, listen, she sounds very sweet. She's a kind girl. She's a killer.
Men's event 2 is coming up next.
number 2. Same concept for the gentlemen. 24 toes to bar, 12 heavy sandbags ground over the shoulder. 4 rounds. We're going to give them 10 minutes, and that sandbag 150 pounds. Going to be looking for those gentlemen to jump off the toes to bar, hit that first round of sandbags. Skylar got in lane number 7. First one to touch up on that sandbag. Followed by lane number 3, Drake Lewis. William Bennett right there with him, down in lane number 8. Looking to establish the score to beat with 2 heats to come. Going into day number 2. If you're looking at our athletes, you may not be able to see the line on the floor. 12 reps is what we're needed. Our athletes will advance that sandbag after 6 reps. Anthony Voracek moving forward.
And we got our first couple of athletes making their way back to the ring. One in lane number 2, Gunnar Reagan, hailing from CrossFit East Nashville. Followed by the man in lane number 7, our highest ranking athlete, currently in 17th place, Skylar Osten of Golden Goose CrossFit.
8, 9, 10.
William Bennett now working on round number 2, toes to bar. Regan and Osetnik battle back and forth. If you recall, back in event number 1. Let's see how they handle this heavy sandbag after a little bit of gymnastics. 2.5 minutes in, 10-minute time cap for your gentlemen.
And so far, they're looking strong, Mike, but your leaders to the rig are now your leaders back to the sandbag, so no change here. As a matter of fact, each of them going to go rep for rep. 2 down, 10 to go for both men.
William Parker, William Bennett and Parker Foster. Same time, same rep. Advantage going to Bennett in lane number 8. Here to finish up round number 2.
And moving on up, Gunnar Reagan. That means he's through 6 of 12. He's in the black shirt, maroon shorts, left side of the rig. And his judge's hand shows just 4 more reps remaining.
Three reps to go for Osetnik.
So moving on up, bringing that 150-pound bag of sand forward and making his way back to the rig. And smart man pulling the old chalk in the pocket trick, Mike. As he doesn't have to reach down.
The pocket. An old hiding spot. Don't want to waste any time, right, Dylan?
Absolutely not. Not on a 10-minute time capped event. Not quite an all-out sprint, but a moderately short time domain event. So no room for error here as he looks down the way at Osetnik. The other man we got to watch is in lane number 8, Will Bennett. In the gray shorts, black tank top. He's not far off the leading pace. And still waiting, a little bit of a waiting game here to see who's going to make their way to that sandbag first here in round 3. We're already over the midway point in this 10-minute capped event. 5:20 in, and here he comes, Gunnar Reagan. Twisting those grips away, getting his forearms around that bag and getting 1 rep down. So it goes 1, Gunnar Reagan in lane number 2. In second place, Skylar Osetnik. And in a close third, Will Bennett.
Bennett picking up the pace during that last set of toes to bar. And Foster now sprinting back to his sandbag. Crossing over the 6-minute mark, Dylan. It goes fast. 6 minutes in, 4 minutes remaining, fellas.
So right now, your top athletes, the ones that are near midfield, on their 3rd of 4 rounds. Actually, every one of our athletes on that 3rd round. So pretty equal across the board. Well, we're looking to see who's going to break through, who's going to emerge in the 4th quarter, the 4th and final round. Gunnar Reagan seeking to be that guy. With his judge's hand showing a peace sign, he's got 2 reps to go. But Gunnar doesn't have any peace in his mind. He's out for blood. He wants first place. He wants to set that time to beat as he hits rep number 12. And he'll advance that sandbag. 1 round to go for your heat leader, Mike.
Will Bennett looking to slide into that number 2 position. Just about 1 rep in front of Osetnik. And that'll do it for Bennett. Same time now, Osetnik. Mature leader, lane number 2, Gunnar Reagan.
Yeah, Gunnar getting in a quick set of 5 before he's going to jump back up now. Took a little break. So there is 10 reps for Gunnar. 2 sets of 5 thus far, Mike. How are the other guys looking down on your side?
1 more rep to go for Foster, trying to finish up that round 3 sandbags. Osetnik and Bennett going back and forth on that final round of toes to bar.
So
Dylan, we're coming up. We got short time, man. Just over 2 minutes remaining.
So Gunnar going with 3 sets of 5 before a set of 3 there. He's at 18 or 19 reps as he gets right back to work. And the judge's hand is up in the air, just a couple of fingers still showing. And here comes Gunnar, heading back to the sandbag for the final time.
Dylan, we got about 1 minute 15 seconds remaining. Gonna be watching the judges' clock over here. We lost our main clock, we'll keep you posted. 9 minutes in, Osetnik and Bennett heading out to their sandbags right behind your leader, Reagan.
And waiting to see the hand up in the air in the advancement of that sandbag for Gunnar Reagan. So he's now going to move on up, 6 of 12 in. And 6 remaining in lane number 2. How close are we to that time cap, Mike?
Just about 30 seconds away, gentlemen. 30 seconds.
So does Gunnar have enough time to get these last 4 reps in? Keep giving us the time, Mike.
20 seconds remaining, gentlemen. 20 seconds to go. We're going to count you down. Stay moving. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time.
Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for your Heat 1 men. Working till the last second. Gunnar Reagan setting the score to beat. And just to contextualize it, he got through all the work, just wasn't able to get across that line. So cap +1 will be his score, but an awesome job by Gunnar and the rest of the crew. And that'll be the score to beat heading in to heat number 2.
You're watching the Atlas Games, men's event 2, heat 2 here in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. It is the 4th week of semifinals across the CrossFit Games. Alongside Adrian Conway, former CrossFit Teams champion, Mike Arsenault is down on the floor. My name is Joel Godet. We are set for a burner. 4 rounds. We'll get into it after we look at the red line qualification, the blue line last chance online qualification, with still 5 events left to go. It was nice of the Vignos to be next to each other.
Brotherly love.
Jeremy looking for his first games trip. Alex, a veteran, looking for his 5th. The event description is presented by Arasti.
There it is. And this one's going to be 4 rounds for time, 24 toes to bar, and 12 sandbag cleans. You got to go over your shoulder with those. It's 150 pounds for the men, and the time cap is still 10 minutes.
Recipe for success, as always, delivered by Trifecta.
Yeah, and these ones are pretty direct here. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Know yourself and break up those toes to bar for a fast finish. And you got to be willing to get dirty on the sandbag the last 2 rounds. Suffer more and rest less.
40% off your first order with the code CrossFit. Use that QR code on your screen to get hooked up with Trifecta. Athletes out of the quarterfinals, seeded 11 through 20 here in this second heat. Benoit Boulanger had himself a fine event 1 in lane 6.
Eye of the tiger here. Focus up.
It's the longest 10 seconds ever when they say 10 seconds. Now you're going to work here for 24 toes to bar. Throughout most of the women's heats, we didn't really see anybody break up this first round?
We didn't. And I think some of them should have. But who am I? But I will tell you that many of the athletes that came out aggressive, particularly the ones that it really paid off for, The hard part is to decide, is that gamble worth it for you, and where you hope to play out as the heat continues to advance forward.
And we do have scores of athletes here in this second heat of men breaking up these 24 toes to bar. And now advancing to the sandbag cleans. First there was Colin Garnick in lane 3, black shirt, top of your screen. 48 total cleans in segments of 6. 6 cleans, advance the bag, 6 cleans, and then move on to the next round. All told, with a 150-pound sandbag, these athletes are going to be lifting 7,200 pounds during this event.
Yeah, and that's a lot of work, as we alluded to earlier, even with the women, and you express those numbers, which it's great for us to be able to create this type of data when it comes to workouts, because that is a staple in the methodology of CrossFit. Measurable, observable, and repeatable is an important way to push your forward fitness. It gives us these benchmarks to break through and things to train for.
Large loads, long distances, quickly.
That's it. And they're doing that a lot in this workout. That is very, very obvious here with this sandbag. And as we watch the sandbags, we see different techniques taking shape. Almost all the men now at the position where they do a roll or a shift in order to get both hands under the bag. They lap the bag with slightly bent knees, and from there they extend the hips so that the bar floats up and over the shoulder.
It's just like you're lifting an Atlas stone. Pun intended, here at the Atlas Games.
That's right. Luckily, Rogue has been gracious enough to create a bag instead of a stone that would often leave us with very ugly wounds on our forearms and our shoulders.
Let alone the floor.
But I say bring it out. Let's see the stones next year, guys. I'm old school like that, though, Joel. I'd prefer to see the, I don't know if you were around, but we used to once use a real lie detector worm with logs for the teams.
I was not at that point, but I have heard.
I'll tell you what a time to be alive. Bloody shoulders and bloody ears all around, and a couple broken bones in the hands of those that were less on the side of communication.
Next year, of course, they made the fabric and sandworm that we will all get to know and love. Jack Rosema with the red shorts in lane 7. Member of the United States Army Warrior Fitness Team and a JAG in the U.S. Army. Judge Advocate General. He is an attorney licensed in the state of Ohio. Graduated ROTC from Ohio State.
Adrian, you alluded to it in the first round of sandbag cleans, and I'm noticing here in round number 2, you mentioned that every male athlete is kind of using that the two-stage technique in order to get their bag over the shoulder. However, during the women's event, none of the women are doing that. They were pretty much doing every rep in one smooth motion. Wondering to what do you attribute that? Is it just maybe a discrepancy between the men's and women's weight, a little bit heavier for the guys than it was for the women?
Yeah, Mike, that's a great question, and yes, we were seeing several women what we would categorize as one-timing the sandbag clean, where they're able to get such a firm grip around the circumference of that bag, extend the hips one time rapidly, and it's going all the way up and over in one swoop. These men, what we commonly see is that the circumference of the bag, because it's heavier, is larger. They can't quite get their arms in position enough to comfortably one-time that bag over their shoulder, particularly not when the volume is so drastic as 48 over their shoulder for this particular workout. So I think that's really what we're starting to see take shape here when we compare the men's technique versus the women's.
Jeremy Vigneault and Jack Rosema are your two leaders, being chased down by Colin Garnick. Those three men making their way back to the rig for 24 more toes to bar. This is the third round of this event.
Adrian, just a further clarification on your point there. So what you're saying is if the circumference of the men's bag was the same size as the women, even though it was 150 pounds, they probably would be able to do it in one smooth motion. It's not so much the weight, it's the size of the bag that forces them to do it in two stages.
Yeah, look, we can't ignore that the bag is heavier, 50 pounds of course. However, I do believe if the shape of it was changed, we would see men have the capacity to move it in a different way. There's no question. The added circumference of that bag creates a very unique challenge that doesn't present itself with a smaller ball.
Thinking like that cheddar cheese slice. I don't remember the exact terminology for it that they used at the games last year. If you remember what I'm talking about.
The cheese curd.
The curd is the yellow bag, but the orange one they used last year had that kind of triangular shape to it.
Yeah, the Husafel bag.
You could get under it and hoof it over.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a different shape changes
not
everything.
as heavy as that one was. But.
Yeah, that one was 200 pounds, right? Yeah, different stimulus there. And the beauty is that we're adding elements. What we think and what we see here on the floor is CrossFit's ability to combine very unique and specialized sports into one package. It's what we do. We're gymnasts on one end, and then we get to the middle of the floor, and what are we? We're strong men or strong women on the other side of things. And that, of course, is defined in our constantly varied aspect of our sport.
I think I just insulted all of Iceland by calling it the cheddar cheese bag, the Husafelt stone bag from last year, yes.
Don't come get my friend Joel, anyone that was offended from that.
4 minutes. 4 minutes left to go in this second heat. Tyler Lee leading the way. Tyler was the 17th seed coming out of quarterfinals out of Barrie, Ontario in CrossFit Resurrection. We've seen their team also competing here. And now you are all alone making that stroll back to the ring. That's a good but lonely place to be.
It is, man, and I'll tell you what, it's a little bit worrisome sometimes. You're like, wait a second, did I forget something? What's going on here? Why am I so far ahead of these guys, especially if you're feeling good? Now, if you plan to be there, it's a great confidence booster, and now you know you're running your race the way that you plan to. But what we're seeing here is time is going to be an enemy to these guys. We know that those other gentlemen in the previous heat got to the sandbag with 1 minute and 20 seconds left. We were like, hey, there might be some finishers, and we didn't see it happen. So these guys are going to need to give themselves a buffer. They're not just racing the competition. They're racing, of course, the clock and the next heat that's going to take the floor.
Heat 1 results. Gunnar Reagan finished. He just didn't get across the line. Logan Ewing was 2 reps short. You know, it's hard because you say, hey, if they can just hold that pace, right? Everybody in the first heat, their first round was 2 minutes. At the leader, second round was 4 minutes, but as soon as you got into the third of the 4 rounds, it started to become 2.5.
Right. Yeah, and that's what we talked about. I mean, in the recipe to success, there it's the latter 2 rounds that are such a decisive moment for these athletes. Both from a physiological standpoint, right? Their body's been through the ringer already today, but primarily mentally. They don't want to pick that bag up again. Get it going. Here we go.
Jack Rosema breaks again, coming down the back of his 96 total toes to bar over the course of these 4 rounds. Tyler Lee should have enough time to finish here.
Tyler Lee's got the time. He just got to want it.
10 more sandbag cleans after those first 2.
And you notice his technique. He took some notes in the back there. Someone saw him a Lawson and a couple of those other ladies, and they're applying it now to his strategy. So he's got a lesser distance to make that bag travel when he does be able to skip it right over the line.
This will be rep 5, so his 6th rep. Oh, no, that was 6. So now he's just going to have to
get that thing over the line, bro.
All right, he's got 1 minute and 10 seconds left.
I like it, and he went touch and go, baby. Yep. Let's send it. Here we go.
And now you watch him. This bag will land right by the blue line for rep 2. Inside the final minute here. Lee is being hunted down, but nobody will catch him. One more rep for Tyler Lee, green shirt, top of screen.
Yeah, Tyler.
And he's across in 9:16. Jeremy Vigneault has his judge's hand in the air. There's actually a host of athletes with their judges' hands in the air.
35 seconds left, and they're going to have an opportunity. You really have to want it here. Things are going to get ugly. Your vision's going to close in on you. Things tend to go dark, and we've got another one across the line.
Benoit Boulanger, comes across and finishes. Rosema's judge, hand in the air. Rosema will come across and finish.
What a finish. The baseball slide across the line, folks. That's because the chip timer is located on their ankle on the right side of their foot. They're trying to edge each other out by the 10th of a second, and every one of them counts.
Jean-Simon Roy Lemea Lemaire, pardon me, also finishes. So after not having anybody complete the work in heat number 1, we wind up with a more than game and not even tired Tyler Lee and 3 others here in heat 2.
Tyler Lee looked great. His execution was steady and focused throughout that whole heat. Tyler ran his own race, and it paid off for him at the end. You'll notice as he lays back for those toes to bar, his knees get close to his elbows, and he's a kicker. That's what I'll categorize his movement as. And he was steady with the sandbag, lapping it first, but he doesn't pause there for his reps. We saw that technique from the vast majority of the field where they would get the sandbag to their lap, wait, then finish the movement. His is a brief pause, and he's on to over the shoulder. He's almost what we categorize as one time in that sandbag.
Connor Duddy also did just finish a couple seconds before the time cap, so 6 total athletes finish in that heat. Although Lee did it in 9 minutes and 17 seconds. The next best time was 9:34 from Roy Lemaire, and then 9:39 from Vigneault. That is through 2 heats. The third and final heat of the day is coming up for the men next. Week 4 of the CrossFit Semifinals presented by Rogue Fitness. Welcome to the Atlas Games here in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Mike Arsenault is our reporter down on the floor. He is Adrian Conway, former CrossFit Games champion. My name is Joel Godet. Thanks for joining us and the rest of our crew here in Canada to start off our weekend. The third heat of the second event for the men today. Caps us all off. Nicolas Joyel is our surprise leader after one event. He was in the final heat, but he caught Pat Vellner at the end, reliving a race that he had back in 2018 with Vellner. He lost that one. He won this one. Jeffrey Adler sits in third. More on him in a second as we take a look at our event description presented by Arasti.
Yeah, we've got a great event here that we watch take place. It's going to be 4 rounds for time, 24 toes to bar, and 12 sandbag cleans at 150 pounds for these fellas, and there's a 10-minute cap.
Recipe for success is delivered by Trifecta. Quick, use the QR code as well. 40% off your first order.
You gotta love the QR codes. And the points here for this recipe are gonna be just because you can doesn't mean you should. Are those athletes willing to swallow their humble pie and break up these toes to bar early so they can finish fast? And you got to get dirty on the sandbag, specifically the last 2 rounds. You gotta suffer more and rest less there.
Look at your event 1 winner. There is Jeffrey Adler, 5th in the CrossFit Games back in 2020. This is a little bit of a different event for him, right, Adrian? He's one of the shorter men in this field. It's 150 pounds in that sandbag, and it just doesn't have to travel as far.
It doesn't have to travel as far, and guess what else we know about Jeff? He's strong, man.
Strong as an ox.
So the percentage of perceived rate of exertion or his perceived effort is going to be lower than a lot of these weaker guys for him to move that 150 pounds. There he is. That would be my favorite pick to win this event, that man right there.
Second fittest man on earth, Patrick Vellner.
And it looks like if you look closely, there's blood in his eyes.
I think that's a figment of your imagination. Right to it here for the first of 96 toes to bar, 24 per round. Athletes have broken these up on the men's side in the first round. They did not. They went for broke on the women's side in the first round. See what happens, though, here in Heat 3.
We watch our Heat Event 1 winner already take a break.
And Vellner broke as well.
And it doesn't need to be long, right? The opportunity there is to break for your grip. You're using your hands and your arms both in both of these movements as you do toes to bar and you're freely hanging and then on the sandbag.
I mean, Vellner literally dropped down and jumped right back up. It was just to give him a momentary spell. And, of course, Patrick Vellner is one of the first to the sandbag here. It is 150 pounds, 6 at a time, and then advancing the bag. So you'll move it from one square to the next once in each round.
He makes light work of this sandbag, right? It's very repetitive. It's very routine for Pat. Even look at the way he sets his feet up in a wide stance, and as he gets it to his leg, he narrows his stance as he goes into a full extension. That's routine. That's really knowing yourself and making the movement most efficient as you can.
And Jeff Adler in the red shirt in the background making quick work as well. Talk about strength being a home run for Adler. First time he ever deadlifted was in 2015. Doesn't really have an athletic background. 2015, his first deadlift, 400 pounds.
You gotta love it. How many people in the gym that day just called him a jerk and were like, I'm out of here?
How long has he been doing it? 3 years? Right?
And Pat's first back to work on the toes to bar. It's still too early to say, is that a good sign or not? We don't know.
Well, for Pat Vellner, it's usually a good sign.
Listen, if you're Pat Vellner, it's doing the work exactly that you knew you were going to do for this event.
Adrian, this is the 6th heat of toes to bar that I've watched so far this afternoon, and the men's technique compared to the women is, how do I put this diplomatically, a little bit less graceful than the female athletes. Is this just boils down to a mixture of height, size, and flexibility, or is there something else at play?
No, you're hitting the nail on the head. It's a combination of all those things. It's height. They're making their body travel a greater distance. It is also a lack of mobility. As we know, the female side of this sport tends to have a little bit more range of motion in their tissues. And when your hamstrings or your posterior is relatively tight, it almost acts as resistance at the top of every rep because you got to make your feet travel a long way. We're going to see guys with a little bit more slightly bend of the knee throughout the movement, and that makes it a little bit more broken or a little bit more choppy.
Pat Vellner's way out in front. He has a 3-rep lead right now on Jeff Adler to his left and a 1-rep lead on Cedric Lapointe, who needs a big event. Bottom 3rd finish for Lapointe in event 1 today.
You know, there's no specific strategy with this. I think it's commonly a habit when people choose to take their shirts off for workouts, right? You get into the
cotton
gym.
allergy.
Oh, is that what it is? That's what it is.
That's why the guys that wear the tri-blend are good.
That's it. Listen, when your abs start to pop a little bit, you're quick to pop the top.
I don't know the feeling.
And so, actually what we see, and I've seen this through experience, it is actually a disadvantage more often than it's an advantage. And the reason is because things do become slick. When sweat touches it, it gets wet. If you're a dripper when it comes to sweat, your hands can get wet. It can affect your grip on toes to bar. I would argue that at this stage in the sport, we commonly see shirts on more than we see shirts off because they've started to understand that.
Pat Vellner way ahead of the pack with 9:17 as the time to beat. He's on round 3 of these toes to bar.
Quick break for Pat. Let's see how long he takes here. That was about a 4-second pause there, which is a good sign. That means he's still choosing to rest and not having rest choose him, right? And the vice versa is where you get risky. When you're saying to your body, hey, I want a couple more reps, but your hands slip off or your legs don't kick the rig, that is when you start to run into trouble.
How about the fact that Joel has no grips?
Yeah, look at Joel. He has no grips, and if we keep there with the camera, what happens is, watch the way he's cycling his toes to bar. He shoots his down and back immediately versus out and around like most of the field. It allows his cycle rate to be a touch faster, as it almost looks like a butterfly type action as he syncs and synchronizes reps together. Because he hasn't necessarily broken up his sets any less or any more than anyone else. He just has a faster cycle rate.
I know there are guys out there, I'm just trying to think in the moment, trying to think of guys at this level that don't use grips on the ring just to hold on.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, I can't even think of any off the top of my head.
Yeah, I mean, that's wild to see.
Because if they're going to let me use them for 96 toes to bar, Joel, I'm signing up twice for the pro grip team. You know, I'm using them every time I get an opportunity.
This is the third round of these sandbag cleans. Vellner advancing after 6. He'll touch and go on his first rep.
Yep. And this is where a savvy vet like Pat is going to start to play the field. Now, Joel is right there with him. And we got Lapointe stepping into the next lane as well. We got Caron up there moving. Now we got Adler as well. So it's not that Pat has an extensive lead, but he is at a position where he now can start to gamify the rest of this workout. How fast do I really need to go in order to get an event win? How can I conserve energy for the next 4 to come?
9:17 is the time to beat. That's Tyler Lee. We're 3 minutes away from that, which would be far and away the slowest round, considering everyone here has done 3 rounds in 6 minutes. Vellner picked up some chalk on the way back. Either that or he rubbed his hands in some loose chalk on the way back.
And here's our race, right? We've got Vellner getting started. We've got Joel making his way to the rig. He's going to chalk there. Pat made the veteran move and chalked on his way, which saved him some time. And then we've got Caron, who we know can do tremendous amounts of work when it comes to just sheer work capacity. So I'm going to tell you right now, if it's a very close race when it comes down to the sandbag, if Caron is there with an opportunity to make a move on either of these two that have a slight lead on him, I think he can.
Got Vellner with Cedric Lapointe taking a break off right of screen. Alexander Caron is way down in the distance. He'll be in lane 3.
Certainly one of the longest rests we've seen Pat take all workout right there. And there we go. We get a pan shot of Joel cycling his toes to bar again, just faster, looking from side to side, checking the competition. Wow, he's the first one off. Here we go. Here's our race.
Again, Joel said after his first event win this day, hey, I lost to Pat Vellner in a heat back in 2018. I'm not going to lose to him again.
Yeah.
He beat him once already today. Can he beat him twice?
And sign me up for this. This is where people have breakthrough opportunities. Hey, I'm not here to take second fiddle to Pat Vellner. I know he's got a name, but I'm here to make a name for myself, and that's what I want to see.
28-year-old on the right of screen has never made it to the CrossFit Games. Pat Vellner is one of the most accomplished athletes in the history of this sport on the left. They are locked neck in neck for the second time today at the
He's got about a 4-second lead right now. Pat's got to go touch and go on this rep, and he's got to speed up. Here we go. Head-to-head. Joel over the shoulder. Vellner tied him. Joel's one ahead.
2 more cleans here. Vellner is behind by 2 reps. Joel wins again. He beats Pat Vellner twice in 1 day. And then Alexander Caron
made his
comes in
move
and beats Vellner.
Man, that was odd. It almost looked like Pat did an extra clean there. I'm not gonna.
He still finishes third.
He still finishes third. Still in a great spot. But wow, am I impressed by that young man right there. He came to put in work today. He came to make a name for himself, and he is.
Jeff Adler will finish.
Doing what we thought he would do.
And Cedric Lapointe, who desperately needed a solid event finish.
Yeah, he did. And that's going to be solid enough for him, I think, to stay where he needs to stay. And again, this is that surge of power that you get as an event winner. Those other guys are hurting, but they're hurting much worse than Joel because he feels that surge of energy and confidence and refreshing that he did make his way across that finish line first.
Cedric came in 24th place.
Here we got
start of the event.
Alex Vigneault going to work. Oh, and he finishes.
So Vigneault is done. Just next to him is Pete Mason, who was near the front of the pack earlier in the event. And again, we see the attrition that goes with 30 seconds left. Finish for Austin Spencer. Falling across the line is Mason. A couple of guys still out there working. One final rep for Dylan Pettit. And with 12 seconds left, this is a bad sign for Jack Farlow, who I know had huge expectations of himself coming in, the former CrossFit Games teenage athlete. There he was Tommy Marquez's wild card coming into the weekend. You can always come back from a tough finish, but you put yourself a little bit behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's going to have an opportunity to rebound. We got 4 more scores to go.
And he had a much better event 1, so absolutely add those things in with a 4th place. He'll be okay. Let's get on to Mike Arsenault for the second time with Joel.
Nicholas, I'm going to have to talk to the amazing CrossFit Games stat team that we have, because this might be the greatest lane 10 performance in CrossFit competition history. Lane 10 for both events today, 100 points in event 1, 100 points in event number 2. To what do you attribute this great performance on day 1?
All year round, I just never missed any part of any training. I just put 100% of my effort into everything I do, and hard work pays off.
You mentioned in our first interview that you lost a race with Pat Vellner right at the end of the event in 2018. You beat him in event 1, you beat him in the race on event 2. What is your strategy when you're racing to the end like that with some top competitors chasing you?
There's always that, like, 1% I'm keeping for the last round. And it certainly fuels me to see that I start the last round first, so I don't want to lose that lead. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
I don't know if you were expecting to go 2 for 2 on the first 2 events of the Atlas Games. Does that fact change your strategy at all going into Saturday and Sunday?
No, not at all. I didn't have any expectation whatsoever coming into this weekend, so yeah, I'll just keep doing what I can do, and we'll see what comes out of it.
Low expectations, high results working so far. Nicholas, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Early nominee for the Jason Hopper Award 2022. He's in first place after day 1.
Yeah, and let's look at how he's cycling his toes to bar. It was unique. Look at how he shifts his knees forward and his heels back immediately. This sped his cycle rate and allowed him to do what you see him doing now. Look from side to side and check his position the entire workout. And then we can't deny that my man just went to work on this sandbag. This is uncomfortable. When you are under fatigue, your mind's telling you to wait a second, to hesitate, and he did no such thing. And that's why he's got 200 points at the end of day 1.
Ultimate underdog. Now, he was in the final heat, so he qualified in one of the top 10 spots out of quarterfinals, but I don't think anybody thought that was going to be the leaderboard. Like, you came into this, Caron, Vellner, Adler, it's like, yeah, they're going to the games. Not so fast.
Put me on notice, man. Nicholas, you did your job. I'm watching you now.
Day 1 officially in the books. Team standings, we've got a tie. 2 games teams from last year, Omnia and Pro 1.
And you love to see it.
On the women's side, again, it's the youth movement. Lawson, Moosberger. Prevost sneaks in. Don't forget to
still holding it down for the best.
Yeah. Paige Powers with that first place finish in event 1. And Caroline Connors are in your qualifying positions. Tomorrow's schedule, the community events, one of the really cool aspects of this event. Those are in the morning, so the elite events start at 2:09 with the teams for event 3. Mr. Conway, I will see you then.
Can't wait.
For Adrian Conway and Mike Arsenault, the rest of our crew, my name is Joel Godet. So long from the Atlas Games. Thanks for joining us here in Canada. 1 day down, 2 to go. 15 individuals and or teams headed to the CrossFit Games, and tomorrow's moving day. Get ready.